And the sound. Okay, it's 9 a.m. I will call the meeting to order.
Great.
Good morning, everyone. We are going to start with an introduction.
So Brooklyn Griffith is here today and she's gonna be the new finance director. So over the next few weeks, she'll be working on and off with Rachel, getting transitioned into that job. We just went down and looked at her office space, which I think we have to wait for IT to come and put some connections in. So until then, she'll be working out of the other side of my office space.
When was the first day?
Today.
Wow.
So welcome aboard.
And from this point forward, now that you presented your passport to us, you don't need to anymore.
Okay, good. It's still in my purse from Friday.
She just came back from seeing her nephew in Italy, so.
Oh,
Sweet.
nice.
So, and I would just like to say thank you to Kelly for stepping in and finishing the budget. So,
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And thank Pat for showing up today to help give us his insight into the budget, so.
No, a couple of times.
And the returning budget committee from last year, so that's it for me.
Okay. We'll move on to a nomination for chairman of the budget committee.
I nominate Mr. Powell.
I thought Brad was chair.
So, I guess, first off, I'd second that, but who was chair last year?
You were.
Okay, so then let's.
Well-
Yeah,
Okay, but
you're fine.
you'll have to help me out along the way.
It's ceremony.
It's,
Yes.
yeah,
Ceremony.
Yeah.
Turn it over to her and we're done.
Right.
yeah.
Should we discuss and say, well, I don't know if Wally's
Well-
suited for it.
I have to admit that.
All those in favor?
I guess if I'm still chair
Yeah.
at this point, all
You
in
can-
favor of Wally,
I,
Thank you.
there you go.
Okay.
Evidently, there is an office in county government here that I still qualify for.
Congratulations. How about a vice chair?
I nominate Mr. Anderson.
Take it
There's
away,
been a,
Wally. You're the new.
Nomination in place for Mr. Anderson. And a second, all in favor, any comments?
Aye.
No, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All
Motion
right, there we
carries.
have it. Okay, I'm gonna take it back over and we'll get right into the budget message. If you want to read along, it's there in your packets. So Gilliam County fiscal year 2024-2025 budget message. Introduction. Submitted herein is Gilliam County's fiscal year 2024-2025 budget message and proposed budget for consideration by the Budget Committee. The budget message includes an explanation of the budget document, a brief description of proposed financial policies for the coming fiscal year, a description of important features of the budget document, an explanation of reasons for changes from the previous year, and an explanation of any major changes in financial policy. The budget is prepared by funds. All funds are balanced per the requirement of Oregon Revised Statutes, ORS 294.331. The general fund, identified as Fund 101, is the main operating fund for Gilliam County and includes many county departments and elected offices. Specifically, the general fund includes assessor, clerk, county court, courthouse and grounds, district attorney, health department, justice court, juvenile and prevention, planning, sheriff, treasurer, surveyor, senior and family services, corrections, and non-departmental. The budget also includes several funds whose revenue must be dedicated for specific purposes. These funds are identified with 200 and 300 number ranges and include general road, weed control, community corrections, parks, industrial park development, grain lab, public health, transportation, road equipment replacement, capital projects, economic enhancement, chemical waste management host fees, County Fair, Wind Energy SIPs, Gilliam County Library, Court Security, Law Library, Building Codes, Special Projects Road, Assessment and Taxation, and the Homestead Rebate Endowment. Gilliam County regularly partners with other governmental agencies and outside organizations to provide services to our citizens. For instance, many county services are funded by the state of Oregon, which can create financial difficulty when state resources decline. Gilliam County is part of several regional partnerships to leverage resources and provide high-quality services to our citizens. Currently, we partner with Sherman and Wheeler counties for Tri-County Veterans Services and Frontier Telnet. Other regional partnerships include Wheeler County for Community Corrections, Hood River, Sherman, and Wasco counties for Norcor, Sherman, Wheeler, and Jefferson counties for Frontier Regional 911, and Grant, Morrow, and Wheeler counties for behavioral health services through Community Counseling Solutions. Revenue and expenditure overview. Revenues are collected from charges, federal payments, fees, grants, licenses, miscellaneous revenue, property taxes, SIP fees, and state of Oregon distributions. The general fund 2024-2025 revenues and expenditures are proposed at $9,851,570 compared to $8,791,711 in 2023-2024. The total of all 2024-2025 revenue and expenditures are proposed at $94,120,602 compared to 2023-2024 revenue and expenditures of $82,057,028. Property taxes are based on a permanent rate of $3.84 per $1,000 of the 2024 assessed value. The total assessed value for the 2023 year was $1,142,920,183, which was an increase of 4.83% over the prior year. SIP fees are derived from the construction of wind farms in Gilliam County. Based on previous practices, discretionary funds have been budgeted to be expended the year following the year received. The SIP fees consist of discretionary funds budgeted at $500,000, competitive grants budgeted at $6 million, community service fees budgeted at $500,000, and gain share budgeted at $100,000. The total SIP fund this year is budgeted at $21,626,917. A second major source of revenue is the host fees from waste management. Tonnage has remained steady over the last couple years. The Economic Enhancement Ordinance dictates the distribution of funds in the year after which they are received. Personnel services demands have increased with an estimated 3.5% COLA. Insurance rates are expected to increase 5% over last year, and there has been no change in the 10% employee pickup of insurance costs for the 2024-2025 budget. Conclusion. The 2024-2025 proposed budget shows an overall increase of 14.24% over the 2023-2024 adopted budget. All expense categories have increased this year, including personnel services, materials and services, capital outlay, reserves and special payments, and the unappropriated ending fund balance. Employees are to be commended for the efficient handling of their workload and taking the challenges of our current political climate in stride. Additionally, we recognize and express gratitude to the volunteers on the Budget Committee for their flexibility, hard work, and service to Gilliam County. The budget documents are available on Gilliam County's website at www.co.gilliam.or.us. All right. We will move on. If anybody have any questions, comments about the budget message? No.
So I understand the 21,000 on the SIPs, does that include, that's not with that coming in on SIPs this year,
No, that's the total fund.
total fund.
Yeah, so that includes what's rolled over from the previous year.
I think, I'd love to say at this point that, I'm sure I thank all the work you did, besides Leah. I mean, you have stepped up for us. We appreciate it.
Happy to do it.
And before we get into this budget, I want to discuss how this budget looks from slightly, just briefly,
Mhm.
from commoner's perspective. We have been on the budget committee now 2 or 3 years, I believe, or at least. And yet this budget, as presented to us, doesn't tell us what maybe a common person wants to know.
Mhm.
In other words, what are the county's reserves? We showed reserves here, we show reserves here, we show reserves here.
Mhm.
And at some point, I think it would be helpful for us to know exactly what are the county reserves.
Well, there
Total-
is,
Total them up. And you know, you've got, give or take on these numbers. We've got 15 million in one, you've got 9 or 10 million in another, we've got 8 or 9 million in property tax, where we retain the property tax collections.
Mhm.
And I think it'd be helpful to all of us if we knew, if we had a page at some point, not today.
Yeah.
But at some point that said, okay, here is where Gilliam County actually stands. Here is our balance sheet.
Mhm.
We see a budget, but we never see a balance sheet. And I think it would be beneficial to have one.
Okay.
I think I've struggled with that all along because I think it's an important piece of information to know where your reserves are from year to year and whether you're increasing or decreasing your reserve.
Right.
We need to know that, and I've had trouble trying to figure that out.
I'm halfway through it right now. I've got some of the stuff with me going
Mhm.
through the budget. And actually the budget, each page of our budget for each. We have some, as you were saying, I thank you for your explanation, by the way.
Mhm.
That is nicely done. We have, as you said, we have our SIP collections, we have our waste management collections, which is economic enhancement.
Mhm.
And so we look at a budget in each one of these, and what somebody off the street, when they're looking at a budget, don't see that as a budget.
Mhm.
The budget to them is, okay, here's what we're gonna part, it's there
Right.
and you can find it. But it's not
Right there.
right there.
Mhm.
And I think at some point in time, probably we should make a presentation to and have it published of, okay, here's how the money flows. This is not a discussion of whether you agree or disagree with where the money flows.
Mhm.
This is a discussion of, here is how the money flows, guys. And a good, strong defense of why we have retained reserves. It's because most of our budget could go away,
Mhm.
our revenue stream. Waste management
Yeah.
is on a 5-year contract still? I don't know what it is today. It used to be 5-year.
Mhm.
To review the host fees
Yeah.
agreement and all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's, is it 5?
And
We're
they
a
also,
couple of years from going to that again.
Like
Yeah.
2026.
and they also are on a contract with Metro. They're on a contract with the Sound.
Mhm.
And if that goes away, or how long, we need an explanation in greater depth of how long are the SIP fees actually going to last? We need projections
Mhm.
of Do we anticipate SIP fees fading over a 10-year period? 5-year period? Okay, let's take $5 billion out of our budget
Mhm.
and see how it looks.
We need a sustainability plan.
That's correct. And we need, and this is, I don't know whose role that is. But if people understood that 2/3 of our budget could disappear.
Yeah.
What are services like? And in some ways, we're having, in my view, we're having the wrong conversations politically in this county. This is a lot more important than a lot, in my view,
Mhm.
than some of the other stuff. So that's all I wanted to say when we started. I'm sorry if I took up everybody's time.
Very
No.
good.
We do need a sustainability plan.
Can you
And it's
hand me
been
one of those
discussed
pens?
in the last.
Sure.
An
Thank you.
example,
I
example
didn't put
of,
any in
North
picture
Fork,
myself.
Yeah,
is they had 1.4 million in reserves.
right.
1.2 million went into their budget, 24-25.
Yeah,
$200,000 reserve.
yeah. How long does that carry Norcore? And what happens when,
Does it?
to us,
Mhm.
in that case, if Norcore doesn't have the reserves, you know who they're gonna ask for funds. They're
Yeah.
gonna come back to Gilliam, Sherman, Wasco, Wichita.
Maybe
Mid-River.
like a task, they're not there yet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was gonna be the question I was gonna ask, and I don't know if you know the answer, but on Clickadat County, they keep talking on the radio that they're gonna join Norco.
They're
So
still
is that-
going-
Is that good or bad? for
It's
the whole
good, but
picture?
they're still going through the process and they don't know exactly what that's gonna look like as far as services or whether they keep like a drunk tank overnight facility in Goldendale and just use a partial service. They don't know what that looks like, but it will help. They just couldn't budget for it because it's not a confirmed.
One of the biggest ones for us in our county too is roads.
Mhm.
You think Dewey's gonna maintain the roads?
I just looking, we got 2.5 million coming out of SIPs going into there.
That's right.
That's disastrous.
That is disastrous. And it makes me question some of our other allocations that we're gonna be discussing today. Is really, if we allocate something into a specific fund, a dedicated fund. At this point in time. It might be better not to dedicate something to a specific fund. At this time, because we don't know what 2 years from now. Are we gonna have to go back and try to claw it out of a specific fund? Because we need it for something else, because our revenue stream has dropped. I hate to be this conservative on stuff, but
Well, I think it's a fact, Wally, the revenue stream is gonna drop in the next 4 or 5 years quite a bit.
yeah,
And today I don't know what's in reserves, so how long do the reserves last past when that drops and how do
this
you?
gets back to my
even
point.
begin?
I'd like to know what our total reserves are.
Mhm. Do we have a,
Statements on the last page of this country.
Everything is gathered together.
And I think
Yeah.
in the document, the paragraph sheet in there, they had everything. Yeah, but I don't know if you guys got that.
I am going to check the most recent
Anyway,
revenue expense
let's talk
report real
about-
quick.
I wanted to bring all this up.
Yeah.
Because I think it's, we have lived a gentle comfort life if you compare county by county.
Yeah.
Across eastern Oregon. There are 2 counties that have had the good life for an extended period of time. One's on the east side of John Day River, one's on the west side of John Day River. Go look at the budget process for Wheeler. Or Harney. Or one of these other counties. That does not have all this money coming in. So. Back to you.
Back to me. Okay, I am going to take a moment here to get my screen share started so that we can see it up there on the board. And people in the meeting can see it. As I'm sharing, but I don't see it on the board. I was telling everybody earlier that I am the one that tells people how to use the technology. I'm not the one that actually uses it. So, why? What we got going here? Oh. Why, that was a screenshot. Something. Doing.
There we go, there you go.
Oh, okay. All right. Everybody see that okay? It's a little small. Maybe. Oh, there, how's that? Is that good? Okay. So the first few pages are just a summary of the total budget. So you'll see a summary of the revenue sources for each fund. And then we have a summary of the personnel services by fund. And then if we jump down to the next page, we have materials and services by fund. Capital outlay, reserves and special payments, unappropriated and transfers. We're just going to that's for an overview if you want to look at a total. And then we have a summary of the general fund revenues and expenditures by department. And we're going to kind of skip through all this, and we're really going to dive in on page 10. Page 10 is where we start with the normal budget document that you're used to seeing. I'll let everybody get there. And we'll kind of go through the standard way where we just highlight the major changes. And if anybody has any questions or comments or concerns, pipe in and we can talk about it. So we start off with a increased beginning fund balance just to reflect what we think the beginning fund balance is going to be. And then the next, yes.
This is, the beginning fund balance of 2.5 million is an approximation of what's actually going to be there.
Yeah. We won't know what's actually there until, the end of the year.
Right.
And then the auditors still sometimes make some adjustments. So yeah, it's an approximation of what we think.
Similarly, fines or projected basis previous, I would assume, of 235. That's basis past history of best we can.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So investment earnings have been increased all across the board. You'll see that they were budgeted at a pretty low dollar amount last year, and we expect them to be
That's another one I
Little
would like
higher.
to see a number on at some point.
So in the monthly treasurer's report, you can see most of these things, and those are posted in the court meeting packets
Okay.
every month now. And it'll have bank balances, investment account balances, a current revenue and expense report,
Yeah.
and fund balance summaries.
It's a little difficult looking
Yeah.
from page to page to come up with a total of our revenues coming in off of investment earnings are significant now.
Yeah,
But there's no one page
right.
to go to.
Yeah. So the summary page at the beginning, if I go back to page 1, oh no, it doesn't show it like I thought it would. Never mind. The new format. So
Oh, that's fine.
it does not show it there. But yeah, the monthly treasurer's reports that are in the meeting packet, I think for the first meeting each month, that's the goal. Yeah, they'll have that information. There's
You
sometimes,
can't really
a
see
month
what's in
behind.
the one investment, the fidelity in those, so you
Yeah,
can't,
it's on there.
Yeah,
it-
it's there.
looks like it just goes in and out of
Well, it goes up. and
Decreases
down.
and
Mark to
increases.
market, It goes up and down.
I guess,
Yeah.
what do you mean by that?
It means whatever it is at the end of the month, it's non-cash, it's just investment, so whatever it is at the end of the month, you got it, you know.
Mhm. Gains aren't realized, the gains or losses aren't realized and,
Well,
yeah,
You're just market.
Yeah.
Just market to it, so it's not cash, like I can go tell you what it is now, but
but that could change
it
in,
could change. And then it's not liquid either, it could take a week or two.
But you have an approximate idea of where you stand.
Absolutely, yeah, you got to state in one month.
yeah.
Sorry, back to you, Gil.
So that's investment earnings. Next thing was an increase in election cost reimbursements. And that's just normal price increases. Fees and copies for the clerk. There's been an increase in requests for copies. We move on down to the corrections assessment for the justice of the peace, I think is what that JP stands for. Is that? It was under budgeted last year, and so we've increased it to better reflect collections over the last few years. So that kind of wraps up that page, unless anybody has any.
Oh, it's a small number here, but what is juvenile likes?
Miscellaneous and expungements. So if a juvenile record is going to be expunged, they have to pay a fee for the expungement to cover the costs that it takes to expunge a record.
Yeah.
So it's not real often. And then other miscellaneous juvenile fees for supervision, restitution, things like that, I think are all included in that line item. Okay. Next page, community counseling solutions. You'll see a very large increase in that line item. And that is just to kind of bring it back in line with what we're actually receiving each year. In COVID times, the money we were getting for CCS was greatly increased, like a lot of funding was, and it's just never gone back down. It's stayed up there. We're continuing to get good amounts of money. We're on track to be at about 570,000 this year already. So
This is from the state?
yes, yeah, it's from the Oregon Health Authority. We receive it and send it straight to Community Counseling Solutions. Yep.
This
Yeah.
pass through.
Yep. So we just increased it because I think we've had to do a supplemental budget on it a few times. So better to just have it increased there to a more accurate number. The Victim Unitary Assessment Grant, that is a victims assistance grant, and they just had an increase in their award this year. I believe that one's a biennial grant. The district attorney's emergency grant was just under budgeted in recent years, so they increased it to kind of reflect. That one is a grant that I think is a reimbursement. So when they have expenses that qualify for that grant, then they get reimbursed for that one. The CAMI grant is another victims assistance district attorney grant, and they had a decrease in their grant funding this year. The sheriff's office state grant also just had a decrease in their funding. OICC and the summer work program grant had an increase in their grant funding this year. Juvenile crime prevention has an increase in their grant funding. And then we come down to the House Bill 4002 deflection program. That's a new program, new line item, and there is a matching expenditure in 101, 106. And Pat can speak a little to that program if.
Yeah, it's part of what came out of 4002 and fixes for ballot measure 110 and some of the compromise to get somewhere, to get a stick back into incarceration of some sort where penalty were great. And they wanted a way to leave the part of ballot measure 110 in place that allowed law enforcement to make an assessment in the field on whether to allow to move whoever into a deflection program without any charges. So there's money that was put in place for a program. It's about 150,000 for Gilliam County. Well, it is 150,000. We were in the process of putting that together. Potentially could be regionally with Hood River and Wasco and Sherman. The problem that Gilliam County has is our mental health is primarily east of us, Gilliam County East, and all of our criminal stuff is Sherman County West. And trying to figure out how to put that program in place, or the first 75,000, did we get it yet? We should get it in yet. Is to stand that program up and make a plan on how to get it to work, and I was in that process, so that'll have to go forward. And then the second part of that is to get the rest of that funding and plan will have to be for the second part of the grant. The actual plan we're going to use will have to be submitted for the second half of the grant application to get a more detailed plan and what it is. And Kimberly Lindsay is adamant that we needed to have the deflection program. And I think law enforcement's very hesitant to make that decision in the field. So there's a lot that's going to have to go into deciding where that goes.
Law enforcement probably would be hesitant.
What they would like to do, like Gary would like to move the Northport, let Northport make that decision. But then they're in the Dalles and most of our mental health is east of us. So you look at transport and how do we do that? And so there's a lot of issues that have to be discussed to figure out how Gilliam County is going to fit in that program. I actually personally kind of think we might need to be separate, but that's a personal opinion. I think CCS would like to just have the deflection program, not be tied up in that, but that's my opinion when I hear from everybody. Gary would like to see it go that way. And DA.
Moving on, we've got the Homeland Security Grant. That is a sheriff's office grant, and there was just a decrease in the grant funding this year on that one. The transfer from the road department is 25% of the wages of the emergency management coordinator, who is also the road and weed secretary. So road and weed transfers, she's paid out of the sheriff's office budget. So road and weed transfers their portion of her salary into the general fund. And then same with the transfer from transportation. That is for the facilities director's wages and benefits, because he also is a part-time driver for them when they're in a pension, need his time. And then the electric and rail tilt, which is a payment in lieu of taxes, that has increased over the last few years. So we just increased that dollar amount to match the trend.
See, this is, in a way, what Pat and I were discussing earlier. This is the first big transfer that we've seen into the general fund from economic enhancement, which obviously is transfer from
That's the host fees.
from the host fees. And so in some ways, that makes the point that Pat and I were talking about earlier, that we're basically trying to balance a budget dependent, and our budget over the years has become extremely dependent on having the SIP funds and having the economic enhancement.
In this case, I think we still have a pretty healthy unappropriated balance at the end of the general fund. So I think it almost evens out with the money coming in, not quite, but it's pretty close. So we're not as heavily dependent now as we have been in the past, as far as the general fund goes. It's looking up a little bit. The assessor's office, and you'll see this throughout the budget. I think somewhere in the middle, I stopped typing it in. But we assume a 3.5% COLA. That is, what the union contract states. And so we're, assuming that for now. The compensation board hasn't met yet and no salary schedules have been approved. And I rounded up all salaries to the nearest $10. And then for all taxes and benefits, I was unable to obtain any information about where what different rates are as far as the different workers' compensation rates and unemployment insurance, and PERS is the only rate I could get a hold of. So I budgeted everyone kind of at the highest rate. So you'll see pretty big increases in some of these, just because I didn't have the proper numbers to go with. And as far as personnel services go, there's not going to be over expenditures where
So does
they
our
aren't needed.
actual, and I haven't looked at this, but our actual, like workers' comp and the unemployment insurance, since there are such big increases, is the actual indicate what we're proposing, or is it more what was adopted last year?
So the unemployment insurance has gone up quite a bit, and that's because of the new Oregon Family Leave Act. The county pays, I believe, 60% of 1%. Yeah, so 0.6% of the wages come out of the county's pocket for that one. So that has increased that unemployment insurance line item.
So that would have been a unbudgeted expense. last
Yeah.
year.
Yep. And then the workers' comp, that's a tricky one. I know there's different rates for every department. Sheriff's office is a little higher, crusher crew is higher, road department, tax collector is actually pretty high.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a dangerous job, but somebody's got to do it. Yeah, see?
Bunch of retirees out there holding on to their.
Yeah. So, but those will only be expended at the level that's necessary. So, I just budgeted everyone at the top because I didn't have any better information to go off of this year. So you'll see that on every page throughout the budget where there's personnel services.
Speaking in general, but
Mhm.
based on the assessor as well as everybody, I noticed as I went from page to page that in some cases, the department's health budget went up 2%, well, not 2, 10, so. In some cases, as much as 50%.
Yes, and that is again because I'm budgeting at the top as if it was employee and family, because I don't know who's on what plan. I wasn't able to get that information from Rachel.
Well, we have some job positions that are open right now, and you don't even really know if there's gonna be.
Right. So everyone was budgeted at employee and family. And in the past, people have been budgeted a little closer to what they actually, what plan they're actually on.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why it's all over the board on the increases there. The only other change on this page is changing the title of the line item schools and conventions to training and travel, just to include the travel expenses in that line item. So moving on.
Total of 3 employees.
Yes. Yep. Next up is the clerk's office. Again, the payroll you'll see at increased rates and some crazy percentages there. And then the association dues, they've just had an increase in dues. It's really small change. So not much going on there. The county court's budget, again, same, notes as the other payroll. There is a new position this year of county administrator. That was formerly the executive assistant to the judge. And so we've changed that to county administrator and changed the salary to reflect that.
And then
It is not filled right
It
now.
is currently not filled.
Is it advertised?
So I thought we weren't gonna do that.
It's
That's gonna
been
be-
tabled right now, so.
That's dependent on everything.
But there could still be a position there. It may not be county administrator, and it probably won't be that salary if it is a county administrator. So that use a placeholder in
Right.
case something's.
You get paid off the salary schedule, not the budgeted amount there. So
It just
But-
seems like that's one of the bones of contention in this county, and so I was surprised to see it on a budget.
Well,
It's
I
a good
think it
chance to
depends on-
discuss it.
Yeah, it
so.
depends on politically where you end up.
This is a good time to step back just briefly. And we face a difficult task today. We presently have two commissioners available to us. We appreciate both of you. We will have at least one new individual for the first half, give or take. This is general terms, give or take. We're going to have one new individual on the county board, at least for the
Yes.
first half. We are going to have one new individual, at least, for the second half. And I think, and we talked about, Ellie and I have talked about this, Lee and I. We will probably, in fact, mentioned this with Ellen too. We're probably going to be, the county court and the budget committee are going to be facing some potential supplemental budget meetings. We can't read into the mind of people we don't even know yet what their agendas will be moving forward. And this is not unusual. Every county court that I've seen has changed from one year to the next, although the people haven't changed. The agendas have changed. A little bit or a lot. And that's
Well, part of that's on the learning curve.
absolutely, yeah. And I think anybody, knowing what we have gone through, trying to sort out what we're looking at here. You don't do this in a year. You don't do this in 2 years. You do
No.
not become a phenomenal,
You hardly do it before.
yeah. And that's
Takes two really hard working years to get to where you
just under,
hasn't done any comfort.
yeah. And that's anybody,
When you stop drinking out of the fire hose.
yeah.
And swimming in the mud puddle.
Yeah, I mean, Ellen, when she, and I'm not picking on you at all here. We're really good friends for a long time. But Ellen did step into her job and all of a sudden overnight understand her job. Nathan didn't. Commissioners don't. Brad and I are still making mistakes. And how long have you been? I think that's 40 years, 50,
33.
33 years.
Number of
And he still makes mistakes, for God's sake. So let's
It's a popular number
Yeah.
today.
And so let's bear all of that in mind and as we move through. I'm gonna have some questions about some expenditures
Mhm.
because of that. All of us should be looking at this from, in my view, from that perspective. And so in this particular case, I don't see my personal view. If we put 140,000 into a county administrator, then by God, then the judge's position is gonna take a significant hit.
Mhm.
We don't need,
Well, it should not be a budget impact regardless because of that statement you just made,
yes,
plus what we were paying the administrative assistant to the judge.
that's correct,
That'll cover that expense.
yes.
It's a little different in how you operate.
But we don't know what the agenda is going to be for the first 6 months or the next 6 months.
But those are placeholders
Correct,
so that you don't have to go through that supplemental budget process.
right,
I guess I'd rather go to a supplemental budget, take it out.
okay,
That's my opinion.
yeah, no, I,
Because last year at this meeting, we never discussed the community.
No, we did not.
We assumed it would be the other position.
Executive assistant to
or
the
whatever,
judge.
And that's
Well,
why we have this number over here. I'd rather move that number across.
So your
That
preference,
it's,
your preference would be to let if the county court for the first half decides they want to follow forward on this, then they would come back to, we would have a supplemental budget hearing and they could ask us for funding at that time.
that would be my recommendation.
Okay.
And if anybody looks at Morrow County and thinks that's the way to go, then they're crazy. But hey,
Well, there's a lot of counties you can look at.
yeah, I know, I'm just
Look,
making,
yeah,
Maybe
there's
my
Jefferson
state.
County and Wasco County, a lot of
Right.
counties.
we're a small county, I don't think we need it. That's my opinion.
Okay. Would you jot that down?
Yes, I made a note.
I would like to, every time we hit a highlight like that today, I would like, the two of you to jot it down and as a package that we go back through and review at the end.
Okay.
We are not approving this budget yet. That is
Right.
something we have to have a thorough discussion on that particular item.
Okay,
Is that okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I
Okay.
just wanted with.
If I'm talking, let's just tell me to shut up.
So this, let me ask you this, would you be opposed to it being moved back down to where the executive assistant was at? And then if we wanted to elevate it, go back?
Right, and that,
Okay.
I just made a circle of what we
Okay.
approved last and Scooter.
Okay.
That's
That's,
just the top of the salary range, right? 140.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so what
That's what
you're
they all are.
suggesting, Brad, for us to think about is, take the 76,777 and push it over to the 140.
Yeah. Really with a 3.5% increase.
With the, with the 3.5. Okay, great. Move on.
Okay. Right under that line, we have administrative assistant ERO, that's employee resource officer. And we changed the line item name. It was assistant to commissioners and employee resource officer. But the idea hand in hand with the county administrator is that the admin assistant would then be the assistant to the administrator. But again,
Is that
If-
position?
if we roll back,
Yeah.
yes, Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's nobody. I got Brooke now.
there's Brooke.
Yeah, it's like this.
Thank you,
It's like-
thank you for the election
Yeah.
process.
So again, if we change the county administrator back to administrative assistant, we may then change this one back to assistant to the commissioners. We may not, something to, keep in the head there. Okay, and then again, benefits just
And
budgeted at
I
the
would
top.
just add, I think a lot of times, even though she was the assistant to the commissioners, she was assisting the judge at the end, so,
Yeah,
yeah.
She was just an assistant to every.
Yeah,
one that
so
needed
an
her assistant.
admin assistant was
Yeah.
really truly what she
Line
was.
of these
Oh,
Yeah.
Position,
She wasn't just,
doing whatever she was asked.
okay, legal consultant was actually reduced to better reflect the actual expenditures over the last few years. And the chamber dues
which
for,
I'm like, I think it's been utilized a lot lately, so, I don't know where we're at currently, but
um,
There's
Well-
gonna be some late expenditures on that.
so I know Gary's used them and, yeah.
and with a new administration, there may be some
Yeah,
extra costs that go along with the learning curve also.
yeah.
So,
Yeah, there's gonna be a hesitancy to make this move into that soon.
Right, well,
Yes.
and there should be, and there should,
So we may want to revisit that.
yeah, I think you're right about that. It could be utilized more and more as
Mm.
things change.
I think you boost that back up to your 60.
I think that's some, Good number, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see, we were at chamber dues for Arlington and Condon just got moved down into the dues and other organizations line below it. Just to be a little more concise, and then reduce that line item also, to be more in line with the current, organizations that we pay dues into. Education and training expense was eliminated and combined into the meetings, travel, training line item below it. So that has increased from 13,000 up to 20,000. And then staff development was reduced to better reflect the actual expenditures over the last few years.
So what do they use that for?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is that specifically? Does anybody know? Staff development.
I do not know what
As
that one
opposed to
is.
meetings, travel and training. We're actually spending it because it says reduced to better
Yeah.
reflect the actual, so something's been coming out.
Oh,
Yeah, 3,800 one year, 12,000 one year.
Yeah, well, what does that mean?
You could almost pull,
Would that be like county college or?
that's almost fits into meetings, travel and training. What's the difference?
Yeah, that's
between
what-
training
that-
and-
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Query that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're kind of all the,
yeah, and I'm not sure, well, we can look at what they've been spent on in the past.
yeah.
And expensive parties.
I can't think of it.
It was, I wasn't invited.
It is.
Well, that's,
Just one of those, creates more details, to that's more confusion.
yeah.
Mhm.
Like, do I put this in?
We have accounts that we used to use
Mhm.
and they still show up
Yeah,
and we don't use.
yes, and they'll keep showing up until their historical data drops off.
Yes,
Yep,
and then they'll disappear.
yep,
And then-
until somebody
The
wants to
county
use
clerk
them
will
again.
Come in and here it will be.
People
Yep.
research.
New service.
Okay, next up, oh,
So you're up about expenditures for county court are up 21%.
Yeah.
And that is mostly tied in with the positions we discussed and we're holding over for further conversation.
yeah, that and the inflated, benefits.
Yeah. which might-
But, that doesn't add a whole lot.
And that was the reason for my question. If we look
Yeah.
at, go back to 21-22, we were at 457, going up to 1,475,000. I mean, it's just triples in 4 years.
Yeah.
One thing to keep in mind, I think, as you look at all that is in recent times, and it started with COVID. And COVID funding and handling all those programs that came with it, and then it's gone into housing shortages and childcare shortages and increase in renewable energy. And a lot of other things that historically haven't been something that the counties had to do. It really increased that county court workload and what they do.
And I think what worries me in the long run, we're trying to, you know, we don't have a homeless problem here, but we have other things we're dealing with.
We are the largest producer of renewable energy in Oregon,
Yeah, and we're lucky. We have.
but there's a lot of work that goes with that and along those lines too, that I think increase local costs.
Sure. You know, I'm just trying to look at it from a large picture.
Right down to road use and a lot of things that go into that. I get you.
Yeah, so if we have a full-time judge, then we have 2 assistants that are full-time. It seems like that's a lot of help to do something. So then when I see county administrator, I'm like,
It was until they went away.
right, well.
But I can tell you right now.
Yeah,
It's a struggle.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm just, don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah.
I'm just looking
No,
at-
and don't forget, when we left, she was begging and begging for another person.
Yeah.
And that was, that was 6 years ago.
So the other added in when Gilliam County intern. What is that one? That we don't talk about that. That's a new position as well.
Yeah, we had that last year also, and it's kind of a, it's part of the summer program usually. Yeah, usually it's a
In fact, I
teenager.
think the way it's set up this year's all county employees that are in that will be interns rather than summer help. Isn't that what we're doing?
I'm not sure.
I think that's when then the summer help will just be to outside businesses. Anything that's done internally will be internship.
Yeah.
And I'm not positive on that, but I think that's where they would go.
And then I guess my last question on it,
Mhm.
it was the operating contingency that was 300,000 last year, 500,000 this year. What is that? What is that?
Well, it was suggested that we use the operating contingency line item to balance the fund instead of the unappropriated ending fund balance. And that didn't quite sit right with me. One, operating contingencies, there's actually some pretty heavy guidelines around how you can use them and when you can use them. And I didn't like the idea of that big of a dollar amount sitting in there as a contingency. So I just bumped it up a little bit and put the rest of the excess funds in unappropriated.
In general, running through these documents is obviously we have people being pretty precise on where they're going with some of this stuff.
Mhm.
I have several challenges to this budget in this particular area of us just setting aside
Mhm.
a number and not having the court come back.
Mhm.
In other words, we're doing a budget. We're signing off on a budget. And as you move through this, you'll get items like this for $500,000 that is, you're opening up discretion for them, whoever the county court is, to use those funds in any way.
But there's restrictions on how they can.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't just say, okay.
yeah, for a
here's
contingency,
$500
by
buy me a new house. There are
me,
restrictions
Are
on what that operating contingency falls under. So
um,
it's this, but law only will allow you to use it.
let's see if I can
So,
find.
Right, Kelly, is that correct?
And here's the section of local budget law that talks about contingency transfers. So you have to actually appropriate that money before you can spend it. So it's there as a contingency to be used in kind of an emergency situation. Whereas unappropriated, there's almost no way to appropriate that money throughout the year unless you're in a dire state of emergency. There's very few reasons you could
Well, you go back to
use.
a supplemental budget.
No,
Oh, you don't have.
no, for unappropriated, no, there's only, you have to be in a state of emergency for certain reasons to appropriate unappropriated funds.
But in a contingency. you
In a
can do
contingency, you
but-
can do a supplemental, and that's, so you have that money there in case something goes wrong and you need it, but you can't just spend out of that line item without a supplemental budget.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
This operating contingency then of $500,000. Can't be used unless there is a supplemental budget hearing.
Yes.
Up to
Okay.
15%.
What's that?
Up to 15%.
Oh,
It's not like you can do that for $500,000.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to budget page. Okay.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So we are at vehicle purchase there on page 14 still. They don't have any plans for a vehicle purchase this year, so that one went down to 0. And then consulting for human resources was reduced to better reflect the actual expenses that have been incurred. So because we have an employee resource officer, I think we haven't been using the planned human resource consulting as much. It's kind of my
I don't think it,
understanding there.
I think they let it, because I think nobody really
I don't-
utilized
I
it.
don't know.
That HR answers.
Didn't get utilized, maybe the questions didn't come up, or maybe there wasn't situations to
Mhm.
Yeah.
utilize it, but.
Okay.
There are things that your local, I think your local human resources officer is not going to want to handle
Yeah,
Yeah.
without
That-
consulting.
right.
Yeah.
That was our concern, and that was the reason for having the consultant.
Yeah.
Was to take it out a little from.
Yeah.
Is within the building and.
The more of the human resources stuff that we were thinking about for human resources officer was more managing payroll records and files and making sure that some of the policies, local policies were being followed through and taken care of, trainings and those kind of things.
Okay, so that wraps up the county court page. Next,
So I guess the question there is, we'll keep that low.
Yeah, that would be my concern was, and we don't have a resource officer right now, human resource officer, so. It might be hard to find someone with those skills or somebody that needs training and. If they be necessary.
You know,
to utilize
one
that.
thing that came up when we were interviewing was, because Penny, the ESD superintendent sat through that and was maybe partnering with somebody like the ESD on somebody like that,
Mhm.
because, you're using resources to,
Yeah,
I don't know, that's just,
it's a thought,
yeah,
yeah,
throwing it
it's
out
a good
there.
thought, yeah.
It,
Kind of a specific thing that not everybody has.
say the county faces a human resource problem. $5,000 is not gonna get you anymore.
Mhm.
Because if you have a serious problem, you're not only looking at a consultant for human resources, you're looking for a lawyer.
Well,
Well, and that's when the legal.
Yeah.
a lot of them consult
needs to like-
CIS, I think, if they have. Because I know we had a situation in transportation where we utilized CIS to advise us on,
What's CA?
the county, city insurance.
Yeah, they have a lot of. good
Oh, so you just turned it
Yeah.
over to the insurance carrier.
Yeah, we just said, this is a situation,
Right.
please advise.
Yeah,
And that was even with, Miranda still in the building, so.
yeah, that's the pre-loss consulting.
Yeah.
Part of our
That
plan.
will advise you and tell you how to go forth with that employee or the situation, so. I don't know if that, you guys have probably never had to use it for.
I haven't, but
Yeah. But it's there,
It's another resource.
yeah.
okay,
And you guys wanted to increase? Leave it at the 5.
or revisit. Do we want to
Maybe
revisit
revisit
that
that?
or? Okay, let's-
Getting back to the operating contingencies of 500,000, we've dedicated the county court and we understand now better the rules of how that money can be expended. What if the county court wanted to pull it out of this fund, this account, and put it in some other account? Or is it tied up specifically now it's within this particular county court 103? Can
So
it be shifted from 103 or does it stay forever within 103? Is there any flexibility?
let me just skim through this one more time. But I think the reason that it's in 103 is that county court can kind of be a coverall as the governing body of the county.
Right.
They can kind of be a catch-all for any of the
So
departments.
it could still be
Um,
shifted then.
Or spent out of the county court's budget
Right,
on behalf of
on behalf of.
another,
Okay.
but, let's see.
Because once again, getting back to what we were talking about initially, that Pat and I are confused about how much this county actually is worth.
Yeah.
This is part of a reserve.
Yes, yeah. It
And
is,
every department many of the departments have a reserve
yes,
that we should be thinking in terms of this is part of our overall big umbrella, how much
yes.
where we stand.
Yeah, well, and every fund has, a line that's used to bring the fund into balance.
Right.
And so those are also can be
Okay,
considered
super.
reserves.
What are we gonna
Yeah.
do on the 5,000? You have any thoughts? Raise it up? What do you want to go to, 10?
What do you think, Sherry?
I think 10's a good number.
10.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, 10.
Yeah, human resource consulting increased to 10%.
Because you can not spend it, but you can't spend it if you don't have.
Right.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Courthouse and grounds. So on the facilities director salary, it increased more than your 3.5% because he was promoted to management. So there was a, salary increase there, and then the 3.5% for this year. The custodian salary was over budgeted last year, so you don't see the 3.5% increase. The custodian salary schedule was adjusted to actually lower the top salary to bring it kind of in line with some other positions that required like skills. So it was budgeted higher last year and then adjusted down after the budget was done. And then again, your taxes and benefits are budgeted at the top. Vehicle expense was reduced because there's no new vehicle purchase planned. So we're down to just $1,500 for minor vehicle expenses.
Cause he bought that last year, right?
Yeah, he bought his new truck last year, new maintenance truck. And then maintenance and repairs was increased for a new heating contract and the fire system monitoring. And the fire system monitor used to be in the court security budget, and it's been moved to courthouse and grounds this year. Then carpet cleaning was increased because there's more carpet to clean now. The section right below us was all carpeted instead of having the big tile area down there.
It's quieter down
Is it?
carpet. Yeah.
Well, it's pretty empty, so
Yeah, well.
that makes it quiet. too.
Well, but it-
It's a little eerie when you're back there. Yeah. Just,
Somebody call me.
it'll be great. It'll be great. It's just been empty for a long time. We started construction in November. Okay, we are on to the district attorney's budget. And you'll see 2 increases due to a pending Supreme Court case that will likely require experts to be flown in for some currently scheduled DUI trials. So they've increased their funding there just in case that case comes in that they need to start bringing in witnesses. Other than that, nothing. This must be where I stopped making my notes on the salary part.
You're not copy paste.
Yeah, no, I got tired of hitting copy and paste through there and figured I didn't need to say it on every page. Everybody good on that one? Have a moment, okay? I don't want to move through too fast.
So the health insurance is one of the most significant reasons that this is going up.
Yes, yeah, because again,
That and the extras.
yes. And Kara will be here this afternoon, if we have questions for her.
I was thinking she could probably
Yeah.
explain that. It doesn't have to process that in my head.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
You know, experts in Oregon that can just drive around here.
In particular areas they could call on. Us.
There, yeah,
Yeah,
right.
very limited.
I don't know if that's good or bad saying that, Robert. Okay.
No comment.
Yeah.
okay, next up is the health department. The mental health program has been discontinued by mutual agreement. That was a payment to Community Counseling Solutions for one of the many programs, and I think it's probably replaced with some other. Pat, do you have
I don't.
any
know, because
insight
I
on
don't
this
know
one?
Specifically, what would have been under that?
I don't know
it's,
either. I think it was a
yeah.
pretty old agreement when that started, and a lot less money coming in from OHA at that point.
So what, the autopsy expense, is that done in Clackamas County, does anybody know?
I have no idea.
Autopsies.
Does it come out of Hood River somewhere?
Well, my
That sounds
understanding is
familiar.
all counties on the east side of the state are done in Clackamas.
I
which
don't
is
know.
Just another development in one take probably because they're over capacity and can't keep up with dead bodies coming out of
Yeah.
Oklahoma County.
Maybe it's a
Now keeping them in
medical-
refrigerated storage trailers.
Investigation that comes out of Hood River.
Well, either that or they're dying in the.
Oh,
So this is basically, this particular one is basically a pass-through account. We get money from somebody and then we pass it through to Community Council Solutions.
Yes, this was from back at the beginning of the general fund revenues when we
Yes.
talked about the large increase from the health authority.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it doesn't
In
impact our,
No, we only, whatever Oregon Health Authority sends us, we pass on to Community
In
Counseling Solutions.
23-24, we were in the process of that transition. Now we're fully into it.
no, you're in, but
You know more about that than anybody.
No, that's public health and that's
Oh,
different.
public.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is
this
Community
is-
Counseling
Yeah.
Solutions.
But
Yeah.
it-
Well,
what's
but
the
there was
same
a
way?
lot of increases,
Yeah.
and you see the increase, match on the community council and stuff, there's a lot
Yeah.
of behavioral health stuff that's come through. Even
Yeah.
modernization, and everything else is coming through
Mhm.
different ways, so different programs for mental health.
And then you'll see the deflection program expenditures here that match the new deflection program revenue that we saw back in.
Now. Okay, the first 75 will have to be a supplemental. For the 23-24 budget that comes in.
Are we planning to
Is it-
spend it this year?
Well, if it's
Or-
coming in on the red side, we don't have to do a
No,
supplement.
only if you're spending it.
No,
Yeah.
well,
So,
depending on
okay,
costs go into setting up a deflection program, probably not,
okay.
but there could be some expenditures.
Yeah,
Um,
we haven't gotten anything from them, have we,
Yeah.
Nathan?
not yet. No. Okay,
But I did
then
say that-
we may at this point
And I
just
signed that,
I
so,
also
hold off
said
until
that-
July.
and I did,
Yeah.
forwarded that to Kara and
But then do I need
Ian
to,
and Gary,
Can we?
and, yeah,
We get
Four of them.
yeah.
do we then need to increase this to 150 in expenditures? Because there's two sets of 75,000.
150 in expenditures.
Okay,
Well, I mean, it's gonna go out Yeah, I mean, I don't know how do you want to do that?
Yeah. So there's 150,000 altogether. Okay. Okay. So we will make that change then. Okay.
So we need to increase the
Yeah.
income side of it.
Well, if 75 of it comes in this fiscal year, then we don't increase next fiscal year's
Come in
line
before the
item.
1st September.
Okay. Okay. So the revenue for this year will be,
Let them get it.
we'll get $75,000 in this year. We'll get $75,000 in next year, and so we'll have 150 to spend.
Yep.
Right, but as far as we're concerned with this budget, it's just 75.
I think I'm going to update this to 150 because that will be the expenditures for the year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We'll have 75 from this budget, 75 from the next budget.
Okay,
And then
it's rolls.
we'll probably spend it next year.
Yeah. Yeah, the current fiscal year 75 will roll over to be expended. Okay, so I will finish my note here to make that change. And hopefully if we can get through everything before lunch, I can make these changes during a quick lunch break and we can come back with a clean copy. That's the plan. We can take a break anytime though. The last thing on this page is a transfer to Gilliam County Public Health, which is Fund 212. And I just changed the line item number there because inter-budget transfers need to be numbered as a 5-95. So that's the only note there. It was a change in line item number, and we'll talk about the amount when we get to that fund.
Okay.
Okay. It'll make a little more sense when we're looking at that fund, as far as the transfer amount. But it
Yeah.
covers administrative costs.
Okay, and so where did that the general fund is putting 149,000 into this fund, and this fund is putting 149 into the other fund.
Public health.
Yes, yeah, it's for administrative costs of public health. And we'll see it broken down kind of when we get to the public health fund of what costs those are. But the Oregon Health Authority pays for the programs of public health to happen. The county has to pick up administrative costs of administering the public health program.
Which we'll get into when we drop down.
Yeah. Next up is Justice Court. And in the Justice Court budget, on the court administrator line item, there's a nice big jump there. And that was, the court administrator is planning to retire this year, so we included benefit payouts for vacation and sick leave in that line item. That was what they requested. And then a court administrator trainee so that they have a training period prior to the retirement. So there's a new position requested there that once the current administrator retires, then the new employee will move up to the administrator line item. So they're a trainee just for that short period prior to retirement, if that made sense.
When is the administrator going to retire?
She did not give me an exact date.
Oh.
And then down toward the bottom, you'll see new line item, and that is for consulting for the new justice of the peace. Chris Patnode retires as of May 31st, I believe. And so Carrie Hayter is going to be our new justice of the peace, and she will probably need some consulting as she learns the ropes. And she'll be here also this afternoon to introduce herself and talk about that if we have any questions.
So the health insurance line.
Again, I budgeted it family. It probably will not be expended at that rate. It'll be expended at whatever rate those employees are at, but I don't. Yeah. I know it's scary. So what I did there was just take the family rate and add 5% for the current year increase. And so some of these offices had 3 employees at employee only. And now they're budgeted at 3 employees at family. And insurance. There is a 90-10 split, I believe it is, was in. Yeah, a 90-10 split. So, employee only, the county covers in full, correct? Yes. And, employee and spouse and employee and family, 90-10 split. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's gonna look a little scary on just about every page. Very good. Okay. Next up is juvenile and prevention services. So the juvenile director's salary jumped up a good bit because she was also promoted to management, in the current year. And then the prevention services assistant, let's see. It says over budgeted last year. Pay for this position decreased to match positions with like skill set. However, that's a pretty big increase.
So,
I think maybe I meant to say under budgeted last year. Yeah, I'll have to double check on that one. See, I think I have my salary schedules here.
it was probably over budgeted.
Or that note for the next line, and OICC. budget.
I don't think so. The OICC is just matching the grant funds brought in. Let's see, one of these is salaries.
But if the juvenile director then manage the,
The prevention services assistant,
Yeah, which is currently vacant.
which is vacant, and we
Yeah.
didn't spend a lot of money on that. After we hired the financial director. And, reduced that position from full-time to, I don't know what the FTE was.
what's the prevention?
Hmm.
What is that?
Um,
What,
It was some of what Teddy was doing originally.
Okay, and that is a 0.38
so does she
FTE.
then manage
On
that?
that one, prevention.
Yeah, as best I could. Again, I didn't have that information either. I just did the backwards map.
Skewed from what they could do in the fill position. So I get what I'm saying. It's not a full-time position.
So who supervises summer help and organizes
I
that?
can't, he's done that clearly.
So I think, I think I meant to just say under budgeted last year, and the pay for that position was increased to match positions with the like skill set. Because that dollar amount is correct. Yeah. Yep. That was just a typo there. And no other drastic changes that were noted on this page. Overall materials and services decreased. There's some ups and downs in there. And overall increase of 1% in the department, so nothing too exciting in that one.
How many kids participate in OYCs?
We've adjusted that program so much over the last couple of years, I don't know where we.
It kind of
So because we
fluctuates.
kind of changed it from a crew and supervisory position to more of going directly into businesses.
Oh,
And can give you the details. So
yeah.
we've made several changes to that over the last few years.
And because of the unknown right now, we're gonna operate with most of them under the WEX program and sign contracts with the businesses until we know what is going on when the budget gets passed. So then we can look at using the OYC dollars in maybe July and August. So
And what is WEX for those?
it's a worker.
Work experience.
Yeah,
So it's just another summer jobs
And
program.
normally, most of that falls in July and August anyway, and it's only 200 hours per.
So that's the kids that are working in the local businesses around town that's funded by the county.
and how it's handled differently is the WEX, that they would be employees of the county, get paid by the county, and as opposed to the OYC, or the OYC, they have to be paid by the county.
Yeah.
The WEX, we would just give the money to the businesses, and they have them as employees.
And so we give them, I think, 20 hours a week.
Yeah.
We pay for 20 hours a week for the
200 hours.
kids, yeah.
And
And
a
so
lot
if the
of them-
businesses employ them full-time, is that what
Yeah,
you were about to
they
say?
do. Yeah, a lot of them,
Yeah.
a lot of them will, so.
So they pick up the remainder of the cost
I
there.
suppose depending on what type of business you're talking about, there are different rules and restrictions and
What they can do, they have to meet the boy requirements depending on their age.
Yeah.
yeah.
And we make sure that those are all in place.
And they sign contracts with them, with the businesses,
So
so. And Amy's in that process right now, which if she comes this afternoon, she can
She
elaborate more.
did not request
She-
an
yeah,
appointment, so I
so-
don't think we'll see her.
That's where we're at with that right now, so.
Moving on to the planning department.
major change.
Major changes. So we do not have a planner on staff. And we are currently in discussions with the city of Boardman to contract with them for planning services. They already handle all our building permits. And so
So their planning director would come down and arrange our planning commission meetings and
Yeah, there actually would be here, I think the original plan, the IGA would be 1 day a week in the building and in the office. There'll be some processes on how to take phone calls and tracking them. Right. I don't know all the internal details, but it's been thought through pretty well. And they have done Carla, there's done some work in support of Michelle when she was a planner. Through the city board.
And on top of that, there's a real shortage of planners. Yeah, so that's part of the problem.
And we spent a lot of money on legal fees for planning past.
and if I remember right, when I was on it, we had a consultant almost on full time.
yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of rules and regulations and a lot of changing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And that's one of those jobs that you never, ever become fully educated because it
Yeah.
changes over.
And
Yeah.
even
Oh,
around
wow.
housing alone, there's been, through the housing initiatives, there's new legislation on, which can do with urban growth boundaries for certain reasons, and there's a whole lot of new information.
so basically Boardman has said, give us 130 and we'll give you.
They want a vehicle.
Yeah, that's part of the
Part of the
negotiation. They want
negotiation.
something to drive down here.
So we've got, I think there's some other pieces that haven't finalized. I haven't been in those conversations.
That's been kind of. pivotal
You
for the
think
time
there's going
being.
to be there is going to be a savings though to the county in terms of total cost.
it looks like it. Yeah.
And it should be more professional service.
Well, and I think
Yeah.
her expertise up there is likewise to what our county is going through with, they have waste dumps up there, they have
Right.
the,
Renewable,
yeah, so,
there's a lot of.
They have
And then
experience
she's
with
got
that.
staff, I mean, she's got staff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has 4 or 5 people working for her.
The only thing is there are going to be some adjustments because we don't have an availability of a landowner walking in and seeing in front of them
Yes,
somewhere here.
yeah,
Yeah,
So we'll-
it'll have to get to be like the DMV where you know that they're here a certain day and.
And most planning is not an emergency today.
Yeah,
The long process.
It's a
Question.
long process.
yeah.
oh, totally.
So right now, Matt Davis from Wheeler County is kind of helping with the day-to-day.
Until we get through it.
Yeah, until we get the agreement with
Questions, Brad?
Portman.
No, it seems like a good setup.
They have access to them all.
Yeah.
I guess that's my
Yeah.
concern.
But they'll be
is
taking
if
phone
you
calls
do
from Gilliam
130,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. And after my visit with Waste Management, they're like 10 years into this new permitting process and it's a concern to them that we make sure we get somebody on that's knowledgeable and
And they have, if I remember, I think I heard that they have an online application that you can fill out. Is that true?
I don't know.
Okay,
I'm not gonna say yes or no.
okay, okay.
Think I
I
heard
think
that.
I had heard that and that kind of for some people can take the place of not having someone here in office. You know, you can go online and fill out your
We can get it in
application. and
that
get- Yeah, but
website where.
I guess if we're not sure about that,
But
I'll
that's a
take it all
question-
back.
That is a question I will ask.
Yeah.
Will we have,
What's our agreement with Wheeler County then, and is it just on a,
We
Case
did a-
by case
we-
basis,
We did an
or-
IGA, didn't we?
I think we did, but
We
we
did.
only did it to
It's a
the
check.
end of
Sort of.
the year. Did we do it to the end of the, because he is actually
June
running
30th?
for county commissioner in Wheeler County,
Oh.
so.
June 30th?
Yeah, well, no, I think we did.
We
it
did
till-
long,
I think we did till January.
Oh, December 31st, not fiscal year.
I think so.
Okay.
But in his case, if we got into a really complex planning arrangement up here that needs to take place, I doubt if he has the background.
No, but you're gonna have a county court. Decision. Could probably get some consulting, which would probably be. Carla,
Yeah.
boardman for something complicated, wouldn't you that way and back.
So we may look at then
And we get
increasing
paid
that
by case.
consultant.
Right. Right.
In the case by case.
Super.
We've got 10,000 right now, in there for consultant and planning review.
And that covers Wheeler County's IGA, or is that somewhere else?
That's one I'm actually not sure about.
I don't know if they
Um,
are included into this. That 5160.
I do not think they're in the 5160. I think that is strictly the city of Boardman
Okay.
IGA dollar amount. So
Why don't you put slash planning services IGA Morrow County / Wheeler. That gives you the flexibility of taking the money to
okay,
cover Wheeler while we're using Wheeler.
Yeah, but let's look too, before we do that and see where, I mean, have we paid Wheeler? So where'd that money come from to pay Wheeler County? Have we
Yeah.
paid them
Okay.
before and see
Yeah.
where that?
I don't know how much work he's even done for us since Michelle left.
I know he's
Is it case
taken
by
quite a
case,
few
or-
phone calls, but
Yeah.
I don't know. He did turn in one approved permit for something. I can't remember off the top of my
Now,
head
what
what
does
it
the
was.
IGA say? Is it?
I was
is
talking
it-
to Seth the other day, I didn't see where they build it.
I think that's what,
He
yeah.
was just charged when, in those county court meetings, it was his hourly wage that he would just be coding it off to a different line item when he was doing the planning work for.
So it's
Yeah.
case by case, not.
Yeah, I think
so much a
so.
month or-
Yeah,
Yeah,
But
yeah.
somewhere there's gotta be something that says how much was
Well, there could be.
expected.
Yeah, IGA
We were
to say
hoping the IGA would be in place with Boardman for the end of the year.
March.
December 31st of 23.
No.
Before the end of the fiscal
This
year.
IGA with Boardman would be in place by June 30th.
Oh,
Okay.
well, it's the fiscal year.
Yeah, this week. That was the hopes now.
And then Wheeler would phase out.
Liz was working on that, so I don't know
Where it went.
where that went, and then I don't know if you
It's
know.
in my inbox. 5,000 other things.
Yeah, I could have met.
Lost in there somewhere.
Yeah, no, it's flagged and pinned, so good. To go back.
Okay.
Where that money was gonna come from and how much it was supposed to be and see what we can.
I mean, whatever expenses were spent from here to the end of the year, we're probably already budgeted under Michelle's salary anyway, which we're not spending.
How long's Michelle been? Oh,
She left in,
I think February or March, somewhere in there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is the sheriff's office. And you'll see a giant jump in the salaries here. Last year, the sheriff's office was the only office that had the salaries budgeted where they were in the steps. Everyone else was at the top of the pay scale. And this year, Gary said that, yeah, let's go ahead and budget everyone at the top of the pay scale. It just keeps things simpler. And then if anyone moves around at all throughout the year, we don't have to worry about being under budgeted.
So it's a budget.
So-
Non-expense deal.
Yes,
But
Yes.
this shows us fully. I
Yeah.
can't remember how many I counted, there were 7, I think, deputies total.
I think that sounds about right. Let's see, 1,
Is Gary
2.
gonna be here this afternoon?
No, he did not ask to come speak, which is out of the ordinary for him.
What I was wondering is, based on this staffing, where are there gaps in services?
Mhm.
Do we still have gaps where deputies aren't on duty?
I think we're fully staffed right now for
And how
the
does
first
this
time in quite a
compare
while.
to
Mhm.
Sherman or whoever else?
Can see if he wants to, if he has time to swing in this afternoon and chat too, if we've got
I
a
would-
question for
I
him.
don't know if, like in Sherman, do those, the county, do they take care of the cities in Sherman?
I don't think they're city.
They don't.
Do either.
I,
I haven't got.
Because I think they have
I've been
6,
arrested
because
for
one of them is a
lost over.
reserve.
But that's where I get arrested.
We'll give away all the.
No, I didn't.
Whitney,
I didn't hear what you said. I was stuck on Sherry's comment over there.
Sorry.
Sherry, what did you say?
I don't know if they have city police because I have not run into
Yeah,
that problem.
Haven't gotten
But
stopped
I've been
going
through
through
it.
it.
But
So in him, budgeting
Mhm.
for his Arlington facility, how does he put that in the budget? I see we've got Arlington office expense, 15,000.
So the building or not the building, but the remodeling of the building to make it into his office, that's in the capital projects. In here, his rent for that building is $24,000 and it's in here
Oh, I see it.
somewhere.
It's an office, so that.
yeah,
That is going to be for the new facility and also obviously temporarily in the ground.
Yes, yep.
this is the reason that I had my questions is that if we face budget issues
Mhm.
down the road, there is no way that we're going to be able to supply 2.1 million
Mhm.
to, it's going to be extremely challenging.
Yes. And I think right now,
I'm not against budget,
oh, yeah,
but
Yeah.
we spend, and I'm not saying we don't get what we pay for. I'm saying if there's going to be a point where it's going to be tough, to come up with 2.1 million.
yes,
And then our
Here's
sheriff's
the road
office goes up.
department, part of it.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
yep,
Yeah.
Yeah.
They, Dewey is probably going to be retiring at the time, so he just, so
We'll
it
have to
doesn't,
deal with that.
he doesn't have to deal with it.
Well, SIP funds pay for rotating,
Mhm.
Yes,
Yeah.
bottom line. How many roads are we gonna be able to pave if we have no SIP funds?
none.
Yeah.
None. We've got a little whitening I want out on our, on our road. I'm trying to get it done.
You better hurry.
Well, we have self. No,
Well,
we might face a
we're-
time when
Mhm.
we have funding within this county for 5 deputies instead of 7. So
Yeah,
we're for it.
yeah.
And that's gonna leave us open to other issues.
Well, and Gary's gonna retire too.
Well, and the revenue from the city of Arlington and Condon must come in on the general fund.
Yeah, so
revenue.
that was back at the
'Cause that
beginning.
Justifies the
Yeah.
increase.
And
The deputies, the increase in deputies come along with like when they picked up this contract with the city of Condon.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
Arlington as well, so.
it's on this page somewhere. And we do have the BLM contract here for $10,000.
340.
Okay,
I know you're reading it, but I do not see it. Oh, right there, 42,000. Okay. Yeah, so 42,000 for Arlington and Condon's patrol contract. And then 10,000 from the BLM, and that's for patrolling, Third Mile and Cottonwood, I believe.
It's about 52,000 rent, there's not much of an offset for a 2.1 million dollar.
Especially if
Yeah.
it's held steady for 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
we might have to pass
Since
some of that
the
cost
shutting her
along.
down this year, halfway through the years of the story.
I have not heard that that's decided yet.
Okay.
So remind me which building they're
We're moving into the older
the fire.
Old fire.
building off to the north of the new one. And they're going to utilize 2 bays and an office space and stuff in that building. There'll be 2 bays that were left for
Oh, for the storage.
flow of equipment and fire.
Okay, thank you. And is that work happening now?
They're still going through the.
I think it,
Stages and stuff.
I think it just went out to bid or is in the next
What's the?
so they had,
short bid.
I think they
Sorry,
had
the what?
2 contractors walk through with Gary. One didn't take any notes, but I think the other,
Hmm.
but yeah, so.
Good memory.
Yeah, it's all up here.
How much is that gonna cost?
That's in the capital projects budget.
Oh.
Get there. Yep.
That's,
Lots of numbers in my head right now. I'm not gonna guess at what any of them were. So not a lot of drastic increases and decreases throughout Gary's budget. He does have 2 new line items on the second page. We have 911 equipment repairs and accessories, and Arlington office equipment. And I didn't really get any notes about what those are about. I don't think.
911 isn't paid through in the 911 building.
Not this line. Let's see. No, I don't have any notes on this one.
Maybe is and stuff, I don't.
okay, before we hit the treasurer's office, we've been here 1 hour and 45 minutes. Does anybody need to take a 5-minute break and go to the bathroom?
That's all the people.
I could.
Okay. Yes, well, there isn't it.
I had.
Park.
There as well. Okay,
Oh,
young people.
okay.
Okay, how do I?
It's at 10:45, so we will start up again at 5 till 11. Is 10 minutes enough?
Yes, should be.
Is 10 minutes enough for an old person?
Yeah, we could go down.
from the 1 year, you remember why it went from 2,000 to 45,000?
Um,
Because they had a big,
I think it's been budgeted at a higher dollar amount. I'd have
it
to
seemed
go
like
back.
last year they said something about they were gonna have to do a major, but I was wondering.
It's all the work they could do.
Yeah,
He just, he doesn't, it's kind of, if somebody requested, or he was doing a whole bunch of, corner mapping at one point.
mhm.
But that's an in and out too. You don't really see that here, but that's all just reimbursed.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah, because if you go look at 101-100, it all comes in. We just issue
Yeah.
checks right back.
okay.
That's just.
It's good to know.
It's an in and out
That's all
then.
that happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, if we wanted done, if the county wants something special surveyed, I mean, there has been, we did pay him to do work on like the bus building,
That's fine.
but that was separate.
Yeah,
Mm. Okay.
Next up is senior and family services. So we have a few changes in the salaries. The senior and family services director was promoted to management also in the last fiscal year. So it was, there's a bigger increase this year in that budget. The head cook in Arlington was under budgeted last year because they received an increase in their step schedule to align better with other positions with like skill levels necessary.
Just for clarity here, so this, we have basically taken 120 and blanked it out and shifted everything into this one.
Yeah, so 120 was kind of split between family or senior services and juvenile. We saw that new juvenile prevention assistant.
For juvenile prevention.
yeah.
Is that what that job title is?
I think so. Yeah, juvenile prevention.
Officer was split away, it was all under Teddy together. And
Mhm.
Yeah,
the senior side of that went under family services and those, and then the juvenile and Amy.
Mhm.
okay. Thanks.
The Condon cook position is currently, Sabrina is the head cook in Condon right now. She's not necessarily looking for a cook for Condon, but, budgeting for it because you never know. She has a head cook in Arlington. She may end up deciding to hire a head cook in Condon also. And then there's cook's help for Arlington and Condon each, and those also had an increase in their step schedule in this current fiscal year to better align with the pay levels for like positions. So you'll see a larger increase there.
What is the Earl Hardy program?
Nathan, do you know exactly what that program is? I know it rolls forward every year. What?
Backward. Hardy. And so it's not really tracked separately in its own fund, there's just a line, there's an unappropriated down there. You got the unappropriated, to the amount, and the other line, that would be the total amount that's in with budgeted Earl Hardy funds. It's just tracked that way, they have its own fund.
So Earl Hardy's estate donated some money to the county. It sits in quasi separate fund, and then the county draws from it.
Well, this department does, it was,
Yeah, this department does.
yep, and she just asked for $5,000, so she didn't spend anything last year. I mean, you can't tell after this, but if you look at the actual.
So can she use that for like, if the dishwasher breaks down or the freezer goes out, or is that the sort of
Something
thing
like
it's
that, but
for?
a lot of times she has grant money to fill that in, so it goes unexpended. Yeah.
The food pantry services up 10,000. That was when we did, basically reflecting, we did the winter broken pipe special grant or
Yeah, it says
Funding.
increase for weather-related emergencies there. So,
and that would go to either Arlington or Condon out of the plan.
I'm not sure. because Arlington has their own Arlington Help Program
We put money,
that we,
we put money in this winter during.
Yeah.
After the
yeah,
January deal.
So I'm-
We offered money for both.
Yeah.
And then Condon said they didn't need it, so Arlington was
Right.
the only one, that's what I assume. I assume this is reflected on, we spent more than you originally had budgeted in the 23-24 would indicate that's why we left.
I would have to look at actuals. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah,
think
because
we
dude,
did.
normally they each get 10,000.
Yeah, but I think that it seemed to me like Condon only asked for 6 and Arlington asked for 10 and we gave Arlington their 10, then Condon came back and said they didn't need them.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I think that's why that went from.
okay,
Normal, we gave each 10.
okay.
Just to start the year. I mean, that was the annual
Right,
funding, 10,000.
okay. Oh, and I think this used to be in 199, didn't it?
Like,
I think it used to be in 199. That's why I'm confused on it here. Okay.
So now that every senior and family
Check
service
off.
is all together, this particular account should be kind of stabilized in cost over time or
It should be, yeah, I would assume so.
figuring
Um,
inflation. Whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you see a pretty big increase in last year's budgeted amount versus the prior year's actuals. And
I know they've been doing some special events this summer, spring,
mhm,
cooking.
Yeah, she does. all
yeah.
So the Norcore
Yeah.
203, that indicates 5% because we originally agreed to
Um,
6%.
These are the numbers that Gary gave me.
Yeah.
I
And-
checked it, that's what I thought it was 203 with a 5%.
Yeah, these are the numbers Gary gave me last week.
They asked for 6 and I think Hood River and Wasco balked pretty hard, so everybody settled on 5.
Yeah, because I sat
But
through
they've
that
got-
budget meeting the other day and I did check, these are the figures that,
So just
In
for
more
whatever
first
happens in
budget.
the future, whoever needs to know it, that is going to become a problematic budget for them down there. And how that affects Gilliam County, I don't know, or I don't know how you even if they went to a 10 or 15 or 20%, they can't come close to $1.2 million to offset the budget. So, yeah.
And that's been an ongoing,
It's a big.
trying to make them sustainable for the past 6 years when they
Oh, yeah.
struggled.
And I guess that was my earlier question about the Clickitat County thing, that would help.
It will
this
help.
whole
It will
situation.
It's
definitely
not
help.
gonna cure the problem, but it would.
Are they still doing the federal contract too, or,
Yeah, there's been, I mean, they don't do ice.
oh, they aren't doing
No,
ice?
So they lost ice. But there's some, Benton County's a big contract, and they're working on contracts, they have a hell of a facility.
Is it full? Or like half full?
No, but there's a number of beds issue that they can with current staff and expenses without much increase, can increase bed, but if they go to maximum beds, there's a big increased expenditures too.
Sure.
So they really have to look at that, where that
A
sweet
balance.
spot is.
Yeah.
And they've got a new business manager, and she's outstanding.
But
And
still,
they have Miranda.
Yeah, they got Miranda.
Let's see Miranda one.
they got a problem.
They got a
Yeah,
problem.
they've had a problem.
Yeah.
And they've known they had a problem.
But they didn't get into reserves last year like they did this year, and a lot of it is, it's in their wages and benefit side. And they've got positions they haven't filled and they're ready to fill them, so.
So maybe they're not gonna tap the reserves like they think they.
They may not, but they're wanting to full of the staff.
Yeah.
They really are. Can't fully
It
staff.
seems like every time you turn around, Hood River and Wasco County are fighting about what they put in.
Yeah.
Well, they're
Well,
the,
the
they're the
river's
major
always been
funders,
some.
you know, and, but they don't have a lot of wind and
Yeah, their budgets are a lot tighter.
waste
Yeah,
management.
Hood's-
They're
Yeah.
getting tight about this. Hood River really struggles.
Yeah, because they don't have, they don't
Lost
have
their
a
timber
tax base
revenue,
like.
Lost their
Wasco.
timber revenue and they really struggle.
So where does where do Sherman and, where do these four counties go if it? You can't shut it down.
They're gonna have to do bonds or something, they're gonna have to figure something out. Get it sustainable, and you know,
That was part of their discussion the other day, is not waiting till budget time to try to
yeah.
figure that out.
Well, Tom McCoy was working on,
Tom was really upset about.
2 years ago,
the
he
reserve this year.
started working on trying to figure it out.
Where's he live? Is he still living in Sherman?
Sherman, did
Is
he,
it?
So, you know.
I think he is in down.
Is he?
I think so.
But yeah, he's really concerned about where they're at, and I hope the board is real active and is real proactive to a solution early in this fiscal year, because it'll sneak up on them really fast.
Yeah.
And
Well,
you
it
know
shouldn't be
where they're gonna
sneaking out
come,
though.
or,
That's what, basically, that was a consensus the other day. is
Yeah,
We
why
know
is it
this is
sneaking
coming
out?
down the pipe, so.
Yeah.
boy, that's a rough one.
Yeah.
What's the closest jail? Hamilton
Probably,
for us?
probably.
Wheeler County go to Grant County, is that what they do?
I would guess.
Think
Yeah, I
so.
would guess,
I think
because they're not
so.
coming to Norfolk. That's the only other option. Yeah, it'd have to be.
Or Tri-Cities.
The state line deal will always become a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have to be Pendleton. Are we gonna face a situation where the county court is going to have to look at that as a contact Umatilla County and?
Well, I think, my personal opinion is, we need to figure out how to get North versus.
Yeah. That's the
Good
solution.
board, good facility, good employees, and, they're just highly rated in the state.
Are they?
They've smoked through their audits. They've had a couple of issues out of deaf down there, and they've had a few issues, but they're not like they wouldn't have them anywhere.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, it's just such a great facility that it would be a shame to not to figure out how to. And then what are you gonna do with something like Wasco County? They've got to come up to the plate. I mean, what are they gonna do?
Well. Yeah. Does everybody, are you billed basis the number of beds you're using as a county?
Some of the contracts on our bed space and some of them are by individual. You know.
Gilliam County is a percentage.
And when, well.
Sherman and
Yeah, all
Gilliam
we
pay the same
is our-
percentage.
Yeah, all we pay is our. Yeah, but when they do a contract out to Benton County, I think there's just like 25 beds or, you know, whatever it is, it's whatever dollar amount. And they did get a huge increase in some of their bed rates this year. But it's not, it didn't help them.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay,
The juvenile side is pretty low. I would say that the number of beds in juvenile they hold based on legislatively what happens to juveniles today. They don't incarcerate them as much as they used to. So the bed use is down, but they've made that facility, they've done some things to it that I think will make it attractive for people to look at bringing juveniles to that facility.
well,
Taking kind of the overseeing law enforcement type atmosphere out of it. And they've completely remodeled it to do some other things, more stuff along kitchen work and teaching juveniles how to get food cards and prepare meals and doing a lot of things like that in there that they haven't done in the past.
Is that where they're building the new?
Yeah, they're
or
taking
is it
out
in the
that,
juvenile?
yeah, they're taking out that section where you got a guard up behind a wall, while there's people out
Yeah.
there and making it so the officers are in with the kid, those things.
They were showing pictures of that.
Side.
This is up.
Okay. Yep, the next page is a blank one. That's, the old family services budget that we already talked about being combined in with the senior services and the, juvenile. And last up, oh, we've almost made it through the general fund. We've got 199, which is all of the other non-departmental, general fund expenses.
Okay, this one got me confused by confused,
All right.
divided by. So we have, I'm gonna read these items off.
Mhm.
Um, and to start with, just in general, it looks like some items being carried by reserves and special payments are really just ongoing expenses.
Yes.
I don't think that's appropriate. If you have an ongoing expense, then it's an ongoing expense.
A lot of these probably should be in materials and services, I would agree.
That's, yes. Number two. So my question was how the hell they wind up here and why doesn't the county go back and look at that? Number two, and which was even more confusing. One item is tech hardware, another is IT services contract.
Mhm.
Another is technology software. Between the three of those, we're spending $270,000.
Mhm.
How does this all lay out? And that is before we have fiber and internet.
Mhm.
And then we have funds for a digital network.
Yes. So let's go through all the computer ones top to bottom.
Yeah, I've got
Okay.
others, but I'll wait.
Because I know these ones good, because it used to be my thing. I can do this one. So the first line is the computer programming and maintenance. And that is for all of our software maintenance agreements for all the departments.
Okay, that is software.
Yes, that's all software maintenance agreements, not new purchases, but the maintenance, the
Okay, so we're not paying
help.
for software anyplace else.
We are under the technology and software line item. This is just for the maintenance agreements.
Okay, this is just
Yep.
maintenance. That's not for new.
It's not for new.
Okay,
This is our maintenance agreements for things like the accounting software, the tax software, the district attorney has their own software that's in there.
okay, and we're also
So-
moving down to where you were bringing up, we're also buying another $82,000 worth of software.
Sometimes, yes. So the software down there that we're buying, that is usually, that's where we charge like Adobe. We have a monthly subscription to Adobe. That's not the maintenance agreement. That's your access to use the software.
Okay,
So, yes, yeah, yeah. And so any of those, monthly subscriptions or annual subscriptions, Zoom, for instance, that we're using right now for this meeting, that's in the software line item.
that stuff,
Mhm.
then technically in that charge would include the maintenance and updates on those particular programs.
On the ones with subscription services, yes, yes,
So
it's all
The
included.
software maintenance costs are others, software that is.
Yeah, software that we have purchased, the software itself, it's not a subscription, we've purchased that software. And then the maintenance agreement is our annual expense.
Is that like chats?
Yes, yeah, Chavs or Cats. I can't remember what the DA, Carpel is what the DA office uses. Magic, yeah, which is another offshoot of Chavs, that Justice of the Peace uses.
Are we, I guess the question that hit me as I ran through this is, Well, I'm speaking too soon. I'll let you finish because there was technology software's 82, IT
Mhm.
services.
So let's jump back up to the capital outlay line where we have our technology hardware. And
Yes.
that is for the hardware, the items themselves, the computers, the laptops, the monitors, the
Okay.
keyboards,
Okay.
servers in the server room. And we didn't upgrade very many computers last year. We're on a 5-year cycle for upgrading computers and laptops and such. And I think only a couple got upgraded last year, so we're a year behind. So that's why there's an increase there, so we can get caught back up. You don't want to get to the point where your device dies. So about 5 years really is recommended replacement cycle by the IT
Yeah.
contractors. I had my computer die in this last year and it was horrible. I was working on something I hadn't saved yet, giant spreadsheet with like 200 tabs, and it was gone. Yeah, her laptop was acting up. It definitely
Yeah,
was
hers
in
is
need of
new.
replacement, and yeah. So it
Well,
How many computers was that?
Right there, well, that 80,000 includes some server upgrades that I think need to be done this year also. But your computers, you'd guess about $1,000 per computer. And we try to do, I think, 5 or 6 a year to keep up on the 5-year schedule. Last I knew, I think we've increased a few machines since then, so it might be a few more a year.
It looks like it goes up and down. Like if you go back to 2021, 22,
Yeah.
we spent 70,000 basically. And then
Mhm.
22, 23, we spent 6,100.
Yeah, and this year I don't think we've spent very much either. So we haven't been keeping up on our upgrades, which is one part of the problem. And then that 69,000, we did replace a server that year and do some major work in the server room and overhaul
Does
on our
an
system.
expert, does a consultant ever show up and go through and audit the entire software, hardware position of the county and suggest efficiencies that? could
Yes.
be-
So if we move on down to IT services contract for $107,000, that is our those are our real IT people, the ones that know what they're doing. They're RadComp. We contract with them to make sure that our security is up to par, that we're not gonna get hacked, that everything is backed up in the event that we do have, a hack. The hacks have been getting a little scary
Yeah.
these days, like it's happening all over the place
Well, then
to all sizes.
contract wasn't going through every unit. And it was sort of stamp on.
yeah, so they just jump right, you call them, have a problem, you give them the number, they jump right on it.
Yeah, they have access to our machines from
To put in
afar.
Context, when we were at county college last year in April, that is when Curry County got hacked. And Curry County was actually in the process of doing their budget and looked at actually lowering their cyber crime because they weren't sure they could pay it. And they got hacked,
Yeah.
and they didn't have the money to pay the ransom that they demanded, and they got everything shut down. So the whole county went on
Back to paper.
yeah. Right in the middle of trying to pass a budget, and it's cost them millions and millions of dollars now for a county that is like
And then
struggling.
besides that, is your protection insurance wise is really minimal now because it's a prevalent to get.
So
out.
nobody wants to care, nobody wants
Yeah.
to cover yet,
You
Yeah.
don't have that great a coverage.
Yeah,
right?
So it looks like a lot of money, but
it's not.
Yeah.
If you're looking at
yeah,
millions of dollars and get hacked and shut down, because we all were like calling and calling, hey, because it hasn't just happened there, Curry, it happened to Tillamook County. I don't know if it was one of.
Willamette University had
But-
an incident a while
yeah.
ago.
Brad, what are your thoughts?
Yeah.
Computer stuff, it's. You may not like it, but I don't know what you can do.
That's necessary. We have to keep going.
Yeah.
We're fall behind and then we're out.
I mean, you're down to the point now that we have systems in place to track emails and try to help us protect ourselves from anything coming in, and there's still stuff sneaking in.
Nothing to do about it.
Yeah.
No, we got a lot of protection, but it's not, they're pretty quick.
Well, the reason I brought it up is that it
Oh,
caught my attention.
They
how
got
much-
pretty, they were pretty sure it was
Yeah.
a thumb drive that somebody picked up off the floor and stuck in there
Yep,
to see what it had on it, and that's how it got in, then it just,
And just drop the
Bread.
bread somewhere anyway.
Yeah.
every email they sent to somebody else, yeah,
Yeah.
a little ransom note came in.
it's just, as we have new people coming on to one of the reasons I brought this up is that this is the kind of stuff that is, new people come on to the county commission,
Mhm.
these are costs.
Yeah.
You can't hide this stuff.
Mhm.
You might think you're gonna slash this or this or this or this, and running through this, all of these costs, are just critical nature of. You might argue on individual programs, but,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. Um,
Predator control, why is it up by a third?
Oh, let's see, predator control, where are we? That is the request from USDA APHIS. That's all I got on that one. I don't
Grand.
even know that much on this one. Mm-mm.
We don't have a really.
Well, Bob Thomas doesn't do it anymore.
No, I think he hasn't for a while.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Sherman
I think the physical people that do it for us are House of Grand.
Oh,
Right.
do they mostly work?
I mostly don't ever see them, so I could.
Well,
Mostly don't have any
Not at the north
idea.
end of the county, 'cause I didn't even know
Yeah.
we had it.
Something.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, that's a resident question that if there's concerns, that probably needs to get to the county court and they find out what's going on with, we don't know we have deficiency because we're not told.
Mhm.
my point is predator control become a program that basically services individual corporations or individual families that have predator control issues. And yet the cost is borne by the taxpayer.
Most likely.
Most
Is that
likely.
due to those
I
people
think
just
that
not knowing about
when
it?
you're, it's like this discussion here, though, you've got USDA out of the ground of predator control for us, and we don't know what we're getting.
Yeah.
And we're throwing money in, are they spending our money in Union County and not in Gilliam County? And it's like the health department, they
Okay.
weren't getting what we're putting in, and it's better if you can do it locally, but your expense is high.
Yeah.
So if you don't make those people, if we're deficient and we don't know, but if people don't let us know so we can hold them to the fire, they're just taking the money and they're gonna let
Well, we ask for them to, if we're going to fund the program, should we ask for them to document the work done in
I
the
think
county?
they do in numbers of they did this and that, I just remember a report, but I don't know. I wouldn't say in 4 years sitting here, I've seen 4 reports.
I don't remember ever seeing it before.
Are you comfortable with the program?
Well, I hate to get rid of it, but I don't know what they're doing for.
I think we need to
I think
find that out.
Let's find out what.
Yeah.
how-
That's a really, really good.
So that's
question.
our recommendation back to the county court.
Maybe they should be required to report to the court,
Yeah.
annually,
Or quarterly.
quarterly, annually, something, what they've been doing.
$82,000 is a lot of money.
I'm pretty sure there's somebody they can call, but and Chris Fitz might know, because I think she called about that.
What I'm wondering, as an example, through the winter, later and later, now this year it was December, I think, is when, Structures brought the ewes home. So you're bringing in 4 or 5, 4 or 5,000 use. Another 1,000 from Flint when he brings his in. And is that when we have a significant predator issue or when we're calving out and we've got 300 head down in the Campbell allotment, which applies to Reedman of VR ranch. And all of a sudden the coolers, start hunting.
Mhm.
I'd like to see where they're actually applying there.
You have your own predators, so you
It's not like
actual.
People's brains, I don't know. I was thinking, well.
Anyway, enough of that.
I know
I
she
just
called.
wondered about.
That's my question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like a report on, Jordan's been down to 2 days a week now for coming on a year.
Oh, so
Mhm.
Chris said the guy's name is Kirk St. Clair. Let me
And
ask
who are
where
we
he.
sharing him with? Morrow County? Aren't we sharing?
I'm asking now, where is he
I
from?
thought we were sharing
What are we sharing? What are you talking about?
Under control.
about the OSU.
Oh.
I thought that's what we were talking.
Yeah, under OSU, Jordan explained this to me. And Oregon State likes to have a 20%, 25% reserve in place at all times. But now he's of the opinion that perhaps the reserve sitting down at Oregon State of county funds is more than 25%. It might be 50%, it might be 75%. And it's nothing, as it turned out, I wrote this down and then I talked to Jordan about it when he stopped by the house yesterday. And it wasn't that great a concern. But it's, once again, part of our budget process. We have a reserve. We're not even, it's a small reserve. But it never shows up.
Mhm.
We send the money. Where does fire services support go? Aren't the two fire districts stable financially?
Fire services is separate from the fire districts. Fire services is the one who, fire services employs Casey Zellers, who is the kind of administrative side for both of the fire districts. And he's employed by fire services.
Oh.
And so they're a separate entity that doesn't oversee the districts, but assists the districts with administrative.
That's where.
And
Corey
training,
might
I think.
be Working in and that was getting grants.
Yeah, Corey's
Yeah.
grant funded.
It's all run through fire cities.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I thought the fire districts were pretty healthy.
The North District is
North
very
District.
healthy. The South District is getting by, sustaining. Yeah,
They only get about 50,000 a year,
Oh, is that right?
and
Yeah.
the north one gets like 480,000.
yeah, it's drastically different,
Where the windmills are
and that's
taxing, where that taxing money portion of six funds go and.
a pretty standard north-south divide with all the districts.
1,000 to the health district down there and 100,000 to the health district up here.
Is that right?
Yeah, the tax base is on the north end of the county.
And they're wanting more.
Well.
Yeah.
And then I ran across a $80,000 capital outlay and here it just said 80, didn't say what it was for.
On the capital outlay line item is the technology hardware.
4140, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, that's the physical computer equipment.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Monitor.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
servers. Server's a big piece of it.
servers are the expensive parts, yeah.
Okay, thank you for answering all my questions.
So I will answer a few of yours on I found from Chris Fitz on the trapper.
Mhm.
So she said that the new trapper is Kirk St. Clair and he lives down on Rock Creek.
Oh.
And he is working with
So there, but-
the Ryan Christensen was our trapper and he's gone to Morrow County and he's working with Kirk. And they do work with each other sometimes when they have projects, so,
Okay, so he is local.
So
but he's new.
he's part of the family that bought the Wild Ridge. Wild
Yeah.
Place down.
Okay,
Yeah,
Mm.
that's
He's
what
the
she said.
son-in-law.
Okay,
I've been there very long. So, but he's paid through wherever we.
through the USDA.
okay. But he is available to show up and tell the court what he's been doing.
He's on bareback right now,
Yeah.
Not even old.
he's a rodeo guy.
Oh,
Family.
okay, so he can show up though to the county court and explain what he's
Or
doing.
come and introduce himself. And
That would be good.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
when we don't have 10 million other things. to do.
Yeah.
So did she say somebody local before him?
She said that it was the
Sure.
go back to it. Ryan Christensen
Oh.
was our trapper. And then she said he has gone to Morrow County. But they're working together, Steve. So.
All right, well, I think we just made it through the general fund.
Super.
Super.
Start hustling up.
All right, so the next couple pages are just a summary of the road department fund. So I'm gonna skip past those and we're gonna get to page 30. Maybe it was just the next page. We're gonna look at page 30, which is the revenue for the general road fund. So beginning fund balance is expected to be quite a bit higher than it was last year. Investment earnings, like every other fund you'll see, are quite a bit higher than they were budgeted at last year because they're coming in quite a bit higher. Project reimbursements is a new line item, and this is for road projects that they're doing that are going to get reimbursed by other entities. So for instance, the Brookfield project that we'll see in the expenses, Brookfield is doing,
Something to replace the road again.
yeah, Ray Lane is being done.
And Brookfield's gonna pay for that, so you're gonna see it come in and go out of the budget. Whatever that cost is, they're paying all of it.
Yeah, and Bottom Miller Weatherford Road.
They bought Caithness on Shepherd Flat.
Oh,
It just got retired down there. It's a big project.
yeah.
And then the Bottom Miller Weatherford Road project, Avangrid is going to reimburse $100,000 for that project. Which
That,
the total project is $725,000.
for. And I, Dewey didn't ask me anything on this, but that I would not agree. Avangrid should pay way more than $100,000. Costs them $100,000 a year to water.
So are they paving? What are they just?
They want us to pave it and they'll pay us $100,000 to pave it. It's gonna cost $700,000 to pave it. And they can afford.
Yes,
Pay
they
the
can.
bulk of
Let
it.
them fool you.
Mhm.
Why it
They
got
like to
budgeted
cry
that way, I don't know.
The
but I was
excuses
not a budget.
that I heard was that it's because they're like doing it, each project on its own, and so this is the small project, and they're saying it won't budget or
Okay,
fit,
so
even though we're talking
If we
about.
don't put the funds in the budget, then they can't pay it.
I would not spend $700,000 to pave that road unless I had a commitment out of Avangrid to
But
pay for most of it. Now, maybe not all of it, but I'd make them pay for
At
at least a half a million of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay, where's on the expenditure side for the road department, where's that?
So it is, let's see. It's under road projects. It's in 200-203 on page 31 at the very bottom.
Oh, road projects, 3.2. Okay, what's the split on the road projects?
So,
Oh,
I'm not seeing.
yeah, it's on page
Oh,
31, the very bottom is your road projects.
Oh, right there.
Yep.
Okay.
And then you all have
And
this
that was
list
the list.
of projects too, that was in, somewhere in the first few pages I gave, yeah.
so basically Ray Lane is paid for.
Ray Lane will be paid for, we'll get all that back.
Okay.
Bottom Miller, we're gonna get 100,000 of that back. Now, here's your problem when you're thinking about Bottom Miller. Yeah, the new project that they're wanting to get paid is Oregon Trail Solar. That's why they're saying this is a project we justify. Paving that road also benefits Montag too.
Yeah.
They're running Hagwood out there with a water truck all the time.
Mhm.
Water those, and the last I heard, they owed Hagwood $100,000, you have to go get this money. Now, I don't know exactly the timelines on the money, but it's cost them a lot of money to water those roads.
So they have,
Yeah,
And to say that they're only gonna pay 100,000 and 725, I would not.
now, is this a new solar?
There's another solar project that we have approved an agreement with them on that has gone through FSAC for permitting.
Yeah, where's that at?
It's a little north, it's on Weatherford's there, a little bit north.
Oh,
Down there.
Ties right in with the other
But it
one.
kind of ties in with the other one, but it's a different project.
hmm.
Okay. And they do try to especially work local government over, well, this project has to pencil on its own, you know.
Well, of course, the next project after that, 625, happens to be mine.
So he wants to be sure. we
Kind of
find
out, back.
Hmm.
No, that is from out to the mailboxes past John Nelson's house, you know, where Johnny Wayne's mailbox is at.
Yeah.
Used to be. out there.
The Cedar Springs Lane is gonna be just for the initial part of planning and permitting and stuff to do a Cedar Spring road bypass from the existing Cedar Springs to go out around to stop all the traffic hanging up on Cedar Springs.
Oh,
And so this is the end, that's a project that, based on numbers where we're at today, somewhere between $2 million and $8 million, $8 million to get a contract.
That's a big swing.
Couple $1 million if Huey says he can pave it himself.
Mhm.
And build it, and Waste Management's input on that is, there's a process to work through, they have to work through the Waste Management. If I get out of line, you've been.
Go ahead.
Is that they have reserves in account with the county that they pay out of their road maintenance fees, that they up considerably to try to build a pot.
reserve. That the
There's over
county
2 million in
actually
there right
has.
now.
You have a spell.
Around 2 million in there right now, and they have to. we're trying to-
Specifically dedicated.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
It
dedicated.
was like
to
2.2
maintain
something.
The initial Cedar Springs lane, which needs to be paid, which is
Might
about.
be
the same.
301.
By now.
Oh, no, the fund number is
Yeah.
301.
301.
It's in the-
Uh,
well, here to put that
Let's
funding
get down
in the
to
new-
3.
by the-
I don't have a paper copy.
It's this one right here.
Oh, I just passed it.
Oh, it doesn't. Fund was closed.
This is
No,
just.
the
the
301.
road Advisory committee was completely.
here in
behind
2.
the
It's way, way back toward the
Oh.
back.
And everybody else.
See, the way this printed is horrible.
That's just a copy.
When I started
What's the road advice?
Oh, right there.
Say about
Okay.
bottom of the weather.
So it's the WM
What's what?
CDR
What's the
Spring
road
Road
advice to
project.
people? What do they?
Yeah,
think
and that was
about the county
probably
covering most of the cost?
2.2 million.
Don't know that
there.
this is even really coming down.
Yeah.
I really don't know that discussion has been, other than, the only discussions I've ever had with Dewey is, that's BS. We should not do that with $100,000.
Yeah, and see, the Cedar Springs project has been something that's been in the works for about 4 or 5 years, so.
Yeah.
That's something that has come up for the bottom of the road system, it's new.
It's within the last 4 months.
Hasn't gotten for.
Which of these roads
To be.
benefit you?
well,
Cedar Springs,
they've already paid part of Weatherford that affects me.
Okay,
yeah, well, and Cedar Springs affects you, but you're going to live in.
The Cedar Springs one, a lot.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't use that,
Mhm.
or get to work at Waste Man. I
Right.
think that's probably the busiest road in Gilliam County.
Oh, it is, there's no question, especially with the truck traffic that goes in waste management.
Yeah,
I mean, there's 100 trucks a day there.
And what concerns me is trucks that cut up Blaylock and don't come that
Yeah,
way.
even though they tell them not to do that.
So I'm glad to hear it's in the works, but it's gonna take a couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just for the engineering and pretty planning.
Buttermill or Weatherford though doesn't impact. How does that impact on we move that?
I mean, there's some traffic that way, and I don't know if that means all of Bottom Miller, or just the part.
Yeah, what
By the
part of
side.
Bonneville
To me,
is that?
that's gonna be from where Weatherford's paved to now, up to and at the bottom Miller on 19.
Oh, they do all of it.
From where they paved it coming off of 19, that whole. deal would be
Gotcha.
paved
The
there,
surround-
Because that's where all of their tax.
Right.
Everybody's running on those roads all
Sure, sure. I didn't know what that meant.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I don't know that it's fair to make them pay for the whole thing, but they sure should be paying for the biggest part of it.
So bottom.
Yeah, and what kind of example do you set when Brookfield
It's paid for
agreed to
everything.
pay for everything and then you,
They
another one?
Yeah.
meeting with me a week or so ago. In the political environment we're in, I was hesitant to have that meeting. And I got an email this week that they said regardless of what happens today in the election, they would like to meet with me this week to see how to move forward, whatever forward looks like. And I said I would be willing to do that. And then meet with them Thursday and I'll bring this up. But
So once they complete the construction of the solar project, I would think that traffic would reduce.
it does because those
Wow.
solar farms don't use a lot of employees on a solar farm. I think on the big one, there's maybe 3 or 4. It does, and I don't know without talking to Dewey, if they're asking this to be done before they'll build the project. That does not make sense. We just did that on Ray Road. And the road was tore up after the project got built.
Yeah.
That's why they're repaving.
Yeah, well, I'm going that way now because Highway 19 is just, it's like dodging potholes.
Oh, yeah. And it'll be, project construction will be somewhat different. Because it's not bringing in wind blades and great big cranes and those kind of things like Brookfield was with repower. It's smaller, but there's gonna be some trucks, and there definitely be trucks with panels on them, those kind of things, but it won't be near the truck traffic that Roy Road.
And it's,
My feeling on paving roads right now is we probably shouldn't pave something that's gonna have any high impact use until we get a chip seal. We should pave it and chip seal.
how soon for the next solar project?
Well, I think it'll come in the next year, but it's not it's a 40 megawatt project. It's a 25% of the Montague 2, relatively small.
So I guess, yeah, the
Yeah,
The Cedar Springs one, I think is the most pressed. No, it's gonna take some engineering. That can be, you get stuck, and I've been stuck.
Well, you wait 40 minutes on the train.
Yeah, and they,
Oh, believe me.
yeah.
in all of our citizens advisory meetings,
Twice.
they talk about how trains just keep getting longer and more, and yeah.
And that's, I don't wanna get too far off out of the weeds, but that was one of my questions on the initial budget message. I think you mentioned the flow of garbage is steady. I'm surprised it's not increasing, because the train traffic seems to be there. To me, maybe I'm just getting old and cranky, but it seems like I'm stuck.
Compared to 5 years ago,
Yeah.
And Seattle's not getting small.
no.
Well, aren't we-
Volumes-
Aren't we talking, garbage though in those numbers? We're not talking CDL and
No, that's a Portland Metro.
dirt, yeah, we're not talking dirt and CDL and all that stuff. That's what's making our train.
And we're not talking anything that's gonna can't waste.
Yeah, we're only talking trash out of Portland,
Yeah.
when you're talking about those numbers
Right.
staying steady.
Sure.
So those trains are getting bigger because,
Oh, you're talking about trucks, I thought you were talking about trucks. Yeah, but they picked up a couple of contracts, recent contracts. And they're maxing the trains. I
Yeah.
think they're up to 8 a week, 89 a week. And they're not gonna start getting smaller and not less of them.
Well, like I said, they want to get us off course, but.
No, but I believe that's a good project to. Yeah,
Well, it seems to have a lot of local support.
and, you know, Waste Management is on board and they don't want any surprises at the end to say, oh, well, you're gonna have to dig up. They wanna know so they can plan along.
well,
So,
and it needs to be engineered. When this first started talking about, we were just gonna start cutting it in the middle of the day with waste management equipment, and there was no engineering and there was no permitting, and so that was my
yeah,
deal a couple of years ago was, if we're gonna do it right. Do it halfway.
so that's I think Gilliam County's looking at, they're gonna have to pick up the engineering costs and most likely, and the other one, Hose Apple wants a well drilled, and so that's probably another thing we'll be looking at. But other than that, the funds that they've received from Waste Management are basically gonna pay for the Band-Aid on the old road to get us through till when they do that.
Southwood wants us to drill them a well after they've been using the water out of the well.
A little more context is
Yeah.
there's quite a lot of property Hosap is giving up.
Yeah,
Oh, I see,
In
okay.
this.
yeah,
And
So
there's
that's
a
our
well
trade-off.
that they claim that's there, an existing well,
yeah.
that they claim Waste Management has dried that well up with their wells. Probably not true, according to my wife, it is not true at all. But that's the claim, and there's a well that can probably be reconditioned for not a whole lot of cost, they want cattle water.
Yeah, well, they're using them.
Yeah,
There's still Herb.
it'll be a small, you know,
Urban, but Herb's still in the picture.
yeah.
Oh, I am sure. Is it his daughter? She's still involved in the operation?
Well, you'd have to ask Tim, and he's on the road advisory committee, and he's pretty engaged in all this project.
Is he?
Yeah.
Bad news, well, we cut the grade.
Actually, Tim is on. Tim is on the road advisory committee, he's also on the. CAD,
Oh, see, it's
Yeah.
Citizens Advisory,
Citizens
Yeah.
Advisory Committee.
Waste Management.
Both of those two committees are talking a lot about Sea Spring Lake.
Yeah. Hmm. Well,
We got sidetracked.
the
Totally sidetracked. Gotta go
750
class
moving
back to,
back to bottom dollar,
Mhm.
the 750 isn't going to be required for the budget for this year anyway, is it? Is he planning on doing the watermelon?
We wouldn't put it in there, we wouldn't plan it.
He'll be here at about 1 o'clock
Okay.
to
Well, we'll
ask
him.
questions of.
Don't see on here is baseline, I mean, is that? I guess.
Baseline's in this year's budget.
It is, okay,
Yeah.
so it's.
It's
gonna
been
be-
an ongoing project, so it's.
Yeah,
been-
his word was that he wanted it to settle.
Yeah.
Well, it's been many years.
No,
It's
that's
been
the first
settled
project
For a
that's
while,
done.
hasn't it?
I'm not sure you may be starting on it now even.
Yeah, I saw some equipment sitting out
He,
there.
he was, he's
Yeah, they
using,
were-
they were hauling all of that stuff, all those grindings that came off 84 that are out of Willow Creek, they're hauling those over for that project.
I can see stuff at Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Okay, where we at?
So we're still on page 30 on the revenues. We just kind of talked about the project reimbursements so far there, and then got off. So we have split the small county allotment and the House Bill 2017 funds into two separate line items, just to better track what funds are coming in. So you'll see House Bill 2017 is a new line item, and
And just for some context with that is,
the, House Bill 2017 is based on gas tax revenue. And we were supposed to be at around a million something, million one or two, those two combined. They're not coming in that way this year. And, that part of why I can't tell what's going on, whether they haven't funded, paid for part of that, I couldn't tell, and what, because they were combined, so I have to separate the budget going forward. But with EVs and hybrids and high dollar gas prices, Oregon is not making as much money on. And by 2027, they're gonna have a crisis at the state level with, DOT budget. And they're trying to figure out a funding package that'll work long.
How do they fund DOT as we deal with hybrids and?
That'd be mileage tax or usage tax, and then how do you implement, and then how are you gonna implement a usage tax that has diesel pickups on it, and hybrid cars and total electric and gas cars still running, and how do you make that work?
And how do you police it?
Well, and the administrative
Mhm.
cost is what I keep thinking.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good.
Okay, the state fund exchange contract, we have a pretty big increase in, and just says increase in funding. The half of the BLM PILT, we raised up to $50,000. The other half is in the general fund and it's at $50,000. And so the road department gets half. And that sums up most of the major changes here. The transfer from SIP discretionary is just to balance out with all the expenses that were requested.
And getting back to what Pat was saying earlier, when we were talking about the sheriff's department. The road department is going to have to be let down over the next 5 to 10 years. Gonna have to be, and the county citizens are going to have to be aware that, it's really nice to have Ferry Canyon paved from down below Jordan's house to John Nelson's house, but.
Well, the advisory committee wants to pave every road. What's their goal is to pave every road.
Yeah,
So that's where you gotta start that conversation.
right.
And doesn't that lower, am I wrong?
It can lower the long-term maintenance, but I don't know that we have enough good projections on what that looks like, because when you have to go and repave, crack seal, and chip seal, all those things are expensive. Big maintenance too. I think running graders is expensive. Is it? I don't, who's done that assessment?
Yeah.
Made comparison.
Nobody.
And you look at, over the last 30 years, you look at how we have, as growers, I realize there are few of us because we farm more acres, but, the shift from single axle trucks impact on a road, to tandem axle trucks on the road, to semis and pups on the road.
Well, I'm just moving equipment from, on county roads, from this width of the equipment that we run today that we ran when Dad was farming.
Well, the biggest reason that we want to, as an example, Ferry, we want to widen it from Randy's up around the corner is because nobody's using flaggers anymore. Guys are moving 18 and 20 foot wide pieces of equipment on our roads with no flaggers, and you come around a corner and somebody's going too fast. You think we're not gonna have somebody die on our roads? On some of these roads that are barely 16 feet wide, and somebody's running a 20-foot wide no-till drill down it.
I have had some conversations with Ryan Worley with AOC, and there's gonna be quite a bit of advocating, I'm hoping. Counties need to be involved in, on trying to increase that small county allotment.
Yeah,
Because we're at a disadvantage with, we get less revenue, we got more roads
yeah.
in a lot of these rural counties.
Anyway, where are we at?
Okay, I think we just finished the revenues page, moving on to page 31. And this is the general road expenses. So you'll see a pretty big increase in the operator one salary for Johnson. Dewey plans to promote that position to assistant roadmaster this year. So he requested a pay increase to match, the operator two salary. He thought was a good salary range for a, assistant roadmaster.
We attempted to do that, but it's kind of got hung up with everything that's been going on, because we need to get some legal advice on it. Whether we need to come over it. Go out and advertise.
Yeah.
Post. We're just trying to just promote.
Okay.
We didn't get any guidance.
And then you'll see the road secretary has been, brought down to 0, and that's because it's funded through the sheriff's office. We saw that transfer into the general fund from the road department to cover, the percentage of her wages and benefits. Down at the bottom, we already talked about the road projects somewhat, and Dewey will cover that more. So, if everything else looks good, we can move on to 32, page 32. And it looks like we've got some pretty big changes in shop tools and shop improvements. I didn't get any notes on that.
Some of that's gonna come around, meeting the OSHA requirements and stuff's cool, with a consultation with OSHA and identified 11 critical areas that need to have improved. And then there's a number of other things that, there's like, just an example is lifting chains and towing chains cannot be all hanging in the same place, and we know what one is. What you have to have a much higher quality chain for lifting chains than for towing chains. And there should be, there's some Pinson jacks and things that are labeled properly with capacity. I don't know.
A lot of this stuff is just liability protection.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
One death.
Big requirement.
Yeah.
And then you'll see a pretty big increase to the state fund exchange projects line item. And there was just a matching increase in funding there. Pat, do you know what that line item is used for?
What I can tell you is that there's some requirements on how it's used, and it hasn't been used lately, and my understanding from what Dewey has learned is that we're not gonna be able to sit up, we're gonna have to use it, but I'm not clear on exactly what it can.
Okay. Maybe that's a
match.
question for Dewey.
He can explain that.
Okay.
Okay. And then there is a new line item at the very bottom there, transfer to equipment replacement. And Dewey's just trying to make sure he has some money in his equipment replacement fund. So he's transferring
He's not
some over there.
necessarily going to buy a new piece of equipment, he just wants money in the account.
Yeah, I think he likes to build it up slowly and then make a big purchase when he needs to replace a piece of equipment. Page 33 is Public Works, which is still part of the general road fund. So this is the crusher crew. Your salaries are all 3.5%. It looks like the supervisor, I think he was part of that promotion to management in this last year.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why his is a little more than the 3.5 there. And it looks like surface mining permits have increased, quite a bit.
Surprising.
Yep. Other than that, this page is pretty straightforward as compared to last year.
Trying to remember now, where's the revenues for,
So the revenues are part of the regular general road fund
they
revenues.
go in there?
Yeah, yeah. We
Yes,
combined
it's kind
them
of an expense.
into, yeah.
Yeah.
And then page 34. We had at one point combined all four of the road departments, funds that they had into one general fund for the road department. And then we pulled the equipment replacement and the special projects back out to their own funds again. It was just a little hard to track, money coming in as to which expense fund it was part of. So you'll see pages 34 and 35 are no longer used as part of the general road fund. They have their own funds later in the budget. So, moving on to page 36, do we want to pause for lunch, or do you guys want to keep going?
Weed control.
We are in weed control.
Well, first question before we start. How did we get to the beginning fund balance?
Oh,
So where it says see note below, I actually removed the note below, so I will fill in on that. I was looking at it earlier and I was like, where's the note?
Yeah, this is gonna be problematic, that's why.
Yeah, yeah. So, there was a $70-ish thousand payment from BLM that, should have gone into the weed fund, but it got, coded into the general fund, one of the BLM contract line items in the general fund when the money came in. And so, that's why in the 23-24 year, you'll see a negative beginning fund balance. And then we discovered that that money was miscoded, and it was transferred by a journal voucher into the weed fund. So you won't see it show up on here necessarily, like in a glaring, hey, here's our $70,000, but it was credited back in there, and that's how the beginning fund balance got bumped back up to a proper dollar
Well,
amount.
there's gonna be a problem, we couldn't seem to find out where it was, or when it got
Yeah.
transferred, or what happened.
Yeah.
And it was a problem, we were gonna be really short in the.
Yeah, it was.
I thought I'd ask.
And it seems to me like my memory is that it was from the year before, but then didn't get paid till the next.
Yeah, so it was actually for the 2022-23 fiscal year. And I did not print off the receipt of when it was received, but I did print off the journal voucher, and it wasn't discovered until the 23-24 fiscal year that it was missing. So it didn't get pulled into the weed fund until the year after it was actually received. So it was transferred though to 205-100. Yeah, in the current fiscal year. So it's there. Beginning fund balance is back on track. We just get a lot of money from BLM, and when it shows up, it's a direct deposit into the bank and it says DOI,
Oh,
Department of the Interior. And then you have to figure out which DOI payment it is. Is it for the sheriff's office? Is it for the PILT payments? Is it for the weed department?
I think there's
So-
some road department.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I think those are the three
that sounds
areas that
like
get the
fun.
most.
so it was found that it just had been coded into the general fund, BLM line instead.
Thank you for tracking that all down.
And then transfer from SIP says see note below also, but that was fixed and there is no transfer from the SIP.
We
So,
had Transfer from the SIF to get back into the block.
Yeah. but we're straightened back out now and moving forward. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. But things do get miscoded. I mean, that happens
Oh,
quite a bit, and hopefully we catch them and fix them. The weed control officer salary was under budgeted last year. I think he was also part of the promotion to management salary.
I think so.
Yeah, so that's why it was under budgeted last year and bumped up more than 3.5% this year. The weed chemicals line item has a big increase because that's just the line we use to balance that fund. So he's got a little bit more money there than he has in the past few years. And That's, that's the major changes there in this budget. Yep.
So the last one down there, is that the Oregon State Highway? Is that when they sprayed on the highways? that-
Yes, Oregon State Highway Division
513.
projects. So those are the expenses that are reimbursed up above on line 380-0103.
Okay. Hello.
Yep. Okay. Let's see, next up is the Gilliam Wheeler Community Corrections. So this is our parole and probation officer. For the revenues, obviously investment earnings are up like every other fund we've seen so far. The director's salary, oh, is it 3.5%? There's a new probation officer salary line item. And this is in anticipation of Tina's retirement. She would like to get someone in and have a period of training overlap before she retires. So she budgeted a full year salary. Unsure of where exactly when she's going to hire and how that's going to work out. Sorry, I keep bumping it.
That's me. I had my
No.
feet on.
Down under office and computer equipment, and then office and computer equipment expenses. They're no longer using that line item. Meals and lodging has increased because we're back to mostly in-person meetings. Subsidy housing and service has increased quite a bit from additional GIA funding, which I'm not sure what the GIA stands for. But it says it's from the state for subsidy housing. And then the second page of that fund, the supplemental grant expense is a carryover from the prior year, just grant funds that weren't expended yet. And the Oregon Crime Fines program is a carryover from last year plus the current year's allotment. And then
So
healthy unappropriated.
Her focus now is straight Gilliam County,
Gilliam and Wheeler.
Gilliam and Wheeler.
Mhm.
And where is Wheeler's contribution on this?
So I think she is mostly state funded. I'm not sure that she gets any contribution from
Oh, Gilliam four-wheeler.
either of us. It looks
So-
like,
But it's showing up that we paid.
yeah, but that's all state funded. If you look at her revenues are all,
The state.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, her revenues are all state funded.
I don't see this working out. Revenues are 15,000, 171,000,
Mhm.
basically, and you've got investment earnings and state grant and aid, and under personnel services, you got 287,000.
But one of those is just for training during the overlap this year. That'll go away and we'll be back to one director.
And then you've got another 99,000 in materials and services.
Yes. 50,000 of that is carryover from last year. So we got to make sure we keep that in
I'll
mind.
bet you we're gonna,
But it's, yeah,
over time, this does not work out.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So at the capital outlay, there's vehicle purchase last year and then this year, did they not buy one?
that's what it looks like here. Let's take a quick peek.
No, she's still asking.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, her beginning funding balance is 518,000 and her ending unapportioned, ending balance is 245,000, so,
Mhm.
she goes 2 or 3 years like that, it isn't gonna work.
Yeah.
Maybe by then,
So you think that the Wheeler County portion of funding is coming in on that state grant?
Yeah, I think she's completely state funded. I think all of it is state funded. I don't think Gilliam County funds any of it, and I don't think Wheeler County funds any of it necessarily. It's the portion of funding from the state that would be allotted to Gilliam County and Wheeler County is both coming into.
I think before she retires, just looking at these numbers, Paul, I would have her in for some, educational background so we understand better.
Okay.
I don't think this works. How'd she start with $518,000 in as a beginning funding balance? I mean, did the state put that money in?
She
Mm.
came over with a bunch of carryover when she came.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, she brought a big beginning balance. And let's see how much she's expended this year. I'm not sure that she really expends most
she
of
brought a
it
big
each
chunk
year.
in. And at the start of this year, she had 518,000 left of that. And now at the end of this coming year, she's got 245,000
Yeah.
left.
And she's so far this current fiscal year only at 14% of her appropriated expenditures.
Wow.
So yeah,
Well, maybe we need to.
her actuals are very
I'm
different.
just saying, you're doing a disservice to whoever replaces her if you don't have a
Mhm.
pretty good understanding of how money flows here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if we're not spending it, why are we budgeting for it?
Yeah.
Rainy day.
Rainy day, it's raining now, so there you go.
Is it raining?
Okay. Any other questions on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Next,
Good. No. Figure out how this works. And then
Why
apply
are we
it to your own
budgeting?
department.
Why are we budgeting?
next up is Parks Department. We are starting with a negative beginning fund balance on this one for a couple reasons. Last year, the beginning fund balance came in about $20,000 less than projected. So we over budgeted expenses for last year for this fund. And then on top of that, the project at the Burns Park came in final cost double of the estimate roughly. So we ended up spending, we still stayed within the budgeted amount for the year, but because our beginning fund balance was low, we didn't really have those funds to spend. So it was kind of a double whammy there on that one, and we ended up with a negative beginning.
So
Fund
this is the first year we're doing a transfer to set that right?
Yes. Yeah, and that's a suggestion.
Transfer?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, parks are generally, this is generally a
Did
very
we just
sustainable.
Completely missed budget on what comes in at Burns Park for rental revenue?
Rental revenues are way down. Daryl said we just don't have the people staying there that we did in the past. We don't have the contractors coming through and staying. It's been down. Yeah.
Should we take a break from this and move into Julie?
We can do that.
If Julie would like that?
All right. let's go back to,
If you want, you can come up and grab
Holy
that
stuff.
gray chair there. Do it. Be careful, don't.
yeah, we kind of filled up our tables here. Oh, thank you. So we will be back to page 30. What we're looking at here with Dewey's budget.
Thank you, Chair.
I am going to sneak out for just a second.
So this is 24-25 projects?
What, this 23-24, this is what we did
Oh,
last year.
okay.
This is what we did last year.
You probably have the other one.
Yeah.
I have your conversation with Brandy, go ahead, who had a chance to talk.
But Randy, he's, go for it. He said.
Okay,
It's great. So it's listed on future projects.
yeah.
This is just a breakdown of the big projects, what we did last year.
Hmm.
Very busy, accomplished a lot. Hopefully we can continue the momentum and do that.
So the answer to Brad's question earlier, a baseline is it's going to be paid with the.
Yes, right now the schedule is the week of June 3rd. We'll go back in. We did it all last week, graded it, shaped it again. We'll shape it again, treat it, and then Monday, June 10th, we'll start paying. Should take 2.5, 3 days. Be done, and then we'll chip seal from county line to the state highway. So baseline will be done.
Great.
Yeah.
Oh, is that maybe of the auxiliary roads, is that probably one of the most heavily used?
Yes, yes. All the row crop stuff that comes off of Crum Farms
Yeah,
there. And then now with what MCP has done with the ground piles, a large volume of wheat comes out of Morrill County,
down.
rolls across there. and down
That's
the ground
probably the
piles.
second most used road we see brings in the county.
Yeah, it gets hammered pretty hard. Ridge Road is another one. All that kind of south end Morrill County wheat,
Mhm.
that butts up against Rock Creek. All goes that way also.
Drops down the Ridge Road.
Drop down Ridge Road, hits baseline and
Right.
comes on in.
How far is Ridge Road paved?
The Ridge Road's paved to Rich Harper's.
Oh, okay, yeah,
And then
right,
it's gravel from there on out.
right.
And that's kind of on my future plan to just go ahead and top it all.
Run it all the way up past Peterson's,
What's that?
up past Peterson's.
No, it just goes to, just past Harvey Smith's.
Oh,
Just past Harvey Smith's, about a half a mile actually, is the
Oh.
line.
Okay.
Pressure's been busy. We're waiting on, the Hartfield pit. We're gonna blast it on Thursday, so they'll be set up there. They'll, actually, I'm gonna have them produce paving rock enough to do, Ridge Road. While they're there, so that,
Where's that pit at?
on Rich Harper's,
Okay,
the old Allen Anderson quarry.
okay.
And then, the Burns Ranch sold. And, the new landowners are very welcome to,
Is that a Sherman County?
he's the manager of it.
There's been a guy from Sherman County that keep asking me that was looking for some investment property. He was hoping to get windmills on it.
Oh, okay, it's Bob Crine. No, yeah, but that's who I've been dealing with.
Prime is managing it?
He's, yeah,
Oh.
he manages the Hoyt Ranch down by Brad,
Mm-hmm.
and then also this up here.
All the time.
Yeah.
Haven't seen him in years.
Savior Raffles.
And then I just put together a working road plan, and nothing's in any specific order. It just depends on how projects fall and Mother Nature and everything else, but there's a lot of work to do. This, we have time and money to do it.
The challenge, that's good lead in to, the issues of, we've been discussing today related to potential SIP funds coming into the county, potential economic development, how to a significant extent, in order to balance the total budget, we need SIP.
Mhm.
And yet if SIP falls, and two of the major draws, not necessarily on SIP, but on county funds, obviously, are road department, sheriff's department, and I think part of your, as you move towards retirement, and I'm not.
Pushing me out?
No, I'm not asking for, yeah, no, I'm not asking you for when or anything. But, one of your mentions in your budget was, to move somebody into the assistant roadmaster.
Yes.
Master position.
That was something that Commissioner Shannon and I were trying to put together.
Right, and so part of, you have lived and managed through an era of available funds. Let's put it that way. We've been very fortunate.
Mhm.
Your replacement might be facing different.
Right. And
And
he's,
how, so you, part of your job, what I'm saying is part of your job, Dewey, probably is to prepare.
which I have been doing. He's set in on helping me build the budget, my work plan, all of that.
And how are we going to accomplish as much as we potentially can out of the road department moving forward without less funding? It's gonna be tough.
All the projects that are left are big projects. They're all big projects. We've done just about all of the small ones. The dirt work and stuff like that, that's really cheap.
Right.
That's, the county has the equipment, we have the manpower, it's all budgeted already. What we don't have is the dollars to put a finished top on it.
Yeah,
And that's the big expense. And as you know, anything that has to do with petroleum or anything is just keeps going up.
yeah.
I mean, basically, we're paving roads out of the citizens.
Yeah, basically, we're paying
Yeah.
roads out of SIP funds, and sooner or later, SIP funds aren't going to be there, so we have better, you have to make some really great decisions
Right.
as to which ones are.
And that's what I've tried to do is
Yeah.
prioritize the roads that are hit hardest by the wind farms.
Mhm.
Those are roads that are constantly torn up. And then look at the landowners. What can we best do to improve the roads for the guys that have been paying taxes for the last 100 years
Right,
on this? And give them some return on what they've done.
gonna be really challenging.
Yeah.
So Cedar Springs, how's that?
Cedar Springs is kind of in flux right now. We're waiting on Waste Management to decide whether or not they're willing to invest the Waste Management funds into the project, which is something that has to come from corporate. I'd like to move forward with the.
I think the local guys are for it. They're just waiting for
Yeah, I'm
the
waiting for
people over there.
But then we will have to go out for bid for either a consultant or an engineering firm to do all the stuff that has to be done.
I noticed, and I'm totally unfamiliar with some of this stuff, the reason I'm asking questions. Some of these projects have a greater involvement of impacted entity, I guess you would say, contribution, and others don't.
Right. Yeah, the Ray Lane project, that was a road use agreement that we had with them, that at the completion of the project, the road is in as good or better shape to my satisfaction. And so they are going to pay us to put the road back together. But I have to have the money in my budget before I can do it, so I can get repaid,
Yeah,
is that. The Bottom Miller Weatherford Road,
can you
that,
get more money out of the wind power people on that?
not on that project, that's a solar project there.
Oh, well.
And they have a dedicated amount that goes towards that, the maintenance of the road for that project. They're willing to just give us that money to do it.
How about if they give us that money for 7 years?
That's something I don't negotiate. Yeah, that would be great. That would
Maybe
be
that's,
great,
maybe
but,
that's maybe the
um,
county court ought to step in and.
yeah, it's another deal there where, you have multiple people in a building working on a project, but they never talk to each other and none of them know what's going on. And
Well, their typical communications is, it's gotta fit the project.
yes, yeah,
And it needs to fit Gilliam County.
Right.
Because they've got the money
yeah,
and that's just that's the way they do business, and
We're willing, as long as
they'll
we,
take advantage if they can.
as long as, and I'm not suggesting this is our position, I'm throwing this out as a position, is that. As we're willing to front the money for Bottom Miller. But in return, on the back end of this, we get $100,000 a year for the next 4 years or 5 years. That they're gonna spend anyway.
right. And that's something that I mentioned to him. They've, this Avangrid, they've got 2 other projects going on in the county. I said, is there any way to leverage money from those projects?
Yeah,
And he said, not on these are project-specific funds. Excuse
They
me.
made the same comment about the substation.
Yeah.
The substation was built to house both of those projects.
Right.
But they want to say it only fit one and it's not part of this new project. And when they built that so they had a place to go with this solar
Right.
farm too.
Yeah, well, it's built big enough for multiple projects.
It's just
Yeah.
it's their tactic.
Yeah,
I kind of like Wally's idea over the next
yeah,
I think that's.
6 years.
Yeah.
Say,
yeah,
okay,
which would be
100,000.
fantastic.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Did you ever ask Heckwood how much a year they were paying to water that road?
his bill to him was 6 figures is what he told me.
Yeah, but I don't know whether that was over a year or multiple.
Well, it was through the life of that project and he hadn't been paid yet. I think he's been paid now.
I'll ask.
But he had water trucks, water, he had a lot committed to the project.
interesting. Brad, questions?
Well, selfishly, most of these do it better than me, and I'd love to see. I'm glad to hear Baseline's getting.
Yes,
The Cedar Springs, the quicker the better. I think that just continues to get worse.
Yes,
The trains
yeah.
seem to get longer and slower.
yeah, and there's gonna become more trains too.
I think that's a
Yeah,
high priority, because that's a well-used road. Wally, good suggestion on
oh,
the Bottom Miller.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my main concern was that why is Avangrid getting away with,
yeah, that's,
and that's who they are.
mhm.
Do everything they can not to put any money out. We know that.
Sounds like
Shame.
landowners not very.
By telling them Brookfield paid for theirs.
Well, yeah,
Say.
yeah.
That's what I think somebody else said
Yeah.
that. Shame them.
And there, you know, and there's more projects coming also. Brookfield's building the transmission line from 4 Mile all the way through to Weatherford Road. They're gonna tap into that. I believe that substation there on top of the hill above Cedar Springs is the latest map I saw. They were gonna go all the way to Hers and build a big substation there, but that kind of fell apart. Then you've got the gas pipeline from Waste Management. Those guys, that's gonna be an interesting project. Following those guys around, holding their feet to the fire. That's gonna impact a lot of roads. So, Uh,
It was good.
I just, yeah,
Keep pushing.
Yeah,
Huh?
my main concern is the outfit thing that. Okay,
Well,
yeah.
they like to push us around.
but
We need to push back.
in my mind, that's not, Dewey shouldn't be taking the heat in negotiating that. That
No.
should be the county court.
Definitely.
Mhm.
And the county court ought to hold them to the fire on this. Like I said,
Oh, I don't.
there's a
disagree.
way we can make this manageable for both sides, but it's gotta be fair.
I honestly think that more could be leveraged out of them. Myself and, the project engineer that I'm talking with don't have any, I guess, weight.
So who are
to
you
push
talking to?
Tyler, Holberg, something like that, yeah. Yeah. And he's very excited about getting the road done, because then that takes all the pressure off of him
Oh, yeah.
as far as
of course.
project, other than there will be a road use agreement. So, if they do any damage, it will have to be repaired at the end of the project. But
You ever talked to Darren Kavanaugh?
no, that's a name that's never came to me. Yeah. My Avangrid people are Brian Walsh,
Which Brian's gone.
Brian's
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 gone.
gone, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
been gone a year.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was my contact, and then,
I do,
So,
getting back to what I said previously, though, I think one of your biggest challenges prior to your retirement is working with the people that are gonna replace you in getting them adapted to declining revenue base. It's just, it is going, the likelihood of that happening is,
well, it would really be nice if some of these SIP funds that were coming in could be dedicated funds for my budget. I don't have dedicated county funds for my budget.
They're still gonna stop though, Dewey.
Yeah, well, they're not gonna stop, but they're gonna
Like this year
taper
you got-
off and,
This year you got over $2 million, and it's been about $1 million,
Yeah.
to $1.5 million coming out of SIP funds, you're at $2 million. In the meantime, every year SIP funds are dropping off. I mean, we're taking less revenue in annually now. I'm just rough numbers. I think when I first got on the court, it was about 9 million that year and 7 million the next year, and we gotta be down around 5 million something now. 4 or 5 years, it's gone. And, so whatever reserves are there will last however long they last, and we've kind of been in a state where we just figured over each year, that's where your what it takes to balance your budget, that's just where it comes.
Can you send me
And
an
I think
email
it's a
on
little-
this Tyler guy?
yes,
Okay,
yeah.
I'd go to. we just
Okay.
reached out to you.
Yeah, if you just-
Yeah.
forward me
you
his
guys are
email.
doing a great job. Well, it is just criticism.
No, I know, I understand, it's just,
Is that,
yeah,
if something else come along, get more SIP funds, and
Yeah.
changes everything.
so that's kind of a breakdown of everything. Budget wise,
So I just have a question.
Okay.
What is the wind farm project that's in Mason Davidson? Or-
that's, I think, once they get that transmission line built, it goes from 4 Mile Road up to baseline.
Okay,
It takes in all that Mason Davidson, up there from, John Logan's on up through Hegwoods and the Davidson place up through there. I've seen some preliminary stuff on that, but they have to have transmission to get it out.
so they're just in the planning stages right
yeah.
now.
Yeah, but it's
Who's putting it in, do you know?
Brookfield. It's Brookfield also. Because there can be no wind south of Baseline Road. That'll all be solar because of the no-fly zone for the Navy.
Right, I remember when
Yeah.
we had to start blocking out that.
Yeah, so I think that's probably what they're looking at to fulfill their renewable stuff is they'll go wind as much as they can and then go up on that upper ground for solar.
You're just not seeing new wind projects going in.
Yeah.
They're just not happening, it's all solar. nobody's got any brand new wind projects going in, it hasn't had for a while. Last
It's a dime.
new wind project that went in is Montague One.
It's a dime.
So how many acres are they discussing for
We're
solar?
discussing 10,000 in Morrow County right now.
Well,
Of the
In Morrow County, yeah.
solar.
Yeah, that's that next air project. Basically takes in
They have two
everything from
projects,
their,
I think, to equal the 10,000.
what's that?
I think there's two projects to equal the 10,000.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
one of them's like 8,500.
Yeah, it's from their baseline road, which is south or north of Lex and Ione,
yeah,
all that flat ground out in the desert out there.
out towards profits and.
Yes, yes. Yeah, all the way to the bombing range. And it's all for Google and Amazon.
Now, there has been some rumors of some wind projects looking at Quinn Michael area.
Yeah.
There's been
I've heard
conversations
that.
going on around that, and there's been a lot of companies feeling out landowners right now for solar.
You know, I'm not negative on this necessarily, but there is on the one hand, once you get into solar, not so much about wind, which had its own problems, but you're trading off, what is the differential on this trading off farm ground, basically? So we're giving up grain, we're not gonna produce anymore.
They won't let you go on BLM.
Yeah,
And I've been trying to push them towards some of that waste management project that's not tillable
yeah.
out in there, but waste management has a resistance to having neighbors very close.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
Well, this is all really interesting.
Yeah.
Any challenges or other than you'd like more, obviously more
I
challenges?
just, I need more. I need more.
You're fully staffed.
Yeah. Yeah. Other than, my road secretary now is fully funded through the Gilliam County Sheriff's Department.
Yes, I saw that.
Okay, I don't want that.
She's not fully funded. You're still funding
Okay, well,
part of her position.
that's not what it shows.
It's
here.
not in the personnel. You're
and
transferring
I
money.
still need
for
to
her.
have possession.
You do.
I
You-
I want to have some.
Maybe we need to
control.
reword it, but
Yes,
you
we
do.
do.
You
Yeah.
are still in, let's see, if we look up here at the board, there is toward the bottom, a transfer to general fund in the amount of $26,338.
Okay,
That's to transfer part of her wages to the general fund so the sheriff's office can pay
Okay,
her
'cause-
wages.
because as I look at
Yeah.
here, it's proposed zero and
Yeah.
then,
That's how we handle it when you share an employee. One department pays them,
Okay.
the other
Good.
transfers money.
Track
Yep.
that $27,000. and
yeah,
then
yeah,
Yeah.
because
out of her.
Yeah.
I need to have possession.
You do. You have possession of a percentage.
We didn't know you were so possessive.
With Jolie, yes, I am. Yeah, she is fantastic, so, yeah.
You're from Wheeler County, coming to. It's just-
Yeah.
What line item is?
Yeah,
Uh,
what,
let's see, it's 510.
the
1011.
revenue,
Oh.
when Wheeler County pays us for projects, I'm not
It
sure
goes-
that I know where that is.
It goes into. Well, it used to be I would have it put right into.
Oh, it looks like it is going into refunds and reimbursements.
Yeah,
So we haven't budgeted then a dollar amount for what we expect Wheeler County for revenues, what we expect Wheeler County to be paying back, refunding you for projects, reimbursing you for projects.
they already did.
Okay, there's no more in the
There's
future.
no more in the future. No,
Okay.
they already paid back and
That part of that 800 and.
Yeah, I think that's
It
what it
comes in,
is.
it goes out.
yeah, it comes in and,
Okay.
It's probably-
and I tried to have it put right back into asphalt and associated freight.
Oh.
That kept that line item up to where I had the money that I could spend to do baseline.
Mhm.
And you're set to do that in June.
What's that?
We are set to do that in June.
Yes, yes. June 10th is when we will start paving, unless it's raining like it is now, but
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
it raining?
sprinkling.
Huh.
Yep,
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
thank you very much.
I think
Sue?
we had a question about that state fund exchange project.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
state fund exchange, yeah.
They're
You got it- you got it
425.
Coming in on the 425, and then you got it going out.
Yeah, we were
Should be
just
going
wondering
out at
what,
the same,
what that's used for.
that, I can only use that for asphalt work.
Okay.
Yeah, that has to go right back on the roads. That's where the state or the feds give us X amount of dollars, and then it's washed through the state at 94%. The state keeps 6% of it to manage it.
Administrate.
Yeah. Yes.
Did they require a match on that or just? a-
No, that is, we,
Did that 6 go to 8%?
it might have, they were talking about going to 75%. Because the state doesn't have enough money to operate on. But it hasn't yet, but. Yeah, that's what I do chip seal projects with that.
I understand they're only taking 6%. That's not like what I'm used to dealing with when I go down to the valley. It's usually, it can be as much as
They've been
50.
Yeah.
They've been pushing to increase it, but I never heard
Yeah.
75, but I have heard 8. 10.
Yeah, they actually, the state would like it to go away. Because they say it costs them too much to manage it.
Yeah.
Which I would think the money comes in, the money goes out. It's easy to track. Every county has their own set amount. It's per equivalent road mile, so.
Super.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks.
nothing else?
Thank you
No.
so much.
Okay,
Thanks, Dewey.
Appreciate your help.
no problem.
We do have Doug and the DA here.
Yeah, let's,
Yeah, next up is gonna be Kara. And she is in 101, 106, I think. Let's see. Oh, 105, which is gonna be page 16. Way back to the beginning.
16.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Don't take off, Walt. Don't try to sneak out.
I'm not going anywhere.
We kept ours mostly the same, but I did ask for a big increase in witness fees and I just wanted to explain it to you guys.
Sure.
Dewey's, our DUIs are probably our most common crime in this county. Right now, the Oregon State Crime Lab doesn't have the ability to test blood samples at the crime lab, so it gets sent out to North Dakota, I think. If anybody wants to take the case to trial and I want to use their blood sample, I have to bring in people from North Dakota. So and pay expert witness fees. So just one person wanting a trial after a blood test uses up my entire witness fees. So I wanted to bump it up. Because also, number 2, we have what are called VOCA grants. They're for victims of child abuse. We've got a lot of spending that we can manipulate around our grants to take money from here and cover for those witness fees. But the VOCA grants starting next fiscal year are being cut 40% across the board. So I can't rely on being able to make up the difference with the grants anymore. So just wanted to be, we have a couple Deweys that are coming up for trial. Honestly, I've already found ways to work around not having the blood test. I think we've got cases where I can make my case without the blood samples. There's also a case that's pending in front of the United States Supreme Court right now that might say I need to subpoena multiple people for these. So we'll see what SCOTUS says about that. So I just wanted a buffer. That was it. That's the increase. A buffer in case, so I can take these cases to trial.
Does this force you to try to plead out more than you?
I mean, I plead out anyway. I make the offers and people either take them or they don't. So it doesn't change my offers. It just makes it harder for me if they want to go to trial. It makes it less likely for makes it more difficult for me to get, a conviction. I've already gotten rid of implied consent. I don't know if you guys know that. But it was causing too many suppression issues and making me have to dismiss cases before I ever even filed them. Because the case law in Oregon is changing so much, and I'd rather be able to get a person on diversion, get them into treatment, get an intoxilizer on their car than I care about a 90-day suspension. Like an administrative suspension does nothing for me, so I care more about the criminal case. So we've kind of really backfilled some of those problems a lot by streamlining our process and making sure we have more obvious and well documented evidence of intoxication. So I can work around having the expert witnesses. Where it gets difficult is we have one, it's like an Ambien Dewey hanging out there. So it's a person that also has medical issues. So you kind of want the blood test to prove that it's not medical issues you're seeing. It's the Ambien that was in his system. But yeah, no, it's not forcing different deals. No. I just kind of make what I make and they can take it or leave it.
By and large, over the last couple of years, what has changed in your caseload?
Well, so I charge. We did not have electronic filing before I got here, so I took the office paperless, so it's kind of hard to compare numbers, but I think Marion's last year, he told me he had 65 cases that he handled. I had 100 last year, but I'm a little more aggressive. A little bit more aggressive. Plus, we were seeing uptick in crime in Arlington area, for sure.
And amongst those 100 cases, what's the splits?
I would say the most we get trespass.
How many are off the freeway?
I'd say probably 75% of our cases come from North County. And as for being off the freeway, I have one particular person that at one point, he made up a third of my local referrals. But the majority of the Deweys are off the freeway Deweys. I've only had four local Deweys in the past year out of probably 20.
Property crimes?
Not that many. Most of the property crimes that we're getting are from people coming in from places like Hermiston and hitting the Connex storage sheds at the windmills or the solar places. And we've had some very stellar work from the sheriff's department on taking grainy trail cam surveillance videos, identifying the type of car, make and model of the car, following down to the Shell station has amazing surveillance video cameras. It's like really shocking. You can tell when somebody like needs to use moisturizer, even like very amazing cams. And so being able to ID the car and then finding them. We found one randomly driving down 84 and another when Anthony had gone over to Morrow County to talk, he kind of was like, I think this car belongs to this person. This is my suspect, I believe. So he went to ask Morrow County about it and dude drove right past him. And so we got Morrow County to pull him over, and when Morrow County pulled him over, saw some of the stolen stuff in the car, in the truck. So we've gotten some really good stuff. It's the amount, I think I did 8 warrants on that case so far in county. So we don't have a ton of property crimes, but the property crimes we're getting tend to be very involved as far as the investigation portion of it. It takes a disproportionate amount of resources to close those versus a DUI. Right, so we get way more Deweys, but once the Dewey's done, it's done. The property crimes can take a lot more investigation and warrants and ongoing stuff. We're working on trying to get a warrant. We're working with the feds and trying to get a warrant on the infotainment system from the Bluetooth on a Hertz rental in Detroit right now. Actually just signed off on that warrant. So they're doing great work. Like I don't see that kind of investigative work in the bigger agencies. So I'm very impressed with
How often is there a trial that you feel uncomfortable, say it goes to trial, and you feel uncomfortable and seek help from the state?
Oh, I don't.
You know,
I've been a criminal attorney for 21 years. I've handled over 30 murder cases. I think I still have the record in Umatilla County for the longest trial. It was a sex case, 2 week, 66 count sex case. So,
yeah.
no, I mean, I suppose, okay, so I have this thing, I might have been running my mouth, but I do really want to see if we can, use our state antitrust laws to go after the drug companies. This is just a pet peeve of mine. I kind of want to threaten the pharmaceutical companies. If I actually did that, I would probably ask the state for help because antitrust is not my strong suit, but I'm really annoyed with them. We have pharmacies here and they're colluding to increase prices and I think unlawfully, and I think we have jurisdiction, but that's a side project. That's not a pressing one.
Yeah, we'll talk about that someday because
Yeah. Totally agree.
I'm really angry on Sunday when I was at Merkley Town Hall. And I was like, well, if you guys won't do it, I'll do it. Now I'm stuck researching.
Go across. This is outside our time and we should move quickly, but you can go across whether it's petroleum products or any kind of products. We are down to so few people
Yes.
that are, and they are colluding.
Yes, and that violates our state antitrust laws.
Yes.
So, I feel like if I can find a way to even make it past, like an initial filing, that's gonna embarrass the rest of the attorneys into the state. If like little Gilliam County is doing it, then why aren't you getting off your butts and doing it? So
Yeah.
that's a thought, but man, that's a long haul project.
Can you jump in, since you brought up sexual crimes, violent crimes, any jump movement?
I mean, we just had a kerfuffle in Arlington, I think yesterday. But again, it's the same group of people that I'm seeing over and over and over again.
What a surprise.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, sort of. I thought they were doing better, but not overall. We do have historically bad reporting rates in this county, especially for sexual based crimes. I do all of the child porn work for the entire judicial district. We've had a couple times where we thought maybe something was coming in, but so far we've been good in this county. We haven't gotten any ICAC hits in over a year. ICAC's Internet Crimes Against Children. It's where all of our child porn tips come from. It goes through NECMEC at the federal level, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, down to ICAC and then over to us. So we have not been getting hits on those. We do our MDT meeting, our multidisciplinary team meeting once a month where all the stakeholders are in a room together talking about, children of concern. And we have a pretty good knowledge of which kids we're worried about. And so far we've got one that's hanging on by a thread, and she's in DHS custody, but so far, so good.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Karen.
Anybody else have any questions?
Oh, sorry.
Just a quick question,
Uh-huh.
your DUI, your blood samples going to North Dakota, do they allow testimony via Zoom?
You can't, it's a Sixth Amendment violation. So there's a line of cases that started back in 2004, that was about, your right to confrontation. Started in the state of Washington, went all the way up to SCOTUS. So we have and the case that's sitting there right now is at SCOTUS right now is part of this line of cases about your right to confrontation. So it has to be in person. And if you ever want to get down in the weeds on this, where it gets really ugly is you'll have child sex abusers sometimes fire their defense attorneys because the kids have to be there in court so that they can cross-examine the children they abuse. You can't get around it. So you can't even get around it when it's you're re-victimizing the victim. So they're certainly not going to let us get around it for labs. Yeah, and one of our biggest problems right now is that they do it assembly line fashion, so depending on what the Supreme Court says, we would have to subpoena every single person on that line, and
Right.
not just the person who made the final report. So that's what and I think the fees were like $2,000 a day. So I've just been skirting around it and just proving it without the labs so far, but that could get difficult, especially since beginning January 1st. We don't have to prove controlled substances anymore. Any impairing substance can be used for Dewey, though I'm not gonna allow caffeine Deweys, but
Thank you.
yeah, for all of that, we guilty. Right. But you'll see that way people can't skirt the laws by having something that isn't technically scheduled. You know, if we get some of those, these lab tests are gonna be increasingly important. Yeah. Is that it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kara.
Well, you got something
Okay.
to live up to here, Doug.
Well, not quite yet. We've got Carrie Hayter,
Oops.
who is our new Justice of the Peace. She's on Zoom.
Oh.
And I am going, can we see her up there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which one's that?
That I believe is 109. Nope, 10, man, I'm out of practice. 107.
In the general.
Yeah, in the general fund, page 18. Okay, let's get everybody caught up into the right place. Okay, all right. Take it away, Carrie.
Know us. This is Brad Anderson over to my right. And Sherry,
Hi, Sherry.
Wally,
Wally.
Brooklyn, Griffith, hi Carrie.
Hello.
I know you.
Yes.
Hi, Carrie, Leah Watkins.
Hi, Leah. I don't know that we've ever formally met, but I think we're aware of each other. Nice. Nice to see everyone. As Kelly stated, I was appointed by the governor to replace Judge Patnode. That appointment starts June 1st. Judge Patnode's retiring the end of this month. And I just wanted to come speak to a few things. I worked with Judge Patnode and the clerk on the budget and just answer any questions that you may have to the best of my ability. Leona Foster's here. She's been employed with Justice Court for well over 20 years. Almost 26. And so she can help if you have any additional questions. Starting with the expenses, everything in materials and services is fairly similar to last year. There's been a few increases for inflation. There has been a line item added for judicial consulting for either Judge Patnode or another judge to potentially contract back during the next fiscal year to assist me as I'm going to be learning on the job and going to judicial college. In October, I have already been doing some training with Chris as my office is located in the same building as Chris for this month. So that's the $5,000 is for the judicial consulting. I wanted to touch base on the revenue that has come through Justice Court as of April 30th. This current budget here is showing, I believe, $235,000 in fees. That's a very conservative estimate, which is always a great thing to do. The amount that's come through Justice Court as of April 30th is just over $430,000, with that fine share that comes to the court after state splits and things is about $325,000. So the revenue is coming in, and that's a good conservative estimate. Does anybody have any questions for me?
you're comfortable, you have a process involving the use of Chris and others that you can move forward with very few bumps along the road?
Yes, I've been working and training with her, and Leona has longstanding knowledge after her 25 plus years of service. And Chris has agreed to consult back and answer any questions as needed and work with me. So yes, I am. I know there is a learning curve involved, and I am prepared for that.
So Leona also has a plan to retire in the near future, or?
I haven't set a date yet.
Sorry?
Every time I set a date that I extend it. I still don't have a date.
I'm sorry, Leon, we can't hear what you're saying.
Can you scoot close? Yeah, there you go.
I haven't set a date yet, and every time I planned a date, I've extended it. So I could go, I don't know, end of the year or longer.
Thank you.
Questions? Brad? No. No.
No.
Lady?
Oh, mine's at 0 on the bottom. Question number.
All right. Well, thank you, Carrie. We
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Thank
Nice
you
to
very
meet-
much.
When Brad and I show up in front of you, we'll get to. Hey, don't please.
Nice meeting everyone.
Thank you, Carrie.
Yeah, thank you. Take care. What's number for weeds?
Weeds is 205,
Page
page 36, Leah says.
Yep.
Okay, I'm almost there. Yeah, come on up.
How you doing, Doug? Good.
You can space a table here.
Yeah.
Got my junk spread out all over the place. Oh, gosh, I keep doing that.
It's pretty organized to me.
I don't.
That's all.
Jonathan, does him and I in contact?
Price of chemicals going up or down?
It always goes up.
Yeah.
Always.
The good thing is, you know, with these chemical companies on state bid, they're locked in for like 3 years, so,
Oh, so at least you can count on.
yeah. Sometimes they have to bump stuff up, but most of the time it'll be that way until it goes up for bid again, and then the next company will. And I don't know why, but Wilbur has had the state bid for like 6 years now, and they really don't make any chemicals, so.
Oh,
No,
I'm surprised that Helena or one of those other companies doesn't have it, but evidently they bid lower, so.
This is another area, actually. I'll stay brief, where there are very few chemical companies that manufacture anymore, particularly in the States. Significant amount of stuff comes out of India, or comes out of China.
Well, it used to be, you had a lot of chemical companies and now they're keep getting bought up.
Right.
One company will buy up 2 or 3 of them, another one will buy 2 or 3, and then it's, so,
They have a monopoly.
yes, they do. But they also, I mean, it's expensive to come up with chemicals and the lawsuits and stuff that, just like the Roundup one, I mean, I'm sure everybody's seen it on TV, and it's like, that wasn't even done in the US. That was some foreign country that did it, and they've just piggybacked on it and to the US, so.
Well, the amount of liability involved for a chemical company to do the research and to do all of the testing for something.
Oh, yeah, it was 20 years ago, it used to be like $300 million
Right.
before they could even make a chemical.
And in the case of Roundup, where we definitely need a replacement for glyphosate, with certain weeds proving more and more resistant. And the latest projection I heard was 2028 or 2030 before we need to see
Yeah.
something.
And it won't be cheap either when it comes out,
Yeah,
because you'll have to pay until the patent runs out on it, you'll have to pay a
Right.
lot.
and that's
7 years, I think, there's 9.
at least 7.
Yeah.
It might be more than that. Because they finally started dropping in price once it came off patent. And other people started manufacturing knockoffs.
Yeah, China is
China.
one of them that
And
always jumps right in there, and
I think the only question I had is what is the difference between your all weed chemicals and what your road weed chemicals?
the all weed would be like when we go out and spray pastures,
Okay.
noxious
Canyon.
weeds. Yeah.
Mhm.
So. And that's what we've been
And then the roadway and the pits are the other one.
Okay.
BLM gonna be pretty stable for your,
I think so.
Be a little
We-
different.
Yeah, we were, normally what we have is we sit down and we'll have like a 3-year contract where we'll get 45,000 for work that we do. And, doing the grant part of it is almost, we don't have anybody that can do that. I mean, it's that thick, all the BS that they want. So I think what we're looking at doing is going through the SWCD and just doing different contracts for them on cleaning up stuff.
And we have SWCD looking at the grants as a system to write the grants for the weed department. And they just feel like for what you get and the time you gotta put into them, there's not much value in going through that exercise to get grants. If they can go do this with more of a billing by project. Rather than,
Cause they've got a lot of money they're trying to get.
rather than grant money, get grant money from them to do projects for them, they'll put them projects.
you'll notice how little enthusiasm my wife has shown so far for working on grants. Yeah, and she actually.
You know, they just don't get easier. It's like,
No,
the last BLM one was, I didn't have the heart to take and show Jolie what it looked like. She already knew what it was gonna be, but it's like, it's bad. So,
Do they do that just to make it harder for you to get the money? Is it
you
on
know, and
purpose?
I don't understand it because SWCD doesn't have to go through that stuff. And they're offering them, I mean, a while back, they had like $2 million they were trying to get rid of.
Trying to.
And all they had to do was something quick saying that they could use it and the money, they had it. And they did that in less than like a couple of days.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you, the ones that we have though, you're not gonna do that in 2 days.
Yeah.
And then it's not gonna be for 2 million.
It was really nice when we had Sherry
Ben-
because she'd worked with OWEB and knew how their grants worked and she could sit down and write one that would go through every time. Plus she'd write herself into it
right.
for
Oh,
wages. so,
McElroy,
Yeah.
Terry McElroy.
Simple web trainings.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think.
Other people. I'm a short timer.
What's going?
Yeah.
You want to suggest that to Doug and he will retire.
Brad, any questions?
The only thing, the miscellaneous income, what is that? 40 mil.
That's for residents in the.
For what? Yeah.
Residents want to do some spraying.
That's, because traditionally it looked like it'd been 0, and then last year there was a big number.
Out to.
Yeah, and then I've been contacted with the people that bought John Burns's wanting to do, and they would really like to get a helicopter in, and they've been doing some on the ground and they're realizing that it's not gonna be any fun, so,
Does BLM have you go down Armstrong at all?
yeah. In fact, that's where we're supposed to go down there and do a bunch for the SWCD. Oh, I know, we've actually met with them and went down there and looked at it and
What kind of weeds?
anything, Scotch thistle, knapweed, diffuse snap, poison hemlock. It's just a few. And we,
Where they park all those boaters and
I know it, and they actually wanted us to take and widen out some spots. So when people met going back and forth, but we couldn't use anything that, kills it very long, like Houst or some of our roadside sprays that we do on the edge of the road. To get rid of the fire danger, so people would have a place to pull over without,
to graze it.
yeah,
Put my cows down there.
yeah.
I get some, we're really gonna push them to do mowing, so we can just take our stuff down there and mow. So I think they're.
Well, I haven't looked at it, but I'm sure we need to get down there and do something.
I have no question.
Right.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
released.
Oh,
Oh,
I just had a couple of things just for, Mike's been looking into it and they have a outfit called Spray Sync. And what it is so we have a system on our truck that tells us where we sprayed, how wide, and basically prints us off a map. But this system here actually does your spray reports for you, so you don't have to go back to the office.
Software.
And then, yeah, and we can do that.
Mhm. Good job.
Budget.
A lot. I mean, the startup cost on it is 4,300. So it's kind of expensive, but our other system, I mean, we've had it in the truck since '09. And it's not.
So then does it have a monthly
Basically,
fee?
what it does is it does a picture of what you did and the chemicals you use, but it doesn't do. And the system that this is, it wouldn't just be the truck, it would be everything that we take out to spray, we could record it. So like if we took our ATV out and sprayed with it, we could punch everything in, laptop, and track everything that you did. Same way with our side by side or our other pickup that we use to spray fields with.
Do you want that in your budget?
Well, I would, in the future, I think it would be a good idea.
The problem you have with my feeling about what's gone on in the past is they have to go and do some of this manual work later. It doesn't get done in a timely manner. Makes billing difficult if you're billing DOT and, we'll even with ELM, we'll.
Yeah.
All your lessons, you got money to do, but to get those reports done, and you can't get paid from DOT unless you got spray reports.
So this will speed up the process then.
It'll save on a lot of paperwork because you can literally go download what you just did
So you're
and your spray report's done.
$300, why didn't you try?
Yeah.
I've
that's-
seen.
The one thing about it is like the system that we have now, every computer that we have, it costs $500. So it's $1,500 a year for the program, which, I mean, you can go on there and look and there's your spray reports and this, but this one would literally, we can have it on as many computers as we want and the cost per year is 800. So in the long term, it will be cheaper plus save time.
So it's
Is it 2
4,300 to start and then 800 for the whole year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
800 is software maintenance agreements.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, there you go.
Inundating me with high tech today, guys. It's just 80,000 here, 80,000 there.
So
That,
that was,
that sound like very.
Okay.
that what, was it 2 years ago when we had
Oh, yeah.
spray reports that I didn't have to get?
That had been, but this is,
Yeah, and then we have to keep those, so you have to make another one to take and
Mhm.
so. You have to have copies when you send bills in too.
Yeah, even with my spraying and seeding at our place or over here, Gator, where we're at. Having the GPS-based systems in our tractor today is just, I mean, I've got a map right there.
Mm-hmm.
And if I split a field, I can go into NR's FSA. And here it is.
Yeah.
Which. Well, I don't,
Well, the nice thing is we don't, the roadside truck is the only thing we have that does any mapping at all. So the rest of it, like I sprayed the city golf course in
Yeah.
different fields and stuff like that. So you could just take it, punch it into however wide you are, and it just tracks you.
yeah,
And then you could punch in whatever chemicals it is and then get back, hit a button and you can make a copy.
do I have any disagreements for anybody on adding that into the book?
So historically,
What do you think?
the IT budget in 199 that we looked at in the general fund covers all county operations.
Okay,
So that could come out of the software line item in the general.
So do you think that's an item we need to increase in that area of the budget that we covered?
It's probably covered in there. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
go for it.
okay, so, someplace along the line, we'll note that we like the idea.
Okay,
Oh, I know that.
okay,
They'll tell you when you can do it,
okay.
not us. Then,
Yep, I'll have probably Laurel in the clerk's office. She's our newest IT liaison inside person, and she'll probably work with you on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
or we've had Don Spring, like,
Oh, yeah. That'd be that if there's room in there, you can get in for the end of the fiscal year without affecting next year.
There's that too, yeah. Yeah, I know.
Jump right on.
There's a lot of technology funds still available, so.
Okay.
super.
Let's
And the
make a
other thing
copy
I
of
was
that.
gonna
Get
say
it.
is that we've been trying to collect bugs lately and we haven't, I don't know what happened to them. If they went on vacation or
No bugs?
it's been difficult to find them. We've been trying to find knapweed bugs and toad flax
Is this
bugs.
because it was so cold?
I think it was warm earlier. I think they came out and I don't know if it
Oh,
was,
and then
they don't like the cold, but normally it doesn't kill them, but I'm not sure what happened. We're just not finding that many, so. Mike's over Clarno collecting them now as we speak, so.
Alright,
That's it.
that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
okay,
Okay, let's
Page 40?
see. Yeah, page 40. This one is
industrial
in
park.
Industrial Park.
Okay, I have a question on this.
Okay.
When it gets into the, let's see, where did I see that? Oh, I'll hold off one page, sorry.
Okay. So for industrial park development, we have obviously increased the investment earnings. We have increased the water billing. And that's just people that are using our water up there. So, Ardent Mills, anyone leasing the batch plant, Kevin Hagwood has an agreement to purchase water. So those are the water billings for, any of those uses. Rail use agreements has been increased to reflect the average rail use agreements lately. Seems like they've been up a little bit higher over the last few years. And the industrial park infrastructure line item is kind of used to balance the fund and there, for any major repairs or, new projects that need done up there.
So there were, this beginning of fund balance at 2630.
That is the building maintenance and repairs line item is historically budgeted at a pretty high amount and usually rolls forward each year. Unless we have a big project that does come through. I think there's there was talk of a project in the last year or two, I thought, of some
Well, we have-
repairs.
Through infrastructure improvements so that we have more marketable product down there through Miller Consulting,
Oh, yeah.
and he hasn't got it up his radar screen. We haven't gotten it out yet, but we approved those and sure we've budgeted.
Water.
Yeah, I mean, he was gonna have to do a whole design on what he did. There's basically nothing across the road in that area across the road, but the problem you got when you get somebody to come look at potentially going in there with a company that wants to bring business in is didn't sit there with undeveloped ground and had anybody to move fast enough to satisfy this. So, and we get water, power in some locations that would be feasible. And I don't think he's got him with the design side of that at any.
So building maintenance and repairs of 1.5 million is not a project that we're going to be facing in the next.
Nothing that's on the radar screen we know is gonna happen.
Yeah.
Except that knowing that when we get to that point, you're gonna spend that much money putting infrastructure.
Gonna be needed.
You know, you look at putting power in and that
Yeah.
stuff across roads.
So basically, this is we have a significant amount of money here that we're looking at that when it really gets down to it is a reserve.
Yes, really reserved because we don't have what you could say earmark for anything yet.
Yeah.
But we do know where we.
We have set it into this for this,
Mhm.
but we could pull it out of this
Well.
at some point if we had to.
Yeah, potentially, I think it's a bad idea not to try to. do
Well,
that
I'm not
every
saying
year.
we should.
You know, every
Yeah.
year to try to move that forward and do that. And what kind of a timeline that would happen in, you know, without his input, I
Yeah,
have no clue.
no, I'm not arguing about that. I'm saying though that when I'm doing my numbers at home, this is a reserve,
Yes,
just like a lot of other stuff is a reserve.
yes.
Another 3 million.
It's a reserve we're trying
But my
to
friends.
invest into the future and sustainability
Yeah.
of Gilliam County.
Right,
Yes.
right.
Good work.
Thank you.
Maintenance and repairs line items, what's the second one? One says building and the other one just says maintenance.
So one is more for the grounds and one is more for the buildings there.
There is weed spraying and
Mhm.
sometimes on the lot, we did build a road out to the little. What's the name of that company that put the internet stuff in, started the Z.
Vale.
Then, yeah, build a road out there. It's gonna have to be paved at some point.
Next up is the grain lab.
As the K. Does that explain?
One more year, 2 more
25?
years. It's real close. That sounds right. Mhm.
Oh, do they want it?
They looked at it, I don't know how many times.
Is
Yeah.
building maintenance actually costing us $76,000 a year?
Nope, that's the line used to balance the fund.
Okay,
Because
because I was gonna say.
Again,
how much does it
reserves.
Cost to tear it down.
We've got it rented, then that's fabulous.
Yeah,
IBR is gonna pay $1,000 a month for it.
I believe that was.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what it looks like here.
Plus-
And
better than it being.
Plus
Plus
utility.
utilities.
I think that includes utilities is how I understood it.
Look at that.
That is a great little facility. I just
Yeah.
have somebody. has it.
Yes,
Yeah.
well,
Well,
yeah, but the
right, I-
problem is it had to be.
Because they kind of
everything
get, the
based
water
on
is a given, right?
Well,
And
it's
That
still
was
has to
sort
be
of-
approved by the EDA.
No,
That
let's
was the big.
see.
That's to improve it.
If we
and
can
that's on the-
find a copy of what would it be,
I thought when
IBR?
Grant started
Oh,
renting
wait,
Mullers,
IB,
you use that as a,
library.
you know, an overnight place or something.
Yeah, when the trains is blocking. the
Library.
trains,
you don't know if that's something that I've got sitting in my
Either direction.
inbox.
Okay.
Oh, lease with Ardent Mills for Grain Lab.
Buttermiller goes down Rock Creek.
Oh, that'll be big.
Oh, there you go, but not all the way to Rock Creek.
Possession.
Okay, 42. Oh, that's
Nothing,
zero.
that's a nothing. Economic development, we moved that somewhere else.
General rent,
Public health.
That's fallen off, yeah.
lease.
Public health. How's that working?
Beginning balance, $1,000.
Okay. Do you want me to talk about the public health fund for you?
All right,
Okay.
take it away,
Planning.
Leah.
No.
No,
So-
this,
Our health, local health district, we moved out of North Central Public Health,
Okay,
Tri-County, to
Yeah.
Gilliam County to run their own.
yes.
It is mainly and mostly state funded. Do you call them?
Yeah, so, the program elements that,
Elements.
but Gilliam County is actually the public health authority.
Okay,
And then we lease, and we contract with South Gilliam Health District on the public,
Administration.
the program elements that, and then the environmental health goes to Umatilla County Public Health.
oh,
So they don't do that
That's
part.
your restaurant inspections and pool inspections and wells and septic tanks and those kind of things.
So as part of being a public health authority, we have to have a administrator, which that right now is Daleen Wilson.
We got approved for a 10% FTE position.
oh, it's just a
From the
very
state.
limit.
Yeah, it's just a
Yeah.
basically,
And a lot of it is just passing through.
Yeah.
We get it and then it goes.
Yeah.
And then we give it to South Gilliam, yeah.
And you'll see,
And then
yes, so we have our transfer from the general fund that we talked about earlier that comes in at $149,214. And that covers the personnel services in full. And then it also covers the office supplies and postage line item, the South Gilliam Health District subcontract, and the environmental health services line item is what Gilliam County pays for. The rest of it is passed through from Oregon Health Authority.
Gilliam County was paying, I believe, 4 years around 130,000 in that little annual increase.
Which we, that's basically the same thing that's getting paid
So
to.
that's what we're paying here now instead of all the tax.
and kept it local, or brought it back.
Has this been working?
It has been great.
Has it?
It's, everything as, I mean, they're into now their second year in it, so.
It was a little rough start, but.
Well,
we're gonna be
there's a
able to do
learning
that.
curve.
Yeah.
Transition was a load, it was a heavy lift.
Cause every one of those program elements you see here all had a big training curve on every single one. And still Daleen has to go through and do budgets on each one of those individual program elements too, within those.
And
So,
the problematic part about having it in the Tri-County deal was when they got the funds out of the state, the funds came in as Wasco, Sherman, and Gilliam. There was no separation or so they used those as they wanted, and
Now
they're right here with the biggest population using most of the funds, which they would anyway, but there's no way to tell when they're using Gilliam County funds
Yeah.
to take care of Wasco County residents.
And most of our Gilliam County people that really are using public health didn't have any transportation on our way to get to Dallas to get there anymore. That was part of the issue as well.
oh yeah, and that was their answer to it. Well, you can drive to the Dalles.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So right
When
now,
COVID came and we wanted vaccinations, well, we're giving them out down here free, just drive down here and get them. Yeah, well, that's a 150-mile round.
Yeah, and I think they came here just maybe 2 or 3 times.
They
Finally-
captured
finally
Chris.
got them to
Yeah.
come here.
Badger
Took-
them.
Took
Yeah.
some effort to get them to come here, and they provided vaccines here, but the people that were provided to were uncomfortable giving them and tracking them and couldn't get enough people's schedule to get them in time. You had to get one vial out, had to throw the other 9 away. and
Yeah, it was,
Well, and one of the instances was like the immunizations, North Central Public Health would drive to Arlington and do their immunizations for them and charge them. And we were paying
Yeah.
North Central Public Health. And they are turning around and charging
Charging us.
the Arlington Clinic to drive there and give vaccinations. So now they go down there, and make sure that's being done, Daleen and, Ashley, McIntosh. And they also go, WIC is available in Condon once a month, and then they drive to Arlington once a month too, so. And I think it used to come once a month to Condon, and that was it. If you missed it, you drove to the Dalles.
So on the expenses side, a lot of this then funnels,
everything has a
the-
matching revenue line.
Yes.
Yeah.
like, farmer's market is covered under that. I realize it's a small amount of money, but,
So there'll be a
Through
revenue.
through the clinic, and some of it ends up through other.
So what, I know one of the things they did was they brought in, a couple of those speakers that they brought in to the schools that spoke in Condon
Real life experience.
and Arlington. That was brought in with public health money, and
Public health did that under prevention.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I went to one of them. It was just outstanding.
Interesting.
So it's been a really good thing.
So there, other than this other than out through this, the county itself has not had a request from South Gilliam for any additional funding.
Well, they have an operational grant that, Sherry's looking at right now, so.
Not for public health, but just for some.
Just for the clinic itself.
So,
Yeah, oh, that's separate.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, they're two separate things.
Okay. Giving.
They're having to keep public health totally separate from the
Yeah,
clinic.
and they budgeted that way. I was at their budget meeting
Okay.
last night,
So
so.
there's a very delineation between. them.
Yes, definitely.
And the state keeps a really tight
Yes.
control over,
Yeah, if you don't expend all the funds from one of the program elements, they take them back.
yeah.
How much should ask me for the grant this year?
Can't remember, but I can find out.
I want to
real
say
fast.
150,
How much?
150.
I think that's right.
That doesn't cover their gap.
I think that's about what they've asked for.
Surprised it's not higher.
Well, what you've got is they get 100,000 tax revenue and North Gilliam gets 700,000, but they have a captivated audience in here, so they make a lot more revenue off the residents. Local people here as a revenue stream, where in Arlington, people more have to jump on the freeway and go to another side of the house.
Correct.
So there is a kind of a trade-off just in location where we're at, even though the tax dollar streams are really different.
Yeah.
And I attended their budget meeting last night. I was on the budget committee for them, and they are, their billing system, they changed, what they were transitioning right as Holly left last year. So it kind of left them up in the air. But that they're learning that system and they're able to get their bills out more timely. Because I think people noticed that sometimes they didn't get billed for like,
Months,
yeah,
yeah.
In our state.
yeah. But
months.
that's not happening now. So their revenue stream is coming in more quickly, and so things are turning around to the clinic.
Trying to recover.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, I
And
understand
this has
you
been
contribute a lot of your time though, and congratulations.
and it was a pleasure for me to do it because I wanted to make it sure it survived. So I think it's really important for our residents in Gilliam County to have that service here and not have to, drive.
It was a good move.
And
And she was instrumental in really rapid, I mean, sure got it started. But,
Congratulations to you
Oh,
also.
no, it was the whole board.
yeah, because you guys did a lot of the groundwork before I even got on there. So it's been probably one of the best moves that has happened in Gilliam County, and it's been overshadowed by everything else. So, but it's a good thing. And the modernization, which you'll see, is at 216,000, which that's guaranteed for 2 years. That helped them bring in Ashley McIntosh to be, full-time, and then they have to have, for the Babies First program, they have to have a registered nurse. And I think they've reached out and they're gonna partner with Wheeler County on some of that stuff that Wheeler County isn't doing, but wants to do through their public health. So it's been great.
It'll just get better.
Yeah, it will.
Fantastic.
And Daylene Wilson is doing a stellar job.
really hesitant about taking on the administrative position, but
We just kept,
twisted her arm and
So is it?
She had such a background, though. It was good for her to do, Daily Wilson,
or Wilson.
Oh,
but she was in on our initial.
She was through all of the first.
Mhm.
She was involved in all the transitions.
Yeah.
Yes.
well, she came in November. Lisa Helms, yeah.
She did a lot of the justification and upfront.
yeah,
work.
what's the difference between Daylene and Lisa?
So Lisa is the administrator for the whole health district,
Oh, I
clinic,
see.
and yeah, she oversees everybody, so.
Yeah.
But,
Daily has the public health.
Well, I know Doug Wilson and I were together and he thinks the world of you.
Well, I think the world of Doug Wilson too, so it's a mutual.
Okay, Brad, anything?
Oops.
Yeah.
Sure. Big zero. All right, transportation.
Transportation. So the big news in transportation is their bus barn project. You'll see a transfer in the amount of 418,000 plus, and that is grant matching funds. We're transferring that in from capital projects
To match with the grant.
to match with the grant for bus barn line item above, that's
We could do
1.675.
25%, did we, Pat?
I don't know. I know the project came in a little more than what we had anticipated. I don't remember if the actual grant asked for 25% or not, but there's a hole in what we were awarded and what's gonna take to get the project.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Where is the project being built?
Just off the road, Cemetery Road, next to the fairgrounds, in that area that the county owns.
The north side of the road. Mhm.
Across the road.
Mm,
No, the
No,
event center goes in the fairgrounds where the old
Yeah.
house
Mhm.
was. And
so they'll kind of almost be.
So how big a
right
building
across.
is this?
Oh, it's gonna be that close then, right where the old
Wow,
house
is it 5,000?
That's pretty
square
It's good size.
feet?
it's gonna house everything.
It's good,
Yeah.
all the vehicles will be able to be parked in.
And are there offices gonna be over
Yeah.
there too? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh,
Yeah, transportation offices. That way they're there, while the drivers are coming and going and they can kind of keep a better eye on everything. So that's the big news in this fund. Other than that,
county money floats into the transportation department. I noticed you got grants and other stuff here.
transportation is really well funded through grants.
See your capital budget.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Yeah, usually there's not a lot of county money going in there. They're struggling to try and figure out how to spend all the money they're getting from federal and state grants.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the two new vans they bought they struggled to find those because they had to be ADA, they had to be hybrids, there was all these stipulations with, they finally found them clear up in whatever, Federal Way, I think, right out of Seattle,
Mhm.
so. But they did get
Yeah.
that spent.
How many people use the transportation?
Oh,
Oh, a lot. They
Um,
are so busy,
Is it?
so busy. Yeah.
Well, they really pulled it back
Yeah.
with COVID and got short of help and did medical only and people cried because they weren't getting extra services for a while. So getting those back in play has been important.
Yeah.
Drivers.
I think we have 4 part-time drivers now, it looks like.
yes.
Is there
Yeah.
a similar deal down at Arlington?
Same program. as
Same program.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah,
all
we have a-
run from here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have drivers down there, and get those.
He's tried really hard to get like a part-time driver that's hired in the Arlington area, but he hasn't had any luck, but he does have 4 that are up here. Yeah, there's some volunteers down there at Arlington that drive. But,
Yeah, one of them.
yeah, and that's the people
Leah's
that,
volunteered, but she hasn't made a trip yet.
Was you busy, you went back to work?
he did, Todd's worked really hard at, trying to get the base of volunteer drivers back up again. Reaching out to people that used to drive
I think
and,
like Green Monahan started driving again.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen her
So
lately.
these funds are available to any county.
Yeah.
And if you know where to look. And
yeah.
Yeah.
If you wanted.
Yeah, actually,
go through the
McKed,
grant
which
Yeah.
we're trying to move into the McKed Economic Development District, it's been about 2 years in that process, which got shut down because of the recall. And, they have put together with all their counties a complete transportation system from Boardman to Portland. With using all the county and,
Right.
yeah, they put a really cool transportation system together.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's a busy phone down there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm 75. Do I qualify for free trips anyplace?
You know,
You
you're
can go-
young enough to drive.
You can go anywhere you
Be
want.
a driver.
Well, I mean, I could go wherever I want.
Is it right?
You're volunteering for a free trip?
Yeah.
They'll take me to Portland
Fine,
and
it
drop
could
off
be
at
the
the
driver.
airport if I needed it.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a great program.
Yeah.
And
I know.
Gilliam County, I think, does a lot better with their funds than like Sherman and Wheeler.
Yeah.
Because with the chamber, we were trying to get it like programs where they can go to the events, like they can go to Sherman County Harvest Fest and
Yeah.
I think Sherman and Wheeler County was like, no, we don't have the funds for that. I was like, oh.
Yeah, and I think Todd has opened it back up to trying to get, they used to take a group up to Wild Horse and
Yeah.
stuff like that. I think he's trying to reinstitute a few of those things. So for people for their entertainment, I guess.
Mhm.
Well, people that might want to go somewhere that can't drive and don't drive, or
Yeah.
And keep people social,
So I drink
yeah.
while I'm riding.
No, I
While
think
you're
that's out of
riding,
the.
no.
Oh,
No.
really? Well, we're not going then.
He'd be the
remember
one
the
that
bus.
get kicked off the bus.
Dang it.
Okay.
Well, you can put it in here though, nobody will know.
Yeah, never know. Okay, road equipment replacement, we've talked about that previously.
Yeah, no big
Uh,
surprises
transferred
there.
From general road, 200, 223, 465.
Yep.
Thousand. So he's now up to about 682,000, and these are reserves again.
Well,
You
doesn't
got
he
it.
have a list of-
He did have a list of some things. And that dollar amount
3.7.
pretty much takes it all up. 6, 7, 8, headed for 900,000. Yeah.
It's been weird.
This is his 24-25 equipment replacement plan. I know he has gotten loans on some equipment previously. Sometimes one time he took a loan from the SIP fund, and then paid it back, monthly payment or annual payments. I think just paid that off last year for the last grader he bought.
Because this is more than what he got it.
Oh, these are what
Yeah.
he's going to replace.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
is what
He has
his great-
this, and
this is
then,
his wish list, yeah.
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 This is the grader that was upside down. Well, I'm guessing the traded values. And that is part of what he's getting rid of. The grader would still be worth.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Okay.
Good on that one. Next up is capital projects, which you'll notice, again, giant reserves here in this one. We do not have $7.5 million of capital projects in the works. But we do have a line item for that. We have, there's a new line item in the revenues for the North Gilliam County RFPD construction reimbursement. So in the sheriff's office budget, we talked about redoing the fire department there to turn it into sheriff's offices. And the rent that the sheriff is paying to North Gilliam Fire each month will be redirected to the capital projects fund to pay us back for the improvements to their building.
Okay.
Until the cost is paid off, and then the rent payments will start actually going to North
What
Gilliam
is the-
Fire.
I might have missed this, but what's the 300 in engineering and consulting again?
That's the name of the
Cedar
industrial
Springs?
park.
Or is that for the road? No, that's for
Cedar
Cedar
Springs?
Springs Road, isn't it?
No, that's in the road fund. I think that's just something that's been budgeted every year at 300,000.
Yeah.
And we use a little here and a little there as projects come along, but we've never used that much in recent years. And then there's the transfer to transportation for the bus barn grant match.
Right. And we're sticking another 1.683453 into this fund this year, correct? We
Yes.
started with
Yeah.
6.4 and now we're up to 8281, and we had some expenses coming out, of course.
Yeah, so we throw some money from the SIPs in here every year just to build up for if there's any major improvements that need to be done to this building or other projects.
Right.
So kind of squirreling away some money just to,
Reserve.
yep,
Reserves.
yep.
I think
So
so.
when I see that large number of 7.5 million, is there any other big projects coming up that we spend on?
So there's gonna be, so the event center, I think that the fair we have 1.2, almost 1.3 million
You got about-
in money.
Don't you have 1.5 with other 300?
No, we had 1 million and then we got another almost 300 from the lottery.
Right.
So,
That's setting.
but the way, as the time goes by, I think the project is gonna cost more than. So some of that is gonna have to come from the capital projects to complete that.
That money's sitting in a reserve someplace and it'll come back out for that fair.
Yeah, you'll
event.
see it in the
Centers.
fair budget when we get
Yeah.
to that.
Couple more pages and we'll
Yeah.
be there.
It's
Oh.
there in the fair budget.
Okay.
And other than, is most of the building stuff, I'm not sure if it's went out to Griffin,
For
the,
bathrooms and stuff
yeah,
here,
all the
the
stuff
work here. I don't know if that's been paid or not yet.
I know
It should
I
come
know
out
we
of this
paid
fiscal year.
Yeah.
I'm
we
sure
paid
they've
it,
taken draws.
yeah, change order, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Um,
Economic enhancement.
economic
Okay, are
enhancement.
these? The host fees seem to be about in line. Well, the fees, SPL waste have gone up, but
Yeah, that's the special
overall, we're
waste.
about in
Yeah,
it. There's been no change for the last several years and
pretty even. Yeah. Yeah, slight downward trend, it looks like, for a couple years,
but they were pretty busy down there.
but
What'd you ask?
Oh, how busy waste has been, is it?
The volumes have been down a little bit on Columbia Ridge. Construction fell off with the cost of material, and I think that
Yeah.
money on it. Construction, when Kimway's volumes have been off the charts way up,
Yeah,
but if that doesn't affect the host fees.
yeah, the host fees are on the municipal solid waste. Yeah.
But our last report, which was done at the last meeting.
Yeah, we sent them here.
what's that?
Well, the special waste is not the,
But the Columbia Ridge
That's different.
volumes are down from what they were a year ago. Hoping-
but
they're
those
hoping to
special
pick
wastes
up.
are all driven by the construction. Dirt moving and
Yeah,
the CDL.
And some dirt project, there's some big projects, especially those stuff, they clean ups.
what do they predict looking out into the future?
Well, there's a couple of things I think that are really on the horizon. The big cleanup at the river, what do they call that? Dredging out down in the mouth of Columbia, or down there in the port of. Can't remember the name of that project. It's a huge.
Oh, on the Willamette,
Never either.
Yeah, I think it's in, and it is, I think it's in Bundy.
is it? Oh,
But it's a huge dredge. It'll be tons and tons and tons. And then on the Kimway side, there's a waste stream called PFAS, and it's part of the committee to do another landfill in was to handle PFAS waste, which has been non-regulated in the past, but I don't think they'll stay there.
mhm.
And it is in almost everything, from frying pan, Teflon to anything else.
And they're trying to get out ahead of it, so when it does come, they're gonna be ready.
Yeah. Why do we take, funds out of economic enhancement and put it into homestead rebate?
That is the economic enhancement ordinance. And that dictates what we do with all of our funds from the host fees. And so we have a schedule of what percentage of each of these entities get based on the host fees that come in. Yeah.
It's just the, yeah, it's the laws, yeah.
Some we've had going into housing and then some into the daycare endowment fund now.
Yeah, and those distributions will start next year with host fees that come in this year. This year's distributions are for the host fees that came in. Well, okay, the upcoming year's distributions are for the host fees that are coming in now in this fiscal year. So, this is our last go with these distributions. And, the next round will be the new distribution schedule.
Project development costs $3.5 million. Reserves and special payments. It's a one-time shift to $3.5 million. Apparently.
It's been budgeted at 3.5 million every year and not spent. It looks like not fully expended. Some of these are, capped. Let's see which project development costs. Nathan?
I don't think that, yeah, that's just
I don't,
any kind of projects.
It could be a housing. Yeah, I mean, something, I mean,
yeah,
we
I
had
don't,
a couple of problems came up this year. where
There's no other way to spend any funds that are related. It's something how we can't come up here and do
It
it.
would have to be transferred.
Oh, that's right. There.
you can spend it out of that
That's why
line
it's there.
item. Yeah,
But no, it's not allocated to anything specific.
No,
No, but without it, we couldn't have moved the infrastructure side of the 40 acres to Arlington.
Yeah.
We had some funds with it. And we've done some stuff with PCDs.
Yeah, because this fund's really kind of locked up because of the host agreements.
yeah.
Anything that's in here is either part of the enhancement ordinance, it's part of those. Both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's not really a lot of changes that can be made to this budget because it's outlined by ordinance. Yeah.
It's not set in stone, it's
just a number.
just a number.
Well,
It's a number that allows some flexibility.
Yeah.
yeah, on the one hand, it gives you flexibility, but on the other hand, it's a delusion. Because your unappropriated ending balance of 11,068 really is not 11,068. It's 14,462 or whatever the number might
If you
be.
don't spend it.
If you,
What if you spend it?
what?
What if you spend it?
That is true, but on the other hand, I like to see something that identifies something other than quote unquote project development costs. In other words, this allows, and this is probably true on a lot of different funding in here, but anytime, if you got into a significant project out,
I'm gonna give you an example when you get that.
well, I'll tell you, my example is I think there should be something other than project development costs, an identification that the citizens of the county can say, oh, okay, they're gonna take this amount of money and it's gonna go here. I'm uncomfortable
You
with
want real numbers.
No, I want real names.
A
what?
real actual project to tie it to.
Where you want some more designated.
Take another million in the small business development grants.
But what I'm gonna say, because I think that does cover.
You
like
just
how-
want to identify purpose of it.
Have a percentage of the economic enhancement fund. That.
Of course, the next court might very well go into your split on economic development, economic enhancement, and might change all of the numbers,
Which we just did. for this
which you
year,
just did,
But then we'll be able to do it for a year.
right?
This year's
So this year
distribution
was
is set.
The example would be of why it was nice to have it was when Pioneer CDC had their housing loan program, $1 million plus program.
Right.
They had it all out on loans, were committed to 2 new projects. And they had 6 more housing projects that applied for loans and no money to put into that deal. And in one court meeting, we could
You could take the
put
money out.
that
of
money out, put it into the increase, which is just a loan. It wasn't like it was just
Right,
money we gave away. It's a revolving loan.
right, but that's
To encourage that housing continues.
correct. But that money is an asset today, and after you put it into a loan, it was still an asset. It was not an expenditure.
Well,
Loan the money.
on an accrual basis, yeah, this cash basis, it's on.
Yes. I agree.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And I'm not, it just,
It is a big pot of money.
Yes.
Yeah, there's another one in 235 that's $6 million that we can talk about.
yes, I saw that one too. Yeah.
And that one.
Yeah, I'm not against the court, but if the court wants to do it the way they, in this way.
Well, it's really hard to be very reactive to things that come up without some sort of a.
Yes,
Yeah.
I totally agree with that.
Sometimes court proceedings move really slowly.
Flow regardless. I mean,
Yeah.
you can't.
I mean, you can lock it up and then you have a supplementary budget. You could put it.
But you can't lock it up in unappropriated because then you can't
Right, you
just
can't
do a
use it all
supplemental
then,
budget.
Right.
It has to be appropriated somewhere to
I
use it
just
at
want
all.
to know when project development costs, in my mind, shift from being an asset of the county, which it is today, 3 million. If they put it into an expense, what I call an expense, versus a loan, which is another type of asset, or buying a building, which is another type of asset.
So when it,
But I got nothing against you putting it there.
so then it's just kind a little bit the other side of that is, so now you've invested that
Yes.
into the county.
In fact, we can borrow against it.
That's gonna return tax dollars once you build a house.
That is true. That is
Definitely
true.
an investment.
That in one way is an investment, as long as it ends up being a total, a return.
Yeah, and those returns can be pretty slow,
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah. Anyway, well, I've carried this too far. I
Yes,
just
you
don't-
have.
I
This
just,
is one of more specific.
I just don't know. I don't like numbers like that. And we'll run into the 6 million pretty soon.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can be sure he doesn't have it in his budget.
So, and just for information purposes, the BTAP grant and the BTAP grant expense down below,
Yes,
that's for the consultant to help us get the grants for the broadband that are just gonna happen on the north end of the county. And, I think I talked to Kelly to begin with about the 15 million that we possibly would be looking at. And she was more comfortable with leaving that out of the budget and then
Yeah.
putting it in as a supplemental later. When and if we get the money and how much it is.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a big number to,
But how do you budget 15 million? Money you
Yeah.
don't got is gonna be depending on whether the state says you're gonna get it. or not.
But that's what that
Especially
VTAP grant
when the
is
state
for,
knows.
okay,
Who knows?
so.
all right,
We're trying to get in a position where we can get that,
yeah.
but it's not there yet.
okay, so the next page just finishes off this fund with all the transfers that are outlined in the ordinance.
Which we'll talk about at night.
Next up is the chemical waste management host fees. And not a lot of surprises here. Investment earnings is up like everything else. The per ton fee agreement is up. We talked about the chem waste being up already. So with that being up, the Arlington 25% payment increases, and there's your reserves and your unappropriated ending fund balance. We all good on that one? Next is the county fair fund.
This is where you have the 1.3 million.
Yes, yep. So the 1 million came in the 22-23 fiscal year, it looks like. And then the additional funds, are coming in this year. Is that what I'm reading here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they actually gave us the 53, which is what that one grant was 277.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a reimbursement basis, so
Okay,
as we
okay,
spend it, then they'll reimbursement, but the million is sitting in.
okay.
But technically, this just for the fair. It's just for.
This is for the event center. Yeah.
Yes,
So there's zero. Charge.
yeah,
But
it's
Well,
already, it's all allocated to something already.
Well, we had our beginning fund balance, I think in the fair board was like the 330,000 that you see out of that million.
Mhm.
That was our actual beginning fund balance plus the 1 million.
Yeah.
And then the other grant is down below.
Yeah, so, yeah, no big surprises, I don't think anywhere else there. Any questions, comments?
yeah, here's our 6 million. Why? How much do you?
Oh, did we move on to the next page?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, SIPs. Okay,
How,
here's our 6 million.
how much do you award each year edited that process? Right?
Well, it depends on, there's a budgeted line item.
Yeah.
Yeah, the competitive grant program, that is
But it
for the
depends on-
capital and the operational grants.
Like it says, previous competitive grants were pushing out 837,195.
That's grants that haven't been paid out yet on a reimbursed basis. Their grant period doesn't end until the end of the calendar year. So we still have 800,000 in this year's grants that'll be
So
paid
we're-
out.
I will
Yeah.
word my question differently.
Okay.
It says we're giving 6 million to the competitive grant program. Is that going to all be awarded this year?
I don't know that we have ever awarded that much, but that is,
Right now, we have 1,030,000 being requested for capital or operational support. And then we have capital and we have special
I
projects.
think what kind of my memory is, what historically has happened is South End has used most of their portion of that and the North End rarely does. But since the school has been putting in the North End, school that he's been putting in more requests for housing, they've been using quite a little bit of that in their grants.
if I remember historically, it's been closer to 3 million. And it looks like last year and this year, it's been 6 million
For
But they,
capital projects.
for capital investment and operational grants.
So
that's
the-
really gonna be because of schoolhouse housing. And that's-
Okay, so my question then is, as the SIPs fade out,
We're trying to get these people who are using operational grants to become sustainable.
Yes.
That's one of the big stipulations, and they have to say, there's part of that grant process that says, how will you become sustainable? What happens to you when
SIP is no
then
longer
there's no
available?
money available?
And there's also the Kelly nonprofit consulting
That
that the
whole
court
grow.
just approved.
To grow, that whole grow program is based on that. It's helping, it's using that nonprofit group to they're not nonprofit, for profit, but they help nonprofits and they will teach these nonprofits how to basically stand.
How
on
to
their own
find
two-
grants, how to write the grants, how
Let me ask a
to
different
find the
question.
funding.
Like, I think the daycares, and I think both daycares have signed up for it, maybe.
Or
I don't know.
As-
who's-
There's a list,
as the SIP fades,
Mhm.
are the citizens of the county going to want the road program to continue, or are they going to want the competitive grant program?
That's gonna be a pretty
Because
Yeah.
we're gonna have to face that.
Oh, yeah, well,
I
that's
don't
what we've
think
been
you
telling
go
them for
until
the
you
past
make
6
a
years.
decision, then they
Yeah.
show up and.
What's the county strategic plan as well?
You know, I think maybe you can do some surveys and stuff and hope you get, but I don't know how you're gonna get that answer.
Yeah. I don't know what the answer is when I
Yeah.
ask this question.
Well, because both the daycare and the early learning center, Arlington and Condon, have been dependent on the county.
Yes.
Summit Springs been dependent on the county. I'm not sure they need to be. But they have requested $150,000 for the past 6 years. Every year for operation.
Absolutely,
And to be real honest, if I pick out any program to save, it's childcare. That's my
Mhm.
personal.
the operational. Money, I believe the one out last year was $500,000 between the two.
Between the Arlington and.
Yeah.
I think, and I want to say last year with Summit Springs, they came for operational one and we had them switch it to capital project because they were gonna use some of the money for a roof and stuff like that, so we.
We've had your direct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Special
And-
projects grant because they needed some,
yeah. So
replacement kitchens.
we realize that is a,
Sustainable,
yeah.
Yeah.
and they know it too, because we've told.
Yeah, we've made that clear.
Grant funds went out, that's a big part of them.
And we also don't give grant funds for wages. You can't ask for funds to cover any employee's wages, so that the county is not expected to sustain jobs for these other entities.
Anyway.
What was your comment about daycare?
Oh, I think that's essential.
I
If I have to save anything, I save early learning. I think
Well.
before roads, before anything, that's the next generation that we expect.
Well, and you need
To
your
take care of it.
workforce. Your workforce has to have that childcare also. Yeah.
Yeah, no, don't misinterpret my views.
Oh, I just saw
Okay,
Ellen give us
any
a look.
questions?
Is she in here at 3?
Okay,
Okay, I'm gonna go check with her real quick, guys.
Yeah, that's just our giving me a look.
How much?
Wally, I think that Sherry's looking for, people to be on her grant committee with her.
And the grant, those recommendations for the grants don't have to come through the budget committee. So we could also work the grant, look at those grants and, make a recommendation just to the county court.
right.
Because the money's here already, been put in there, we don't need it. So yeah, I'm trying to, it's me, I'm the only one who's left of the committee. I think we should get Brooklyn on our committee as well.
Yeah, I agree. Need a monthly committee?
Yeah.
The grants.
Yeah, we talked about that
Yeah,
already.
you should.
Yeah, because I was gonna work on, because
of
her
the
historical,
that
I,
don't, most don't do that enough to really
as we,
dig down into what.
as we approach the time when we. need
Yeah,
to-
okay.
I would like to set this aside just for a second. We have an unfinished business back up in county court on the wages situation that Brad brought up. We said we were going to return to that. What page was that again?
The wages for the county court was page 14.
I would like, okay, we're on page 54, don't forget that.
I don't
Let's go
think
back
we
to
have much to say about the rest of them, do we?
No, I think we'll get through the rest of them. And Ellen said she's fine to get started in there. She doesn't need to move her voting machine in for a little bit. So we can
But I can
get
still
through
put ballot.
and then, yeah, until 8 o'clock tonight. We will not still be here at 8 o'clock tonight. I think we're going to need to continue this meeting to another time and date.
The question was, when the budget was prepared, we threw everything but the kitchen sink into the budget. And there are.
What page are we looking
Okay,
at?
board is up in the air, what direction will be moving forward. There are 2 or 3 positions here that are not filled at this time. And Brad had a recommendation of lowering the county administrator, keeping county administrator, but for our purposes for right now, until a supplemental meeting goes through, shift that down to 76,777.
Plus 3.5%.
Plus what?
Plus 3.5%.
Yeah, plus 3.5.
So it's more of an administrative assistant or whatever.
Yeah.
It's called.
It'd be the same as the
Title that
79,470.
Administrative something.
Administrative.
Um,
I think they were at the same one.
Further to that, there was another, but now finance director, we now have it. That
think so.
position filled, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep,
Yes.
she can't get out of it now.
As of today.
Okay,
Yes, they're on
now
the
the
same.
administrative assistants, dash ERO, is that filled at this time?
No,
No, it is not.
it's not advertised either, is it?
And it's not advertised.
It has
We-
been.
It was,
We advertised that we have 2 applicants, which
just on hold.
we interviewed them right before the recall, so they got it put on. So,
Okay,
and they know that.
okay. Do you, what do you feel about that one, Brad? You want that one to stay, be removed?
No, not necessarily.
Okay,
Yeah, because it.
I would-
it-
I would be highly opposed to that.
I'm highly opposed to the
Yeah, they're looking at filling it.
administrator position now. That's me.
Yeah,
Because this county administrator was the executive assistant to the judge, so it'll just go back to that.
yeah.
yes,
Let's pull out this admin assistant is the employee resources officer, so that's
Yeah.
something entirely different.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That position.
Oh, yeah, all right. Okay, so we had that change, and is everybody happy with that change?
I am.
I'm not in favor of it.
Yeah, okay, that's,
And then the other thing was, did we not want to bring the legal consultant back up to 60,000?
Yes,
Because
we
we feel
did.
like they would be.
they're
needing that.
probably going to. use
And these new positions, all these are all new people. They're gonna be looking at that as well, utilizing more
Yes,
legal.
yeah, I had already written that one down as up to 60, didn't you? Okay,
All right,
Okay.
and then the,
consulting human resources, we bumped to 10,000.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty.
So did you, on the 1006, we ended up at, is it gonna be the 79,470? That's the same as the line
Yeah,
before.
that would be last year plus the 3.5. Yeah.
Okay.
That includes the 3%.
Yeah.
3.5, excuse me.
And you're suggesting if we do that, we want to come back for a supplemental?
Yes.
If that's
If-
divided
if
down the
we
road.
End up with a
So
supplemental.
what percentage of supplement can you do?
1%. Well, if we got another budget committee meeting, there's no.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have a supplemental budget, you can do it as a supplemental mid-year after an approved budget.
Right, well,
You
you
can't-
can't approve budget,
Yeah.
you could change it by 10% before it's adopted.
Mhm.
And then if it's over 10%, yeah, then,
You can't ever get back to that number is my point.
oh, you can.
Yeah,
'Cause all
you
have to
can.
do is take the. You probably don't even really need it, because all the positions are filled.
Well, but they're gonna be.
your personnel piece.
Okay, hold on,
But are they?
so really.
You got $70,000.
You can do a supplemental for any amount.
It can pull out, and take it out from 35, or just.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of flexibility, self-fill budget.
Or we can take it from the unappropriated or no, yeah, we can't change the unappropriated.
Some reason
It could be, we could take some of it from,
Maximum,
No,
Yeah.
that's.
Forfeitures and stuff.
Well,
that's your actual.
right, because that's budgeted way high too. So, yeah,
And,
Yeah.
you know, the auditors don't care for cheaper, but they really do care for average.
Yeah.
So we err on the side of being over the cost. We got.
Okay, now where are we? Are we going back to finish?
Page 54.
yes.
Gilliam County Library.
Page, oops. Get myself. 54, okay, Gilliam County Library. So the library, you'll see, also has a hefty transfer from SIP discretionary every year. It's been steadily increasing each year. We're up to 200,000 roughly this year for a transfer in from the SIPs to fund the library. Library director's salary increased, promoted to management, along with all those other positions. The youth librarian was under budgeted last year. She got an increase in her salary to better match with positions that have a like skill level. The telephone and internet is getting brought down to 0. The city of Condon is supplying their internet, and the general fund technology line items pay for the phone service. Maintenance and repair, they need interior and exterior surfaces repainted. So that request is for painting. Book services, the Sage and Leo book programs, I believe, are the sharing books with other local libraries. And then book purchases is up because books are getting expensive.
Does use of the library increase over time, decrease over time?
I don't know about actual use, but I know that we do have people. Yeah,
SIPs, I mean,
yeah.
Yeah,
this is long-term a real problem.
yeah, it is.
And to add to the problem is that Arlington is trying to figure out how to get the county to support the Arlington Library and.
Yeah, countywide.
Right.
Yeah, we currently only give 25,000 a year to the Arlington Library.
About 70,000, probably with the numbers smarter than I ran to get there. That just complicates our SIPs problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see, I know that, because I've talked to Mary and they're working with the school district on an agreement for funds to come to the library for Mary to, and I don't think they came to an agreement yet, so it's probably not in there.
On the revenue side.
Yeah, so it's not in here until I think we
But
know
I don't think it's.
what that's going to be.
Yeah, I don't think it's a huge amount, so.
Yeah.
But it will be sitting in there, so eventually, when that agreement gets signed
Mhm.
by whomever.
Mhm. Yeah, but we will run into a funding
Mhm.
problem here at some point.
Yeah, because I think the school is kind of figured out that it's not worth them to keep a library.
Oh, what's
It's
the
changed.
Arlington's library? That's the state one.
Mhm.
It's been remodeled, it's really pretty.
Yeah, it's a nice little library. I always wondered why the county didn't put some into that, but
What we do is
Yeah.
just not near what we put into this one.
Well, and the thing is,
Once you're ready to get into, and start talking about
Yeah.
that. Is paying for staffing down there becomes the issue. All of a sudden they become county employees or benefits and. That's the big bite if you pick that up in the county level.
Where was the decision made to make the condo location in the Gilliam County Library?
Way before my time.
Long time ago.
It's always been.
Yeah.
Way
Yeah.
before my time. And they do
And
things
was
together.
was the one in Arlington, the city of Arlington's library at one? Is it still?
It is, yeah.
But I think, Marta's the one that reached out, Marta Michael,
I met with
she's
her.
on the board and I
I've
think she
met-
reached out about getting them
Oh, have them
Under
joined
one.
together. Well,
umbrella.
they used to ask for money in special projects grant or capital investment grant or operational grant. And we finally said, why are we doing that? Let's just put them let's just give them $25,000 a year and help support
Mhm.
them. Instead of them having to ask for grant. And that's why that's in here is a lot. That's
Yeah.
not
So
Yeah, that's a pretty recent,
I think
yeah.
the move was gonna be that the boards were gonna try to get together
Oh,
and
try to-
figure out. I think that's where that got
And
left
it's
out,
gonna
wasn't
be
it,
a
Cal?
funding problem.
Well, it's,
And I don't know if there's more grants out there that we could, go after. There's currently only $5,000 in grant revenue there.
You would think
I don't,
that there'd be all kinds of reading
yeah,
grants.
so early education,
Yeah,
yeah.
They
exactly.
were looking at cutting that whole library when I was there. Cause the library's budget was $15,000 or something, so I know that they went out on a lot of grants.
Mhm. Yeah.
The problem for me with the library, to be honest with you, is that not every kid has a high-tech cell phone.
Mhm.
Not everybody has not every kid has not every old person has a computer yet.
Yeah. Kids do use it a lot.
There is
After
a
school.
specific
Yeah.
clientele
Yeah.
that is being serviced by the libraries, both here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's
there's,
beneficial.
I think
Yes.
Mary said there's a certain amount of them that go in there to do
Yes,
their,
It is.
pay their monthly bills online,
Mhm.
because they don't have that at home,
Yeah,
Right.
some of the, older folks.
It's just one of the costs of providing for your society.
yes.
And
Yeah.
I'm sure what the Arlington Library's looking at is, okay, so the 25,000 they got in 21 doesn't go near as far as it.
well,
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
And the part
Jury room.
I use the
Yep.
Lincoln book for, all my books on Kindle, and so I never go at the library, but it's useful to me, because
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
download.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Anyway,
Okay.
court security.
Court security.
Okay, Sheriff's Department,
Court security is for court
yes.
right here. So it has, justice court pays into it, circuit court pays into it, investment earnings, and then just the carryover funds.
Who's the contracted services?
Contracted services. Yep, because it looks like the expenditures have been barely $500 each year, so that's your balancing line.
Oh, see.
Yes. Equipment,
State money ours.
yeah. Yeah,
So when they price speeding ticket, part of it goes to county, part of it goes to.
court security,
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's just, that's.
And then the state kicks a little bit, but if they have some kind of project, if they wanna put new doors in, a few years ago, put the doors in.
So that
That is
is
part of the courtroom, this is the state's room.
okay.
Yeah.
So that's not our money.
Okay, yeah,
They come into-
you can't
Nope,
take.
we're the
take it away.
custodians of the funds.
Getting back to the 6 million quickly,
Yes,
I would rather see the money than sitting in a bank account if we had it all out. That we knew were going to be repaid.
mhm,
If it was housing or something that benefited the community, then that's a great place to put it, as long as you're gonna get it back.
mhm.
That's the problem with loans, you don't always get them back.
Yes, that has been a problem in the past.
Yeah.
I think when they do some of the, because we've opened up the capital projects year round, so that if somebody comes up with a good idea that might work,
Yeah.
then they can have that ability to
Oh,
come to
better
the county.
might work. I think our level is.
Well, maybe if they're pretty well scrutinized when they do come in.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Sherry and those guys did
Yeah.
when they were.
Okay, law library.
Law library, again, is state funding, and it's to keep the, law books updated.
Like.
Yeah, we don't have any choice on
Yep.
Fiber.
That one is closed. Building codes, so we're not really going to have $440,000 in inspections. That line item is used to balance the fund. I'm not sure we've had any expenses out of this fund since it was created.
So that came from the original group, and we took our share of the money, and it was that's where it goes.
Okay, so at this point in time, should we take the 430 and put it into
I don't think we're.
I don't think we can. I
We
think
can't
it's dedicated to
Oh, they're, okay.
building code services.
I'll ask it.
Okay.
Is this money dedicated to any particular use?
It has to be used for building codes only. That's the only particular
So,
use of it.
and we never use it. So in the end, this is $30,000 that is going to be wasted because we can't use it.
A lot like the brain lab. We
Yeah.
just sat there.
Except I can't tear this down.
That's
No,
a really good
no,
question.
This is
To ask,
a
yes.
serious question.
Yeah.
No, it's a good question.
We have to be able to ship this someplace.
I don't
because
know
it's
if there's a time.
We'll have to find the original.
Don't you think so?
Who did these funds come from?
They
Is this
came from,
McCog?
no, BOD,
OEG,
thing, wasn't it?
G-
the Dow, laid us
Is
all.
that right?
Yeah, when that was our
Last?
portion of that.
Is that right? They came from ECODC, didn't they? The building when we,
I was wondering why they can't be transferred somehow to the planning.
oh, I don't know, that's a good.
That might work. Okay.
Oh, that's.
Okay, we just need
Okay.
to,
So we'll get that on the court's radar also.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Maybe we can find that
I
agreement
mean,
when it was put in there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll see when we created this fund and then look back through maybe some court minutes or something to see.
No,
okay,
what was it?
She's with the Columbia Economic Development.
special projects.
Special projects.
And this is where we have the Cedar Springs Road.
Yes. Yep. Yep. And it's just been building up every year. It gets rolled
Yeah.
forward every year and we add the
But
New
this is
Year's
enough
dollars to it.
Cedar Springs, but unlike,
But we are not having to do, if we get waste management to put their percentage in,
Yeah.
move the road, then
yeah,
that is enough.
Mhm.
then that's,
This money's in there to fix the existing Cedar Springs line.
oh, not the,
Not build a new
So
road.
they're gonna have to approve
Mhm.
the whole Cedar Springs bypass or it won't happen.
and if they approve it, then we can take this money.
Well, I shouldn't say it won't happen. The county could go ahead and do it anyway, but
But
it's
not
gonna
with this
cost
money.
$2 million.
But not.
Okay, so if they get their approval, we don't have to dedicate new money out of SIP or anything else because we already have this money and this.
That's the bulk of the money to pay for the project.
Mhm.
Yeah, whether it be the old road or the new road.
And that's why we're going to do a temporary fix on the old road, so we can figure out what waste management wants to do
Mhm.
this year with, rather than,
Now, will that come out of this or,
it'll come out of this.
okay,
But it's
The
gonna be a
temporary
hundred
fix,
and
yeah.
$180,000.
okay.
It'll be a small.
And waste management, that was like 2 or 3 cents a ton. The road maintenance, and they're up to 20 or 25 cents a ton now. That they're putting into that fund, trying to plug that fund, because they know there's a big expense coming along and they
So
don't
they're
want to have to
building up.
go
We're getting
to
like
Houston to get approval.
$50,000 a month.
Yeah,
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mhm.
Okay,
yeah, because they don't want any surprises at the end.
Right, well.
The local guys are on board. It's the getting the.
Yes.
okay, then we have the assessment taxation fund and the expenditures go out to state treasurer payment and court housing fees.
Yep. So it's the late fees for the tax payments and some of the recording fees from the clerk's office. And those get sent back to the state and then the state turns around and reapportions them out to the counties to run the assessment and taxation departments.
So much.
Fantastic.
We get back more than we put in. So it works out good for us.
Okay, explain to me, as we wrap up here, 2 pages left. Why do we have so much money in the homestead rebate and down? How much do we?
The endowment is in the event that the host fees end, that we can continue the rebate.
Okay,
forever.
much do we send out you should know this.
Right around 250 to 300,000, I think, a year
So,
goes out. Yeah,
Okay.
250.
so we now have enough in here
Somewhere in there.
for 10,
Years.
basically 40 years. Yeah,
Good math.
We're getting more housing.
I'm not double checking your math. I'm just agreeing with it.
can this be used for anything other than rebate?
No,
So once it's in here, it's locked.
pretty sure I think it's locked. Yeah. As an endowment fund.
Originally was you could do it off the interest, but I mean, even at current interest rate.
Yeah.
You're a little short.
Well, yeah, the fact that we got 185 to 200,000 a year, we've got over
Well,
half of the rebate is coming back to us in interest.
Well, right now, because
Right now, the
the
interest.
economy is where it is.
Yeah.
But next week, we could crash and then there wouldn't be any.
Yeah, if you look back at the actual interest in 2021,
Okay.
it's not looking
What
so
is their
good.
rebate amount?
Brad, question.
It was 590 last year.
More than enough.
Okay.
Do you want to, do you have any other things you would like to have the staff?
No, I think we covered everything.
Didn't really give a thought.
Okay.
When are we gonna meet again?
Yep.
Do we need to meet again?
I think we do.
Okay.
Yeah, it was, but.
Yeah, get it revised. I have a whole list of questions here that I'd like to try and get answers for you guys. It should be a pretty quick one. I probably wouldn't even plan lunch for it.
Hey,
No,
well.
Dang it.
Hey, guy drives up here from Hood Pepper, he's in front of.
Same 25.
You have any further questions? We just.
Okay. I think it looks like it's starting.
We're not.
Oh, you're shutting.
Thank you for showing
Yeah.
up, I appreciate it.
We'll be at the next one.
Was just.
Take this so I can put this back
But-
in my system.
We're this one, we'll need you
So,
more about this stuff.
I thought.
These from all out the door, that's where it goes.
Out the door.
Chairman of the board, Wally. So we're not going to adjourn the meeting when we're done. We're going to continue it to a later date. Okay.
Do we need a vote?
Well, we need to pick a date.
Okay,
So I think we all need to kind of look at our calendars.
your calendars and come up with a date, you can teleconference it. Just zoom it.
Just zoom it.
Doesn't zoom.
Oh,
Yeah. Only like can.
is this?
I think the only day that is bad for me in the next week would be Wednesday, the 29th. Other than that, I am open.
Let's see.
So,
That's what, okay.
perfect.
My 29th, I am with Sue and the.
That's the only day that does not work, so. Okay, okay. Do we want to try and, how quick do we want to do this, guys? I'm here every day,
Not every,
most.
what to move to the first, what do you think, Brad?
Don't want to get too far into June. My husband is having a pretty major surgery on the 11th and I'll be gone for a couple weeks. So, we'll have to go before,
Done before June 3rd.
yes.
On. Check with my partner about our other day, with ponds and cat stuff. Sorry, I didn't realize it happened.
What about Thursday? Oh, that's next week. The next time to advertise.
We don't have to advertise if we continue. Yeah, we're gonna continue the meeting.
21 South Oregon.
Yes.
That's fine. I'll do it from the golf course.
What was that?
Thursday, the 30th.
Thursday, the 30th? I could do that.
You can do it.
There has to be very few, excuse me.
Does that work for you?
Well, I don't know, there are 2 days next week.
Oh, that's next.
As far as the homestead
Okay.
TV,
And that was.
There has to be an emergency clause. I've never seen anybody dedicate something.
I guess
with-
I don't know. We'd have to do some real research on that. Yeah. I don't even know how long we've had that, probably since the nineties.
That's the skip.
Yeah.
Sip. Lines.
So what day did you guys have?
Or one.
The 30th?
I think Brad's hesitant because he doesn't know what days, but we have to pick a date before we continue the meeting.
Oh,
It's not all gonna be gone.
no, it's not
We
only.
don't know the value.
So
we're looking at-
We don't know the values, we don't know how we can use it. We can't use it just as discretion.
My first week in June.
Tax revenue?
Free.
Yeah, or, I mean, I don't, can you just pull it in and just use it as discretion?
Yeah, just get pulled in the general fund.
This is
Yeah.
the kind of stuff we started this morning talking about, and you were here. And this is the stuff, but we're still talking about it. Well, there's a day, and we should, the county court should put together a committee to start really digging into this kind of stuff, working with Nathan and. Assessor's office.
Yeah, because it's a tough priority Department of Revenue, we don't know what they're gonna do with
Right.
any given project.
Right.
Until it finally. They tell you, you do know what they're gonna assess the budget. We're hopeful that when they repower, the value will go up. and
We
we'll
might be
assess
able to
it.
bring these.
We're just repowering.
Yeah, that'd be great if we
What
could get
happened
those.
and repowered so far.
Well, one of them's still under restriction, so nothing.
And it might be if the value is high enough, well, it may just.
Actually, they're both.
Yeah, that's what they're trying
I
for.
wrote all over mine. I'm not gonna wanna give them.
So we just.
No, I don't want it back. That's your
No,
copy.
but It's like,
Oh, well,
Yeah.
then I get the other one, I feel like I should write on it.
First repower was not.
So did we come up with a date?
We did not, this young man
Okay.
is going to check with his partner.
Well, before we continue the meeting, I think we need to have a time and date set. Yeah,
Yeah, we'll let you, I mean, that's all I
Okay.
can do, because we've got. stuff
Okay.
scheduled.
and it's also then should be noted that, after today, we won't have Pat as a board member either.
Okay.
So we need
To have all,
the other 4 members here.
unless we have it tomorrow.
Um,
It's certified tomorrow.
Then, from that standpoint, we have to work off of Brad's calendar.
Sorry.
yes.
So
No,
we're
Yeah.
looking at Thursday, May 30th.
No, it's not the chair anymore, he has all power.
Well, no, and that's.
Well, that's
When
what
it
we're
gets
looking at.
this late in the year, unfortunately.
Yep.
Partners are moving cows and I say, oh,
Nice.
Well, we could send
Have
Brian,
a good time.
So how about,
one person.
yeah,
Two. Okay, we're-
how about for now, we continue the meeting until the 30th? If that ends up not working for you, we should have time to notice a different meeting for, June, the beginning of June.
Okay,
And then, if we can still, reopen the meeting on the 30th, we don't have a quorum, we adjourn the meeting. And that way, yeah, okay. But I think if we continue it, we still need to meet at the time and date that we continue it to officially adjourn it.
okay.
And so, yeah, it gets complicated, but for now,
Meeting at the end of the
No. Okay.
Can you-
I-
we can adjourn the meeting without a quorum, yes.
Here, I would ask then that we need to have a vote on suspending the meeting to,
To May 30th at 9 AM. Was that good for everyone?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor?
I,
Aye.
Abstain.
Leo,
Okay.
I said I.
okay.
Okay.
Aye.
thank you to
Seriously,
the assessors,
shown up.
thank you to the assessor's office for the food and setting up the big
Oh, it's not like that.
room and.
Too bad you
all
just,
the
Yeah.
stuff
you forgot the
that-
conduct.
Oh, darn.
Oh my God.
I think that
All right. Thank you for putting in a long day.
I have a little curiosity before that.
Let me get my junk out of the floor.
Pennington, Reserve Fund, do you
Yes.
have any idea what the status of, have it, went over that? I mean,
That was closed a couple years ago. Let's see.
Yeah.
As I finish.
bag is in quite.
Let me find that page here.
Well,
Perfect.
we'd be able to get a look at what's revised and put before the 30th.
There is a reserve.
Yeah, yep, as soon as I get it updated and put together, there is. Yeah, it's, well, real quick.